Section 17 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the First, Chapter 17, Rye Ni Incal, Ashes to Ashes. On a bier in front of the holy seat by the eastern face of the Maxen stone in the Incal lay all that was of the earth, earthy of Ernon of Swernis. In the triangle were gathered a few witnesses asked by Gwalchsolm to be present, and over all shone the mysterious light which required no fuel, nor for its tall taper any human keeper. High above hung the white stalactite ceiling, casting down from its many points the radiance of the lights which no one could see from below. Close his eyes. His work is done. Beside the restful form stood Menin, the Incalese, his hand on the shoulder of the dead Rye. After the mighty organ had sounded a mournful requiem, Menin made the funeral speech, saying, "Once more, as a most noble soul known earth, how hath it treated him who gave his life to the service of its children? Verily, Swerna, thou hast done a deed which thou shalt clothe thee in sackcloth and ashes, for I, Ernon, my brother, son of the solitude, we bid thee adieu with great sorrow of soul, sorrow not for thee, for thou art at rest, but for us left behind. It shall be until many years ere we know thee again incarnate. As for this, thy poor clay, over it shall we say final words, for it hath done its work and is committed to Navazamin. Ernon, brother, peace be with thee evermore." Again the mighty organ played in solemn sadness, and while attendants raised the bier upon the cube of the Maxen, the Incalese raised his hands to heaven and said, "Unto Incal this soul, unto earth this clay." The body, bound with light bands to the bier, was raised with it to an erect posture, trembled a moment in that position, and fell forward into the Maxen. There was no flame, no smoke, not even ash left behind the instantaneous disappearance of body and bed. The funeral was over. As we who abode in Kaiful turned to depart, we saw that which no man then living had ever before beheld in the Incal. Back of us, in the auditorium, stood groups of gray-habited men, cowled like monks of Rome. There seemed great numbers of them, collected in groups of 7 or 8 amongst the maze of stalactite pillars which supported the roof. As we gazed, these men faded slowly from sight, until over 80 Kaifalians seemed indeed small in number in the vast hall, where so recently had been hundreds of Incalini, sons of the solitude in astral form, gathered at the funeral of their brother. Yea, verily, had the sons come to witness the impressive ceremony, where all that was mortal of their dead fellow was restored to the keeping of the elements of nature. But no man knows that sepulchre, and no man saw it ever, for the angels of God upturned the sod, and laid the dead man there. End of Chapter 17. Section 18 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the First, Chapter 18, Le Grand Voyage. Gwalchsolm directed me to attend at Agaco ere resuming my vacation trip, although it was all arranged previously to the funeral of Ernon that my action in Swern was to his satisfaction. When I obeyed the Rye, which was almost immediately, for we were all ready to resume our journey, Gwalchsolm, in the presence of his ministers of state affairs, tendered me the position of suzerain over the land of Swern. I was vastly surprised, yet felt that I might accept, and in conducting the affairs of that country render good service. But the fact that I was yet an undergraduate at the XXIII made me hesitate. At last I spoke, saying, "Zorai, I am sensible thou hast done thy servant a great honor. Nevertheless, my liege, feeling that I have not thus far acquired the full knowledge I desire, being yet but a Zeokin, I ask thy permission to refuse the office." Gwalchsolm smiled and said, "Even so, But the governor thou didst appoint shall execute thy duties for the 3 years intervening. The 4 years, I would say, since I would not that thou shouldst study at all this year, and thereafter thou shalt legally assume active duties. I have an object in this besides mere form. I believe that that man who hath an object, a direct goal, in view, is more likely to win success than one without. It is a good stimulus. I do therefore appoint thee suzerain over Swearnice, and dismiss thee to thy journey of pleasurable recreation with thy friends, as soon as thou shalt sign thy name to this document. That is well written, though thy hand shakes a little because of thy nervousness. Be calm. This last he said as, trembling slightly, I wrote the desired signature. Once more we were on our travels. Anzami, the elf, persisted in calling me my Lord Zailm, when she had learned the story of my imminent suzerain duties. Our course was again eastward, although now farther south, for we did not propose to visit Swearnice this time, but intended to proceed instead to our American colonies, as is the original route we had planned to do after leaving Swearnice. We crossed equatorial Necropan, Africa, then the Indian Ocean and the present East Indies, but then colonies of Swern called Ooze, then onward above the wide Pacific, still eastward. "Umar! The coast of Umar!" was the cry that called our little company to the windows to look at the dark, serrate line that bounded the eastern horizon. It was the distant range of the Andes, appearing almost on level with our Valks, which, 2 miles high above the ocean, shot towards the hazy black line. Below was the broad mirror of the blue Pacific, apparently waveless because so far beneath us. Umar, land of the Incas in a far later day. Umar, where in 8 centuries more they must find a refuge, who should be so fortunately fated to escape from Phocéid, ere, queen of the world, no more, she sank beneath the waves of the Atlantic. 8 centuries, whose lapse would see the proud Atlantean become so corrupt that his soul no more reflected the wisdom of the night side because, the calmness of morality being fled, the key to nature's penetralia would have been lost, and with it his dominion over the air and the depths of the sea. Alas, poor Attal! But Umar lay ahead of us, and ignorant of the misdeeds to be of our national posterity, we and our Valk stood gazing on the coast we were so rapidly approaching, and commented upon its majestic mountain ranges as seen through the telescopes. Footnote: when thy science shall, like Phocéid, approach nature from its godward side, when, instead of ascending to that key force of all nature, the Odic force, from a synthesizing of environing phenomena, thou shalt look from Odicity adown all the river of energy, then wilt thou have all that Phocéid had, being thyself Phocéid returned, even its Valks, its Naim, and its telescopes. Not such crude instruments as thine are, were the telescopes of Attal, not the most remote star which sends a beam of faintest light across the depths of space, but that star could be brought so near to us in seeming that had so minute an organism as a leaf been lying on the ground of the star, it were visible to our eyes. Dost thou refuse credence? Con this proposition, that light is not alone a reflection or refraction of force from a substance, but is a prolongation of every substantial form, for as much as only one substance exists, though many are the dynamic variations thereof, these are mistaken by thee for different substances. There is but one substance, light from Arcturus, let us say, is the prolonged substance of that star. Machine-made electricity is, per contra, unimpressed, formless force. One can be made to reinforce the other, the formless to acquire the image of the formed. Dost thou see the principle of our telescopes? Thy mind jumps far at the van, and I hear thee ask, is Mars inhabited? Is Jupiter? Is Saturn? Venus? Ah, my friend, I will not answer yea nor nay, for when the Phocéid view of nature reappears on earth, thou wilt know. Seek, and ye shall find. But seek correctly. Walk the cruciform way. End of footnote. Here we beheld the land where, after thousands of years, the conquering Castilians would come, led by Pizarro, and find a race under the rule of Incas, a name preserved through the many centuries from the day when their remotest ancestors fled from sunken Phocéid, calling themselves Children of the Sun. Umar was the region of the quarries of Phocéid, and of many of its rich mines of mineral wealth. Here, too, were vast plantations, and east of the mountains were regularly planted groves of the rubber tree, the genuine Siphonia elastica of botany. Here also flourished the cinchonas, as well as many other trees now indigenous to South America, colonized plants from Phocid. Until planted abroad by Atlanteans, these vegetable treasures never grew outside of Phocid, and today the wild forests of peculiar South American trees and shrubs are the direct descendants of our regularly cultivated farm and plantation products in Umar. In that olden time, the Amazon River ran within dikes across the continent, and the trackless silvas of Brazil were then drained areas of tilled soil, such as the adjacent territory of the Mississippi is today. Someday this river, Father of Waters, in the north, will sweep unresisted, undiked, across the lowland, which, even now, its surface is above in altitude. It will do this because these things are certain to be in the mutations of the coming centuries. It will do this, also, because history repeats itself. Think not that thou shalt inherit, reincarnate the glories of Atol, and escape its shadows. All things move in cycles, but the circle is that of the screw thread, ever around and around on a higher plane each time. But that time when these things shall come to pass, and no man be able to say nay, is yet far away on the horizon of time future, and far as is the grand recession of the Amazon on the horizon of the past. From the great orchards and plantations and homes of the Umar in the north of that continent, to the desert wilds of its southern parts, where one day trouble was to overwhelm me, and thence north along the eastern coasts, we took our way, leaving the doings of the millions of our colonists, the Umari, to the imagination of the reader. Successively we came to the Isthmus of Panama, then over 400 miles in breadth, to Mexico, South Incalia, and to the immense plains of the Mississippi. These latter formed the great cattle lands whence Phocid drew most of its supplies of flesh foods, and where, when the modern world discovered it, enormous herds of wild progeny of our ancient stock roamed at will: buffalo, elk, deer, and mountain sheep, all offspring of the remotest ages. I regret to see them so wantonly slaughtered as they are. Surely so old a stock might be spared. To these broad valleys were to come, in later centuries, invading hordes in boats, and over the far northern isthmus, where now are only vestiges of its former existence, the Aleutian Islands. They came from Asia, then, as now, to a large extent the home of semi-barbarians, except where the sway of swearness had extended a civilizing influence by sending out the tribes which, in a later day, were to occupy so large a niche in history under the name of the Semitic race. But the barbarians who went into Incalia, occupying the North American plains and lake regions, a future age should come which would find these hordes gone from the earth forever, and, later still, curious people digging from archaeological remains would say, "Here lived the mound builders." Still farther north than this, in the present lake region, were large copper mines, whence we obtained much of our copper, and some silver and other metals. A cold region was this, far colder than it is today, for it lay in the edge of the retreating forces of the glacial epoch, an epoch not over until much more recently than geologists have hitherto thought and even still think. To the west lay what in early American days was called the Great Plains, but in the days of Phocid they had a far different appearance from that which they bear today. Not then arid, nor very sparsely inhabited, though vastly colder in winter, owing to the nearness of the vast glaciers of the north. The Nevada lakes were not then mere dried-up beds of borax and soda, nor the Great Salt Lake of Utah a bitter brackish body of water of its present comparatively small size. All lakes were large bodies of fresh water, and the Great Salt Lake was an inland sea of fresh floods, bearing icebergs from the glaciers on its northern shores. Arizona, that treasure house of the geologist, had its now marvelous desert, covered with the waters of Miti, as we called the great inland sea of that region. Verdure was on all the slopes of all the hundreds of square miles, not covered with lovely bodies of water. On the shores of Miti was a considerable population, and one city of no small size, colonists all, from Atol. Reader, dost thou remember a promise given in previous pages, wherein I looked forward to a treat in scenic depiction, saying it was from another pen than mine? I redeem it now, for already the geologist is after me for having declared Arizona the scene of a lake or inland sea so vast as Miti, and so recently as 12,000 years ago. I am reminded that he has decided, from evidence afforded by erosion and weathering of the rocks in that amazing region, that while the Arizona desert was undoubtedly a lake or a seabed since the Paleozoic time, when it was the site of a shallow ocean, nevertheless, that lake was certainly of an age older than the Pliocene, being probably in the Cretaceous epoch. My friend, no. These gorges and stupendous canyons are not merely the gradual product of time and water and weather. Per contra, they are of a sudden formation, the rending and cracking apart of the strata in a similar, but on a far more vast scale than the volcanic outburst at Piedras Rock, described in the first chapter of this history. The Arizona wonders and the gorge of the Grand Canyon of the Colorado were the result of an awful dance of the solid crust of the globe. Even now, the lava beds of the rectangle between the parallels of 32 degrees and 34 degrees north latitude and 107 degrees to 110 degrees longitude west from Greenwich in the Mount Taylor and Mount San Francisco region have few parallels on Earth as regards size. All over this hideous work of destruction, when the Sea of Meti had fled away into Ixtla, Gulf of California, the rains and torrents of 11,000 winter seasons and the desiccating, powdering influence of as many torrid summers have smoothed and chiseled and wrought the ruptured, ragged surfaces into yet more fantastic shapes and claimed the whole work as its own, denying the hand of Pluto as the major worker. And the geologist seems to have admitted the claim and placed the lake time far back in order to allow a sufficient term for the execution of the gigantic work. And it is not so, for I saw that lake only 12,000 years ago. But now for the literary treat. It is taken from a very modern pen, but it is so faithfully descriptive of the appearance of the region today that I desire to enjoy its perusal with my readers. The words are those of Major J.W. Powell, U.S. Army. Quote, "The canyon walls are buttressed on a grand scale, and the deep alcoves are excavated. Rocky crags crown the cliffs, and the river rolls below. The sun shone in splendor on the vermilion walls, shading into green and gray where the rocks were lichened over. The river filled the channel from wall to wall, and the canyon opened like a beautiful gateway to glory. But at evening, when the sun was going down and the shadows were settling in the canyon, the vermilion gleams and roseate hues, blended with the tints of green and gray, slowly changed to brown above, and the black shadows crept over below. Then it seemed the shadowy portal to a region of gloom. Lying down, we looked straight aloft through the canyon cleft and saw that only a little of the blue heaven appeared overhead, a crescent of dark blue sky with but 2 or 3 constellations peering down upon us. I did not sleep for some time, as the excitement of the day had not worn off. Soon I saw a bright star that seemed to rest on the very verge of the cliffs overhead. Slowly it seemed to float from its resting place on the rocks out over the canyon. At first it appeared like a jewel set in the brink of the cliff, but as it moved out I almost wondered that it did not fall. In fact, it did seem to descend in a gentle curve, as though the sky, in which the stars were set, was spread across the canyon, resting on either wall, and swayed down by its own weight. The star appeared to be really in the canyon, so high were the battlemented walls. The morning sun was shining in splendor on their painted faces. The salient angles were as if on fire, and the retreating angles buried in the shade. The rocks, red and brown, blazed from their setting of deep gloom below, but above all was vermilion fire. The light above, made more brilliant by the bright tinted rocks, and the shadows below, made more gloomy by the somber shades of sunlessness, increased the apparent depth of the awful canyons, and it seemed a long, long way up to the world of sunshine, and was a mile. Even the wide waters of the Meti, set about with towering peaks in the olden days, beautiful as a dream, were not more grand and glorious than these awful gorges came to take their place. From the city of Tolta on the shores of Meti, our Velks arose and sped away north, across the Lake Uy, Great Salt, to its northwestern shore, hundreds of miles distant. On this far shore arose 3 lofty peaks covered with snow, the Patachi Uy, from which the lake at their feet took its name. On the tallest of these had stood, perhaps for 5 centuries, a building made of heavy slabs of granite. It had originally been erected for the double purpose of worship of Incal and astronomical calculations, but was used in my day as a monastery. There was no path up the peak, and the sole means of access was by Velks. In the neighborhood of 20 years ago, more or less, counting from this Anno Domini 1886, an intrepid American explorer discovered the famous Yellowstone region, and while on the same expedition, went as far west as the Three Tetons in Idaho. Footnote: the Three Tetons are situated in northwestern Wyoming, but Wyoming as a territory was not in existence at the time referred to, having been formed in 1868 from parts of Idaho, Dakota, and Utah. A small part of the Yellowstone Park is in Idaho. King's Handbook of the United States. End of footnote. These mountain triplets were of the Patachi-Uwi of Atoll. Professor Hayden, having arrived at the base of these lofty peaks, succeeded, after indefatigable toil, in reaching the top of the greater peak, and made the first ascent known to modern times. On its top, he found a roofless structure of granite slabs, within which, he said, quote, the granite detritus was of a depth indicating that for 11,000 years it had been undisturbed. His inference was that this period had elapsed since the construction of the granite walls. Well, the professor was right, as I happen to know. He was examining a structure made by Posseid hands 127.5 centuries ago, and it was because Professor Hayden was once a Posseida and held a position under the Altman government, as an attaché to the government body of scientists stationed at Patachi-Uwi, that he was karmically attracted to return to the scene of his labors long ago. Perhaps knowledge of this fact would have increased the interest he felt for the Three Tetons. Our Velks alighted upon the ledge without the Temple of Uwi just as nightfall came on. It was very cold there, so far north, and at such an altitude, but the priests within the heavy, well-built edifice never suffered cold, for Atla, drawing upon Navaz, had night-side forces at its call. The primary cause of our visit was our desire to pay devotion to Incal as he arose next morning. All night the brilliant beams of light from our ruby-colored lanterns flashed the tidings, to such Posseidi as might look our way, that a royal Velks was in the region. Next morning after sunrise, our vessel lifted and departed for the east, that we might visit our copper mines in the present Lake Superior region. We were conducted in electric trams through the labyrinths of galleries and tunnels. When we were about to leave, the government overseer of the mines presented each of our company with various articles of tempered copper. To me he gave an instrument similar to the modern pocket knife, which I retained to the day of my death, and always valued highly on account of its extra fine temper, which kept a keen edge, good enough to shave with, and rarely required to be sharpened. The Posseidi were adepts in this now lost art of copper tempering. In return, I gave the overseer a nugget of native gold. He asked me whence it came, and when I told him, remarked, any specimen from the famous mine at Pitas-Roque will be highly prized by an old miner, like thy servant, more especially as it is presented by the discoverer of the mine himself. Thus had the mine, found by me when an obscure lad, returned riches to the pick and shovel which had rendered it famed throughout the civilized world. After taking counsel among ourselves, we decided not to make the farther northern trip, for every one of us had seen the Arctic ice fields at least once, while some of us had been there several times. Indeed, we concluded to remain in Incalia for a week longer, and spend the 11 days thereof in visiting, more at our leisure, the great territory where, although of course we did not know it, the Anglo-Saxon was one day to found the glorious American Union. History is said to repeat itself. I believe it does. Certainly races follow in the track of preceding races, and as the most important and populous part of all the North American colonies of Posseid had its habitat west of the great chain now known as the Rocky Mountains, so also the grandeur of America will be upheld by the western and southwestern states of the American Union. Man likes pleasant places to live in. He likes those lands where Mother Nature is amiable and laughs with abundant harvests upon slight provocation. Man likes to live in a fruit land, and where shall he find anything more to his mind than the same southwest and west of the Incalia of yore? Along the ocean shores and back to the Sierra Nevada mountains is the region where, under Posseid dominion, lay a province not second in beauty to the lake region along the shores of Miti, and it has retained its fair charm, while that of the other has given place to drifting sands and cactus and the mesquite, and has a tenantry of the Moloch lizards, rattlesnakes, and prairie dogs. It is no more the union of lakes and union of lands that it was in the olden time. When we finally left Incalia, that we might return home to Kaifool, the last of our colonial lands visible was the coast of Maine, for we journeyed eastward, then south. For change, we decided to forsake the realms of the air for those of the deep, where the shark is king. Like all Velks of the class to which it belonged, Ours was constructed for both aerial and submarine service, the plates of the sliding deck and the other movable parts of the hull being capable of very close approximation by means of set screws and rubber washers. To settle straight down into the ocean would be too much like landing on terra firma, but being at a height of 2 miles, more or less, the conductor was directed to gradually reduce the repulsion current, thus diminishing our buoyancy, as to bring us into the water 10 miles distance from where the slant commenced. He was further ordered to do this while maintaining a speed which would, though very slow for a Valks, be really swift. That is, he was to cover 10 miles in as many minutes. When we struck the water at this rate of progress, the shock which the entering needle experienced was sufficiently great to cause its inmates to stagger, and little exclamations were made by the ladies. As soon as we entered the water, the repulsion was made nil, and its opposite, a degree of attraction greater than that of water to the terrestrial center of gravity, was set up, whereby we were enabled to sink to a considerable depth, despite the air contained in the vessel. The lights outside the windows were started, our speed modified to suit the element, and then we all gathered in the salon by the windows, darkness within and the waters lit without, enabling us to see curious tribes of Neptune, which crowded about the strange illumination in their midst. While thus engaged, and while listening to the delighted words of an enthusiastic ichthyologist, I heard a familiar voice in the darkness. I knew it was that of my father, Menax, and accordingly went to the name. He could not see me because I stood in darkness, but I could see him in the great mirror, for at home he was in the light, and his image was so transmitted, so that I saw not only himself, but his immediate surroundings, just as a person outside a lighted window at night beholds everybody and thing in the interior, himself unseen. "My son," said the prince, "thou shouldst not have allowed thy love of novelty to cause thee to act so unwisely as thou didst in entering the ocean at even the slow rate of a mile per minute. I fear that thou hast a vein of reckless daring in thy nature which will some day bring thee misfortune. Incal punishes the reckless by allowing his broken laws to exact their own penalty. Be cautious, Zailm, be cautious." After the submarine experiences had become tedious, the opposite course of rapid but graduated augmentation of repulsion was imparted to our Valks, a procedure not dangerous, as the other had really been, and soon our long spindle shot out of the water like some great bubble, then rose to where the RAS, or repulse indicator, was set for its government, only a few hundred feet above the surface of the ocean. There, putting aside the closed deck, we sat in the bright sunshine and enjoyed the pleasant ocean breeze, which blew in the same southern direction in which we were going. Desiring to reach home by the next day, when the afternoon grew cool, we closed the deck, arose high in the heavens so as to lessen atmospheric resistance, and made the quickest speed we could towards the south. This, I should remark, was not nearly so great as either an eastern or western course would have allowed. Thus, traveling either due east or due west, we could proceed at the rate of a degree of longitude every 4 minutes. But north or south, we cut the Earth's currents, and just in proportion as the Valk's course deviated from east to west, in that proportion was its speed lessened, until going due north or south, we could only travel at the comparatively slow rate of some 100 miles each hour. We saw that if we traveled home by the straight course, we would not reach Kaiful under 2 days, and having set our desires on reaching it by the next morning, the prospective delay was so tedious that we decided to run in on an angle. That is, we would head our Valk southeast for the Necropon coast, thence southwest for Kaiful, and through the extra distance would be several thousand miles. The increased speed attained would allow us to reach our destination in time to take our breakfast at home. Beautiful Kaiful, there's no place like thee, Queen of Atlantis and Queen of the Sea. End of chapter 18.
Section 19 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by JulesKEntertain. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book of the First, Chapter 19. A Well-Met Problem. Work awaited me upon my return to Kaiful. Work to which I might attend without harm to my delicate health, in fact, rather tending to its improvement, furnishing a proper degree of mental stimulus without involving any of the severe tension of study. On the day of my arrival home, Menax said to me in a way which set me to thinking, "I understand that the people of XVIII have lost the power with which they have hitherto had of providing themselves with food by seeming magic. It must be a terrible problem to them how to meet the cravings of hunger." Whether Menax designed these words for the purpose of arousing me to a sense of my duties in the premises or not, I had at the time had no idea. But I pondered the situation very earnestly. It occurred to me that these people had few, if any, cultivated fields like our own, that they probably had no adequate knowledge of the arts of husbandry, tillage, and like requirements, and finally, that they were not possessed of muscles trained to effort. In fact, they must be, in all matters of this sort, a kind of overgrown children. The more I dwelt on the problem, the more startling the situation seemed. I saw that they would, for at least a year, require to have provisions made for them. They would also have to be taught the methods of agriculture, horticulture, and care of cattle, sheep, and other useful domestic animals. Later, it would be necessary to teach them such other arts as mining, spinning, and metalworking. In fact, here was an entire nation of 85 millions of people coming to school to me for tuition in the arts of life. As the full force of the position came to my realization, it staggered me. Ah, poor me! I fell upon my knees on the greensward of the gardens and prayed to Incal. As I arose, I turned and found Gwaxlin regarding me with a most peculiar glance. His face was as grave as possible, but his splendid eyes were full of laughter. "Dost thou feel equal to the task?" he queried. "Zorai," I replied bravely. "Thy son is hard-pressed. Equal? Yeah, if Incal will give me guidance." "Well said, Zailm. Thou shalt call upon the resources of Poseid to aid thee, and they shall be at thy service." Not to be prolix, the schools were established, the food and raiment stations were placed in given districts, and the people of XVIII, the great peninsula of modern Hindustan with parts of Arabia, were taught the means of comfortable self-preservation and dependence upon their knowledge. Not all of this was done, that is to say, supervised by me, but the initiation of it, and during 3.5 years, the practical work of it was conducted by me and my vice-suzerains. Perhaps I was not grateful to Incal. Perhaps I never thought a second time, in these days of prosperity, of the prayer of the moneyless and the unknown youth upon Pitash Rock. But perhaps I did, too. I rather think that I was never for one moment forgetful of that morning and its vows. Yet, it is a strange fact that human nature may swerve aside from what it knows to be the undeviating line of right, may be keenly conscious of every infraction, and still be able to feel that it has been true to its vows. Moral lapses are most frequent, those sins which are not strictly direct infractions of communal equities, but rather of the Magdalene type. Strange, also, is that mankind is seldom lenient to the victims, though generally quite sparing of censure for the real criminal. There can be no true justice in a decision on any subject in the world until, in crimes of this sort, equal penalty is meted regardless of sex. Does my proposition seem too sweeping? Consider then this. Human justice is a system. If it be faulty in only one particular, it is faulty in all things, since justice means perfection, and that is not perfection which hath a blemish. In the history of the Judaic race, the later records of the deserving portion of the people of XVIII may be found. Verily, my people, we have seen glory together, and long-suffering. We have stood together since before the age that is, and that which passeth was. My seed of strong effort was sown in fallow soil, and it returned more than 100-fold. The end is not yet. The harvest is not garnered, nor the chosen people come yet unto their reward for the great tribulation since Ernan of XVIII ceased to strive for them. The way was long, but they shall come at last from out of the desert they entered so long ago, and Yehovah will give his children rest. As Rai Ernan had said, the Saldi general never returned to his native land. He wandered about the city, little noticed by the people, and made his chief abiding place at the valks of a certain Poseid commissary, stationed with others at Ganji. One day, having become quite friendly with the latter, the Salda asked that his friend give him the pleasure of an ascent into the air. He had never experienced a ride on a valks, and was desirous of doing so. At the time, the commissary was busy, and promised to do as requested on the morrow. Accordingly, after dinner the next day, which meal was served on the open promenade decks of the Velks, the ascension was made. The general had taken too much strong wine, and was rather unsteady in his motions. One of the party was a Swerna who had been one of Rai Ernan's counselors. The general stalked to the taffrail of the Velks to look down into the nether air. Standing near was a Swerna. Neither liked the other, and the Salda, also excited by the wine, became quarrelsome. The Swerna, the same, by the way, who had been so amazed by the failure of his occult powers when he made his attempt to kill me, gave the general a sly push, and he fell against the rail. Being heavy, his weight bent it so as to cause a still further loss of balance, and he fell over the side, catching the rail with both hands in a very agile manner. Here, unable to raise himself, he hung, calling for help in an agony of terror. The Poseid captain was not a bad man, but he was somewhat stupid as a result of a fall on his head, and while able to give satisfaction as a commissary, he was not able to rise higher than some such subordinate position. He had, previous to his injury, been a talented man, and was even yet an inventor of some small note. This was a talent that did him small service now, however, because so many others outranked him in the same direction. He had finally come to be a lunatic on the subject, and was ever seeking to utilize force or to economize power. While the captain was standing in stupid indecision, the Swerna stepped in and pushed him aside, himself grasping the terrified Salda by the arm. The next instant, the ex-counselor and the Salda general were swinging, whirling towards the earth over a mile below. Then the Poseida looked over at them as they fell, and, his mind all occupied with his favorite mania for intervention, exclaimed, "What a waste of force! If only they could fall on some mechanism adjusted to raise a weight!" How it happened, the commissary never knew, he averred, and for a lack of wittiness, together with his obvious stupidity, the court excused him. When I learned of the event, it was through the governor, whom I had appointed, who reported having relieved the captain from command of his Velks and commissarial office, and the placing of another Poseida in his place. The Salda was the father of Lolix, and I thought it well to break the news as gently as possible to her. How was I astounded, after having done so, to hear her calmly say, "Prithee, how doth this concern me?" "Why, thy father," I began, when she interrupted me with, "My father, I am glad. Shall I, who love courage, feel aught but displeasure at his cowardice in the face of death? Wherefore he was moved to cry out in terror like a child. For I call no coward father." I turned away entirely horrified, silent for a lack of words to express my feelings. Perceiving my action, Lolix came to me, and resting her small white hand on my arm, looked up into my face so that my gaze was directly into her glorious blue eyes. "My lord Zailm, that seems offended. Is it so? Have I said aught to cause the offense?" "Gracious gods!" I exclaimed. Then, remembering a former estimate of mine, that the Saldu was only a child in certain respects, I said, "Offended me? Not so, Astaku." Then she slipped her hand through the bend of my arm and walked beside me. This little experience was the beginning of a longer one which, while very sweet for the length of time, yet culminated in anguish there in Atlantis, and phoenix-like arose from the ashes of dead centuries only a few short years ago. Verily, the evil that men do lives after them. Because it was so very obvious that her heartlessness was only that of undevelopment, I was not disgusted with Lolix. I reproved her, indeed, but instead of turning away in unreasoning wrath at its existence, I sought to induce a perception of the enormity of such an offense as cruelty of the heart. According to the custom of her people, Lolix wooed me to wed her. Of course, I could not accede, pleasant though it was to have this beautiful girl doing her best to win my regard. I could not, while I loved Anzame. Of this love for my sweet womanly little sister, I never told Lolix, disliking possible contingencies. But I did worse. I told her an untruth. For I said that the Poseid law forbade marriage with those of alien birth. "Never an exception?" queried Lolix. "Never one. Death is the penalty." This was another falsehood, for in Poseid the death penalty was never inflicted, it being forbidden by the law of the Maxim book. "Well, then it matters nothing. Thou art young and strong and of good courage, and handsome. Wherefore I love thee. If the law forbid, it is all the same. None but ourselves need know." The last barrier was fallen. Conscience slumbered. Thoughts of Anzame were put aside as one would shun an accusing angel. Did I think of Patash Rock in my days of sinlessness? Or of the mysterious stranger whom I had heard in awe in the first day of my life at Kaifel? Yeah, I thought of these things. I thought of Incal, and I said, Incal, my God, if I'm about to do wrong in thy sight, in disregarding the laws of society and marriage, smite me dead ere I sin. But Incal smote, not then, but afterwards through the ages. He smote not then, conscience slept the sounder, but passion awoke. End of chapter 19.
Section 20 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the First, Chapter 20, Duplicity. The year during which I was not permitted to study passed quickly and uneventfully, except that complications deepened on account of Lolix. My affection for Menax became almost reciprocally as great as his love for me, which was limitless. But I did not tell him that which, heavier and yet heavier, weighed upon me as time lapsed, the secret affair with Lolix. To have done so would have been best, yet I dared not, for it would have lost me all that I most prized. At least I so feared then. As time went on, I began to query my position. Did I love this beautiful girl? Not as I loved Anzame. "Oh, Incal, my God," I moaned in anguish of soul. Conscience slept yet, but stirred restlessly. The fact that Anzame was my adopted sister did not prevent her becoming my wife, for the law of consanguinity was not violated, but my own acts barred the way. My scheme to domicile Lolix in a palace on the far side of Kaiful from Menaxithlon was successfully carried out without exciting the suspicion of anyone, not even arousing the jealousy of Lolix. Duplicity! Then I wooed Anzame unrestrained by the presence of her who would have been a dangerous factor had she even suspected that the daughter of Menax was not my sister by the ties of consanguinity. But my days began to be filled with fear, for I had sown dragon's teeth. The denouement of such affairs as have evil for a guide is invariably sorrow and bitterness. Suppose Lolix did not tire of me, and I had neither the heart nor the will to do anything to cause her to do so. Nature laws were ever liable to cause a revealment of the facts, which would be fatal to my hopes, and though I often cried in agony of soul that I was an unhappy wretch, conscience still slept. But mine was not a character to be deterred by my resolves by danger. If I was engaged in a game of skill with the evil one for opponent, I would play to the best of my ability. So I determined to be rid of Lolix, a determination that was late, for the fruit of our sin was come and a home secretly provided, for I would do no murder. These plans were carried out, all fortunately, as I thought, without any man being the wiser. But how to be rid of the really lovable woman, Lolix? Only a year remained ere I would enter examination for my diploma at the XXIII. If successful, I meant to ask Anzame, who I knew loved me in return, to be to me all that the honored name of wife conveyed. At evening, or of an afternoon, nothing pleased Anzame better than to walk alone, or with Menax or myself through the palace gardens, under the spreading palms and festoons of flowering vines which canopied all the walks, forming long, cool tunnels of green gemmed with Flora's most radiant hues. From the breaks in these verdant walls we could see the mimic lakes, hills, cliffs, and streams, and beyond these could look out over palace-capped, vine-draped Kaiful and its half-thousand hills, large and small. Walking amid such scenes by the side of her who was so dear, is it strange that my soul was at such times eased of something of its burden, of sin and woe? So long did I defer action in the case of Lolix that I came to fear to take any course except to let events order their own settlement. Yea, I lost confidence in my ability to solve the dangerous problem, fearful lest I should make a bad matter worse. Thus the days slipped by, and the examination ordeal was close at hand. Neglect Lolix I did not, could not, nor had I desire to do so. Very often I was with her. Indeed, with a strange blindness to the wrong involved, I divided my leisure between Lolix and Anzumi. I sometimes feared that Myneen, Gwaxoln, or perhaps both, knew my secret. They did, too, for their occult vision was too keen to allow them not to know the facts. But neither made any sign, not Myneen, for he cared not how much secret evil went on, as we shall see ere long. Nor Gwaxoln, not because he, like Myneen, did not care, but because he was merciful and knew that karma had more dreadful punishment in store than any man could possibly inflict, and his mercy forbore to add to my penalty. So the cancer remained hidden from public gaze, and I knew not that the noble ruler was a sad spectator of my misdeeds. I do not wonder at his sad demeanor when with me, as manifested in the last year of my studies. Anzumi had postponed the time of her examination in the ZO until the year in which I was to graduate, and hence the festivities which always followed the examination as a mark of rejoicing over the success of those who had received diplomas included her in the honorable list, for she had passed with high credits. A dinner was given by the Rai to the successful contestants, and this feast inaugurated an extended season of high social dinners, balls, parties, concerts, and theatrical performances, all in the same honor. Anzumi, arrayed in a robe of grayish silk, with her heavy coils of dark hair fastened apparently by a lovely rose, and upon her shoulder a pin of sapphires and rubies, was presented by Gwaxoln at the state dinner to the new Zyukai as Istranavu, or Star of the Evening. This was a social distinction akin to the modern Queen of the Ball. Knowing that Rai Gwaxoln would lead his niece to the table and be her escort, I took Lolix, as I had a right to do, for I was a graduate and the possessor of a diploma, and all such might choose a companion, who might or might not be a graduate. Lolix, for my sake, had studied hard during the last 3 years, and was now in her 2nd year at the Zeoquithlon, to which she went from the lower schools. I was growing proud of the girl, and I felt most tenderly towards her. Indeed, I would have been a most despicable person had I not, after her sacrifice for me. Several times I found Gwaxoln looking intently at me. I sat not far from him, and once, as he passed me after the feast, he murmured sadly, "Oh, Zailm, Zailm." As may be imagined, this address did not increase my peace of mind, for that night passed without any further disquiet, as so many others had done. As I walked with Lolix in the great hall of Agako, I remarked the many glances of admiration bestowed upon her beauty by the many gentlemen we met, nobles of high degree. She had indeed grown to have a loveliness of face and figure, and best of all, of character, which was no longer heartless, but very gentle since her sad experience of secret motherhood and consequent disbarment from its innocent joys, since the child might not be known as hers. She had had offers of honorable marriage and refused them, knowing even as she did so that the fact of their proffer was a proof of my having spoken falsely when I told her that the laws of Posiad forbade our marriage. But her love for me, if it suffered, was faithful and knew no lessening, and she kept the secret well, and the more closely for my sake, wretch that I was. As I looked upon her, I felt that she was very dear to me, but Anzumi was more so, and therefore the hideous tragedy went on. I knew that from love of me, Lolix had repressed heartless remarks, then taken an interest in relieving suffering for its own sake, and so had become transformed from a beautiful thorn tree to a glorious rose of womanly loveliness, with few thorns indeed. Had I really any conscience deserving the name, that I did not come out before the world and take Lolix as my wife after all this boundless love for me? No, not in Posiad. Conscience had not slept. It had never been existent. It was yet to be born and grow in a later time. Thus did the nemesis of judgment still withhold her stroke. End of chapter 20. Section 21 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Chapter 21. The Mistake of a Life. Comparison is good mental exercise. It is due to the reader and to myself, as well as to Anzumi and Lolix, to indulge a present mood prompting me to make an analytical comparison of these two women. What was it that fixed so unalterably my desire to wed Anzumi and not Lolix? Both were gentlewomen, the first by nature, the second by nature also. I was, however, about to ascribe the sweet charity of Lolix to the perception of her part of the misery she would feel, placed in like situation with those who suffered in very fact. But the ability to so perceive could arise only from its existence in her nature. No, it was her nature finally developed. Both women were refined, intelligent, and both were beautiful, though the types as widely variant as a blush rose and a white lily. Anzumi was a born daughter of Adel. Lolix was one by adoption. A small difference, surely, since both were in full accord with, and equally sensitive to, the good, the beautiful, and the true, in the polished refinement of erudite Posiad. Truly, the relations between Lolix and myself were wrong, but she was not on that account less dear to me, nor was my regard for her less tender and loving. Her companionship had become a part of my life. If I had a sorrow or was despondent, she interposed her sympathy and cheered me. My anxieties were also hers, my joys, her joys. In everything but name she was my wife. Then why did I not acknowledge the fact before mankind? Because karma ordered otherwise. I loved Anzumi also. Through this love, karma operated to annul its own tendencies to espouse Lolix, and the mode of this operation was exhibited in my recognition of Lolix as possessed of every requisite to make me happy except in her one lack, that of psychic perception to the relation of the finite to the infinite. Absurd? No. That my soul craved such an ability on her part, and found it not, but did find it with Anzumi, was evidence of the growth of the frail seedling of interest in the occult life of the Sons of the Solitude, which had been somewhat matured by the words of Rai Ernan of Swern years before. Sayest thou that if a little such interest works such error in life that deep interest would make for the losing of the soul, wherefore thou wilt have none of it? Not so. It was the not being true to the ideal at that time gained, true with all my soul, that did the mischief. Just as in the myth of Lot's wife, she had never been turned to salt had she obeyed, not curiosity, but the higher injunction. Lolix had no dimmest perception of this psychic link between the things of earth and the things of infinity. I had. I knew Anzumi had, wherefore I ordered my life so as to include her and exclude Lolix, whereby I did both of them, myself and my conception of God, which is but a redundant expression, for no one finite can injure infinity, a fearful injustice. But karma lay in wait for the evil of my life, demanded payment, and got it, every jot. No words can paint the suffering of the expiation. I scarcely propose to try, and shall rest content if a realization of some part of it shall deter others from sin, through the certitude that there is no vicarious expiation for evil done, and no escape from its penalty. The law of the One reads, "Except a man overcometh, he shall not inherit my life. I will not be his God, neither shall he be my son." There can be but one way to such overcoming, the ever-recurrent plungings into material incarnation, until the errors of the personal will are atoned to the divine will. There can be no vicarious undoing, and soon will I show why. Another cannot do thy breathing for thee. Reincarnation, the ever-recurrent prisoning of the soul in the fleshly bodies, is but expiatory, is but penalty. If in his name ye are become free, if in that way ye have overcome, and in place of being slaves to our masters over desire, ye have undone sin, then is there no more incarnation for you in the prison of this death, miscalled life. There is no other way. The great master pointed none. In expiation of my dark past, I must needs return into the world, thy world of sin, sorrow, sickness, and pain, and disappointed longings for the peace that passeth understanding. Is not my 12,000 and more years of further wanderings in the far land of this world, far from my father's house, and feeding on the husks called joy, suffering the fevers, pains, and disappointment of hopes, enough of expiation? Yet for a little while longer I must, and, impelled by love, willingly do serve him. Some souls shall have even more than I, if they turn not. Which will ye? Will is the sole way to esoteric or occult Christian knowledge. Whosoever will shall have eternal life, but the will to overcome must replace our will of desire, as the fresh air replaces the exhalations of our lungs. As the atmosphere is around about us, and inhaled becomes our breath, so the will of the Spirit is around us, and entering into the heart that hath determined to strangle into submission the serpent, suffers us not to know defeat. But I and Lolix refused this breath, and unwillingly turned away. Oh, the horror, the pain of those lost ages, lost with her, but refound by us both, in overcoming. I am sorry to admit that such moral obliquity could ever have warped my character, even 12,000 years ago. Will is the only way to Christ. Is it not an appalling contemplation to think that, having determined to put Lolix away and to install Ansemi in her place, by honorably wedding her before mankind, I was able to calculate upon my knowledge of Lolix and to depend upon her acquiescence in keeping my secret because of her unselfish love for me? Monstrous! I knew that Lolix did nothing by halves. Having given herself to me, she would not expose my iniquity, even though I rejected her for another. Society had no reproach for a woman betrayed. In pursuance of my plan, I proposed to obtain the spoken affirmation of the love that had long been confessed by the demeanor of Ansemi. Then I would tell Lolix all, reserving nothing, and throw myself on her mercy. Even after these many, many centuries, when, Laus Deo, reparation is at last complete, I look at the record of this part of my life when I was Zailm, and wonder that the very confession does not scorch holes in the paper upon which it is written. Moral turpitude is a fearful thing, for, though conscious of its being sinful, I was but dimly aware of the hideous blackness of my action. Canst thou dissociate, reader, thy horror at the one action sufficiently to take interest in the recital of my profession of love made to Ansemi, after I had hidden from my own sight the evil of my life? It may be almost futile to try, yet it is possible to forget anything out of sight, at least to such a degree, that one may smile and be a villain. More especially, it is easy to smile when the evil is in such a far, far past tense, is atoned, and the villain is one no longer. Thou wilt pardon me if I hint the way of atonement. Of all my thousands of years and my many lives, to which in this history I can but briefly allude, I draw for thee one lesson that the weary pilgrimage hath taught me, and in my soul I pray thee heed it. For I am longing for my release, when I may go out into the blessed realms that mine eyes have seen, my ears have heard, and myself been amidst, with him who openeth, and no man shutteth, and shutteth, and no man openeth. So this know, and these things, so long as any that read my words turn aside, and will not to know and do his way, so long as ye keep me out of my part in the great peace, until his spirit shall cease to strive with thee, or hinder thee. I am working and sacrificing that ye may know that way and tread it. Yet some of you will, even at the finality, be of them that, denying him, are by him denied. Out of all the glorious systems of worlds, only earth denieth, for acknowledging him by words and crying, Lord, Lord, they yet hate one another in their serpent-dominated hearts. Think not that I use any figure of speech when I say serpent. Microscopists know better. But he that soweth to the flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption, but he that soweth to the Spirit shall of the Spirit have life everlasting. They that are alive have crucified the flesh with its affections. Some will close the eye and the ear to my message I have of him. By that shall the seed of eternal life be closed out of their souls, and they shall die. But so many as in all things turn unto the way shall in no wise be cast out. He said it who is true. Keep thy lamps trimmed and be wise, not foolish virgins. End of section 21.
Chapter 22 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Destinp. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Chapter 22. Zailm proposes. My mind was filled with the question which I made paramount, how to phrase my proposal of marriage to Anzime. Such occupation of thought is common to all lovers, of every race and nation, where matchmaking is not conducted by the parents. Having set my time for the momentous inquiry, I sought Anzime. The information that she was absent at Roxoy Palace, one of the 3 set apart for the rye, but seldom used by him, was rather perturbing. Lolix resided at Roxoy, and had done so ever since the time when I secured her transference from Manaxi-Lethon. But I was not altered in my purpose of seeing Anzime. So, while journeying across the city, 40 miles to Roxoy, I pondered the new situation. I knew that the 2 girls were friends, and this fact seemed likely to complicate matters. Arrived at Roxoy, I found Anzime in the gardens, seated near a cascade that tumbled over a fairy-like cliff into a mammoth dewdrop of a lake. She was alone. As I came near, she inquired in a surprised tone, "Where is Lolix?" "Where?" I repeated. "I know not. I was told that she was with thee." "And 'twas truth. But she took my valix and went away, saying that she would go and get thee, that we 3 might have a little outing together." I thought rapidly. To Manaxi-Lethon was 40 miles across the city due south. The valix must therefore take nearly or quite as many minutes going in that direction, and the same returning, 80 minutes. That would be long enough. Seating myself beside Anzime, I took her hand in mine. I had often done the same before, and even clasped her about with my arm, but in a distinctly brotherly way. Now the simple touch of the fingers was electric in effect, and she could at once detect the intensity of excitement which possessed me. The fine language I had intended to use was lost, and instead of trying to regain it, I said merely, "Anzime, would words deepen thy certainty of my love for thee? I cannot command them, but I ask thee, little girl, to be my wife." And for reply she answered in phrase as brief, "Zailm, be it so." What followed the reader may imagine. Thine own fancy will please thee best, for surely the picture is not hard to draw. When Lolix returned, I had departed, nor this hastily, for she had been delayed in coming back, so that 3 hours had elapsed since her departure. I knew that few things were more certain than that Anzime would confide her joy to Lolix. But I had no misgivings, for I felt every confidence that Lolix would not betray our secret, however terrible the blow might be for her to bear. As I anticipated, Anzime told the story of my avowal, and of her acceptance of me. When the whole was related, Anzime said that her friend looked at her a moment, then fell fainting to the floor. When she had been revived, she seemed so calm that even Anzime did not question her statement that the swoon was due to nervousness. This was at the eventide. Anzime, filled with happy feelings, saw her friend in bed, dismissed the attendants, soothed her to sleep, and came home. These facts I did not learn until next day. I thought it best to have an interview with Lolix at once, and so experience all the pain and have done with the anguish of it. Deluded mortal! I went to Roxoy, and going into the Xanatithlon, awaited Lolix, to whom I sent word that I desired to see her there. She came. Fully 10 years seemed to have passed over her since I saw her last. Worn and pale, with great dark rings under her glorious blue eyes, into which the tears flooded as she caught my quick gaze. Poor girl! But what could I do? That was my thought. I was even a little conscience smitten, but very little, for the scales of sin were thick and very numbing to the soul. She spoke first. "O my love, why hast thou done this? Thinkest thou I shall live? I have for long known that no law existed to bar our union, and have waited for thee to do what was right, confident that the day would soon come when thou wouldest ask me to share thy proud name. But oh, Incal, my God," she exclaimed, bursting into a flood of tears that were as quickly repressed. Then, in a calmer voice, full of piteous heartache, she went on. "Zailm, I love thee too well, even now, to chide thee. I am thine to do with as thou wilt. I gave thee my life long ago. I gave thee my babe, and thou didst place it in a home where no man might suspect its parentage. Zailm, I have done more also. There was another that oh, Incal, forgive me. I sent it in to Navazamine, that it might not accuse thee, Zailm. And now I, whom thou hast called thy blue-eyed darling, I who love thee more than I do life, and by thee put aside? O God, why am I made to suffer thus? Why thus stricken?" She broke into a storm of agonized weeping, and I sought not to stay the flood, knowing that sometimes tears are a blessed relief. Had she loved me thus? Fool! Not to have known it from her actions, which spoke louder than words possibly could. My heart smote me now indeed, and I prayed to God for forgiveness, and I prayed to her. Too late. Conscience came forth at last, born to smite, sprung like Minerva, full armed for the combat. When Lolix had recovered calmness, she said, in such heartbroken tones as had never fallen on my ears before, "Zailm, I forgive thee. Not even now will I betray thee, since whom I once love I will love till death. Afterwards also, if love survive the grave. If thou art to say the parting word, so be it. But leave me now, for I am almost crazed. Yet remember, my darling, that if thy new life be not happy, though I prayed in call it may be, that there once beat a heart for thee warmer, more loving, perchance truer, than I fancy thou'lt find of thy new love. I shall not live long to be a shadow over thy peace. Kiss me once as thou wouldst, if I were thine own wife in the sight of the world, as I am in that of Incal, and having died thou wert about to confide my clay to the unfed light." With these words she stopped, having arisen and come before where I sat, and placed her arms around me, drawing me into a convulsive embrace. A moment thus, then her lips, chill as those of one who keepeth company with death, met mine in one long, sobbing kiss. She released her clasp, stood an instant, and was gone. So she left me. Long I sat in the midst of the flowers in the great conservatory at Rock's-Eye. The blossoms blushed bright, but a worm was below. The moonlight shone fair, there was blight in the beam. Sweet whispered the breeze, but it whispered of woe, and bitterness flowed in the soft flowing stream. Karma disposes. That night the banns of my coming marriage with Anzume would be announced by the Incali's Mayanin in the great temple, for in cases of high social rank it was customary thus to add extra formality to the publication. If, during the ceremony, a death was to occur within the Incalithlon, custom decreed that one entire year must elapse before consummation of the marriage rites. In any event, 1 month must pass after the banns, which were in consequence declared immediately following the engagement. For reasons of his own, Mayanin the Incalis desired that Anzume should not wed anyone. But, as he had no authority over and but little acquaintance with her, he kept silent respecting his wishes. At the proper hour, Anzume and myself stood before Mayanin the Incalis within the holy seat. By our side was Rai Gwoxlin and Manax, the 5 of us being the cynosure of the eyes of a great audience. In a clear, slow voice, the Incalis began an invocation to Incal, but in the midst of this service a woman glided quickly across the triangle of the place of life, in the center of which was the Maxen. It was Lolix. She was as flawlessly attired as it was her pride always to be. Apart from the awful blaze in her eyes, I saw nothing extraordinary in her appearance. But to have stepped into the place of life was an impermissible thing, and the act centered all eyes upon her. It meant an appeal to the authority of the Rye. "What wouldst thou?" asked Gwoslin. "Zorai in Salda, my native land, it was the custom to allow either sex to woo the other in marriage. I wooed this man, the Azteca Zailm, ignorant that he loved my friend. How could I know? And now I pray thee deny the bonds, as thou hast a right to do. Woman, I am sorry for thee, but the customs of Salda are not those of Poseid. I grant not thy prayer." I had felt a numbing terror lest at last my crime was to be revealed, but the fear faded as the slender, graceful figure of Lolix turned and was swallowed up in the audience. Then the interrupted bonds were renewed, when Manen said to Anzime, "Thou dost declare it thy wish to wed this man." She replied, "I do." "And thou, dost thou declare it to be thy wish to wed this woman?" To which I said, "Even so, Incal not preventing." As I made answer, the proceedings were the second time interrupted by Lolix, who again came into the place of life, but this time as hurriedly as if pursued. Opposite the unfed light, she stopped and said, "Incal will prevent. See, I come to wed thee now, Zailm, and here. The god of departed souls shall be our Incalis, this dagger our wedding proclamation, bands and all." I ought to have prefaced the narration of the questions put to Anzime and myself by explaining that after the invocation by Manen, that person, Anzime and myself, and the Rye, with Manax, had left the holy seat and had gone into the place of life, so that Lolix now stood close beside me. As she spoke of the dagger, her words were calm but rapidly uttered. It was the calmness of insanity. Crazed by the course I had followed, Lolix stood there, her glorious blue eyes filled with the light of madness. With her last words still upon her lips, she struck at my breast with the keen weapon. I worded the blow with my arm, which was pierced through by the forceful stroke. As she drew it out with a wrench, blood spurted over the granite floor. At sight of this, she uttered a frightful shriek, saying, "Mad, mad, mad," and with one bound sprang to the center of the place of life, where she stood by the cube of the Maxim. Anzime swooned. Manax stood as if petrified, gazing at my flowing blood, while Gwoslin, pale but calm, spoke to a guardsman near, "Arrest the maniac." The order of the Rye attracted the attention of Lolix, who said to the approaching soldier, "No, no, arrest not me. I was mad, but I am not. Whosoever shall touch me, him will I curse, and then die in the Maxim." Being superstitious, the guardsman paused, for he dared not touch her, neither disobey the Rye. In his terror he turned to the ladder and began to make excuse. "Silence," thundered Gwoslin. Then, in gentle tones, he said to Lolix, "Woman, come to me." "Not so, Zorai. At this place beside the Maxim, no one under the law may offer me violence. Here, then, I stay." Speaking thus, Lolix rearranged her slightly disordered turban, folded her arms, and then leaning back against the Maxim cube, gazed calmly at the Rye. He made no motion, but looked first at her, then at me. Lolix, though still near to the Maxim, had assumed an erect position, no longer touching the cube. Incalis Manen had stood quietly by during the excitement. He now said, "I, Astaku from Salda, there thou shalt stay, indeed even longer than thou thinkest." He had spoken very calmly, even softly, gazing the while at the unhappy girl. When he turned toward the Rye, he saw a look of horror on his face and hurriedly looked away again, finishing the reading of the bonds. I scarcely heard him, being engaged partly with my bleeding arm and partly with Anzime, who, but partially recovered, and still half fainting, leaned against me for support. When the ceremony was completed, XXIII, placing a hand on each of our heads, said, "Not only a year must elapse ere ye may wed, but much longer. Zailm, I do forgive thee thy sins so far as it is mine to forgive the human laws thou hast broken. As for thy partner in wrong, never mind." Then, turning to Manon, the Incalese, he sternly said, "Because of thine accursed deed, thou and I are forevermore strangers. Now I know thee for what, alas, thou art." Having spoken in this, to his hearers, enigmatical and startling language, XXIII left the Incal. Manon also left, Menax, become curious regarding the unhappy cause of all this trouble, spoke to her as she stood by the unfed light. She neither answered nor moved. I approached near to her and said gently, "Lolix?" Still no answer nor movement. I touched her silken bodice, but received a shock which startled me like an unexpected blow. Her corsage was as rigid as stone. I touched her hand. It, too, was cold and stiff. Her face, even her wavy brown tresses, were alike rigid. Not only was she dead, but actual rock. Like one in a dream, too much stunned to be horrified, but still possessed of a strange curiosity, I rapped with my knuckles on the various thin edges presented by folds in her robe, and heard them sound with a metallic clink. I grasped a finger. It broke off, and then, in a sudden wave of awful living horror, I dropped it upon the stone floor. It broke into fragments like any fragile bit of rock. Still were the golden tresses with which I had so often caressingly played, of the old lovely color. Her complexion, her blue eyes even, were of the same natural hue they had been in life, but for all that her body was stone and her soul was forever fled. Her pretty foot showing from beneath the hem of her robe was not only as the rest, stone, but it was petrified fast to the stone pavement on which she stood. At last I realized all. This hideous deed was the work of Manon. In that instant he looked at Lolix in speaking to her. He had prostituted his occult wisdom, and for this had XXIII cursed him. Lolix's flesh and blood and raiment had been transmuted into solid stone. This petrification was all that remained of poor, wronged, forsaken Lolix, a perfect statue which, if suffered by man to remain, might stand during the many centuries till even stone at last crumbled to dust. The awful meaning of it all came home to me at last. Was I primarily responsible for this? In that moment I knew that I was, knew that the murder was on my soul as well as on that of Manon, who had never found that opportunity, at least except by me. Even in her temporary insanity, Lolix had been true to me. Not one word had she spoken to involve me. If XXIII knew, and I were aware that he did, he gave me free pardon so far as human law was concerned. For the broken laws of Incal, he could not extend pardon. That was become karma, and lay a weary width of desert sands of sin to scorch my feet in the passage I must make across them ere ever I could tread the narrow way of attainment. The long atonement was before me. I gazed on the mute form of the girl I had so fondly loved and loved yet until Menax, who had become aware of the awful occurrence while I stood stupefied, but on whom the main effect was a desire to leave as soon as possible, pulled me by the sleeve. "Come, Zailm, let us go home." Giving one last remorseful look, I obeyed. Lovely Lolix. Her voice was still in death, and that through me. As remorse surged over my soul, I thought that I would now be glad to ask Antime to release me, confess all to her, and with her consent make Lolix my honored wife. But it was forever too late in that life thus to make reparation. No more could the tender glance of love flash on me from those starry eyes of blue. No more would my weary head nestle down on her shoulder, while with gentle caresses she chased away my darker musings with a mild and gentle sympathy. Ah, ye gods, what had I lost? My life that had seemed complete, and as a sphere like unto the full moon, was come, like that orb when it rises late at night, to seem torn and but half of itself, wrecked and ragged, careening through the night time of existence. Antime knew nothing of the awful reality. She had been too much stunned by the sudden knowledge of her friend's insanity. She must not know, if it were possible to prevent her learning of it. We went to our carriage and, solemn the one, stunned the other, and wildly remorseful the third, got in and went home to McHaffie. Home? I felt that the peace of home was no more mine. Life had become a desert over which stalked the skeletons of despair, regret, and sorrow. Overhead a moonless sky, underfoot in the night a howling waste of sand, blown hither and thither by curbless winds. Lolix was gone. Antime would never be mine, as I felt in prophetic forecast of soul, and so with bowed head I sat in the midst of the desert of my days and let the phantoms dance about and mock me, unheeded. End of chapter 22.
Section 23 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Chapter 23. A Witness Before the Criminal. States of mind, of feeling, and of intuition are the only real things that exist. Jesus, although the Son of God, and John and Paul were all sons of the solitude, Hegel, Berczely, Stirling, Evans, all real theosophists and all real Christians are becoming sons, and are in accord with those peerless nature students of old when they say, "Spirit alone is real, all else is illusion." If a man think himself ill, he will become so. If, per contra, he is cheerful under even the most adverse circumstances, he will not see that the world about is full of gloom, nor is it. 'Tis only in himself, and he can change the world into gall and bitterness for himself, although it be all a song for others. For weary weeks I wandered about, stupidly, a leaden load of grief weighing on my soul, a feeling of dull despair which would have crazed a less well-balanced temperament. Had Lolix felt thus for even a little while? If so, and I knew she felt worse, if that were possible, God pity the bright, sweet, and beautiful girl who had so suffered through me. I was tempted to suicide, tempted to sneak out of the back door of life, and I often felt of the edge of the razor-keen knife given me by the Incalian mining superintendent. How long before? 4 years? Really? 4 years? 4 centuries, for aught I knew by my feelings. I stood by the Maxim in the long afternoons when I was alone in the temple, or did I but dream that I did this? Aye, it was a dream of tortured sleep, for no one had admittance to the Incal except the Incala, on any other occasion than on days of worship or of special ceremonies, and then the edifice was always thronged. Anzumi crossed my desert at times, but though she spoke and caressed me and strove to arouse me, it was in vain. All her efforts fell like a ray of sunlight on the inky, lusterless pools sometimes seen in deep forests. Left all alone with my remorse, and for their unavailing efforts seemed to my friends more productive of harm than of good, and therefore they ceased them, I took my private Vaux, and, to shut off all possible communication with the world, removed it from the name. Then, no one witting my intentions, I slipped away in the night time. I wandered then through the realms of the air, sometimes so high above the earth as to be in almost entire darkness, where the Nephthyian ring was visible, and where even the air generators and heat-furnishing apparatus were scarcely able to keep the air of the Veilks dense and warm enough to support my miserable life. Or, equally alone, equally in darkness, I made my Veilks seek the depths of the sea, where the phosphorescent fish would have mistaken my craft for a larger brother had I ever cared to light it up. But my soul was dark, and of what avail was it to illuminate the Veilks when, with eyes to see, I saw not? So bitterly keen was my horrible anguish of soul that at last the body of clay lost its power to hold me, and I arose above time and earth, and remained in that state for what seemed an endless period. No light appeared to be in the awful blackness, neither any warmth, but a darkness as of death, a coldness as of the grave. No person crossed my path, no sound was heard, save dull, muttering groans. But at length flashes of red flame leapt athwart my vision, then went out, leaving the gloom more wholly black than before. Horrid hisses, as of giant serpents, assailed my ears now. Awful pain seemed dissolving my very soul. At last my nerves failed to respond to the racking agony, and sensation failed. Numbness seized upon me, and I exclaimed, "Is this death?" But only echo answered. The hisses had ceased. All was silent. Suddenly I felt a deep dread of the horrible solitude, so dark and cold, yet in which, somewhere, I could see a little light, but that seemed to render the intense darkness more smothering. I called aloud. Reverberating echoes alone answered. I shouted and shrieked in wild terror, but in all the vast glooms around, no sound save my own replying, reflected tones came again. The knowledge that my confines were limited came to me from the fact that my voice was sounded back to me after what seemed ages between utterance and return. With this knowledge came the sense that I was free to go, and I arose from the place whereon I stood as if I was endowed with wings, and I fled faster than thought. Tall cliffs I found in the glooms, and ever and anon peaks shone out in the glare from some flaming pit, but no creature was anywhere to be found. I was in a very universe of solitude. Alone, oh, alone. The awful, horrible despair then seized upon me, caused me to wail in more than mortal pain. My eyes were dry, and my soul as if crushed. Despair so frightful held me for its own that I longed to perish. Vain wish. Then I remembered that I had an earthly body. To find even that would be some solace. On lightning lines I sped to it, to find it cold and lifeless, save for a small glow of magnetic light in the plexus of the heart nerves, and another in the medulla oblongata. But beside it I found, oh, Incal, I found Lolix, weeping, praying to God to restore me. She did not seem aware that I had come, but sought me in the cold body of earth. Then I knew that I had been reminded of my corporeal self by that fond woman's sole pleadings. Such pleading, such anguish, I could no longer endure. I stood beside her. I touched her. Then she looked up and saw me. She looked long at me, then at my body, and then, "Zailm, is it thou? My love, oh, clasp me ere I fall." She fell forward upon my breast, and in that time the body of me disappeared, and also all things, save the sandy waste where we then found ourselves together. Then, before our horror-stricken gaze, came a little babe, so tender in age it seemed just born. It was able to come to us, however, and it could utter wailing speech, which smote our ears like cries of mortal agony. It was dripping with blood, and its eyes were as those of a dead infant. With an awful shriek of anguish, Lolix cried, "O Incal, my God, have I not suffered enough that my dead, my murdered babe should come to smite my soul? Zailm, see our baby girl murdered by me for thy sake." My heart seemed to stop beating in its fearful woe, and I stood paralyzed, gazing at the little one as it stretched its hands gory with the blood of untimely birth, and raised its glazed eyes to me. Then I stooped and took it in my arms, holding it close, trying to warm its poor, cold little body, and I wept. At last I wept great tears of real value, because shed for another. With a voice choked with anguish, I said, Lolix, thy sin is on my head, because done for me. Let Incal have mercy on me, if he will. Then a glorious radiance broke over the scene, and the cross-bearer was beside us as we stood, clasping each other and our child. He whom I had seen by the moonlit fountain years before stood by us again. On his breast shone a cross of fire, which leapt or fell again in waves of undulating living light. He spoke. Lo, thou hast called upon the Most High for mercy, because unto that little child thou hast shown mercy, thou shalt receive it. Thou hast come unto me, and I will give thee rest. Yet it shall not abide with thee until the day of the great peace entereth in thy overcoming heart. Therefore, in a far day, thou shalt garner a sorrowful harvest of woe, and repay all thou art indebted. When thou art come again, also she with thee, and again are ready to go into Navazamin, ye will find yourselves free of earth forever. Then, having received, thou shalt give. He that causeth another to sin, causeth that others to his own feet to slip, and to turn from my way. He must atone his heart to me first, then go again into the field of woe, yet not into a body of flesh, but of spirit. And he must find his victims, and struggle with them, till he turn them back from whence he led them. Thus taketh he on his own back their burden he made them to place there. Then shall he carry it for them until they, following his spirit counsels to their souls, are come unto me. And I will take that burden, that shadow, and it shall cease, for I am the Son of Truth. Can a shade exist in sunlight? Can any pile shadows on the sun? Neither can any pile sins upon me, and burden me. That little one I will take unto me. Thou hast offended it, and it shall be as a millstone on thy neck, casting thee into the sea of earthly woe. Yet ye shall escape, for thou hast thy name in the book of life. But now, rest, and my daughter, rest. I found myself in my body, unable to recall anything I had passed through, but I was aweary, and I slept. Nature came to the rescue of my tired soul, and for days I was in fever, which passed into a coma, and from that I awoke, weak but well. Still, I was in a waking dream, and I had dreamed that I was in the Incal at Kaiful. Oh, the agony! Oh, sin's bitter cost! But at last I went back to Kaiful, after weary weeks in which I was lost to my people, aye, months, 3 of them, back to my home. As I passed through the palace, I met officers and ladies of the court and attendants, to all of whom I had been a friend, and who so regarded me. They now gazed blankly at me, but spoke no word of greeting. Was my life known at last to a horrified world? No. This was not the reason of the strange demeanor of the people. I was unexpected, but supposed to be dead. During the 100 days of my absence, Menax, with Anzumi, had concluded that I was dead, had perhaps taken my own life. It were happier for me that they thought aright as to the first part of the matter. Now I was come home, resolved to be open and frank in my relations with those who I loved best on earth. I would confess my evil ways to them, and implore forgiveness. Once again, too late. Menax, long a sufferer from the affection of the heart, thinking me dead because I had not come to him nor to Anzumi, had not survived the shock which this belief had caused him. I was told that for some weeks he was gone to Navazamin. I dreaded to ask after Anzumi, lest here, too, some terrible news awaited me. In my misery I wandered about the city, and ere long found myself by the great temple. A little door stood open, and no one was near, so I entered it, careless that admittance was denied all but Incali. I hoped to find in this sacred shade some relief, but no one seemed to be within, and I wandered about until I stood in the triangle of the place of life. There, forgetful of the moment, I gazed reverently on the unfed light. Then I passed around to the other side of the quartz cube, and, oh God, there stood Lolix, still and cold. My very brain reeled. I went to her, and found her the same as when I looked last on her dear form, stone, only stone. How many years was it since then? A whole life may crowd into a day's length, and centuries pass in a few weeks. Oh, Lolix, my accuser! In blank numbness of mind, I laid my hand on her cold form, and shuddered at the chill, yet bent and looked into the eyes which saw me not, and kissed the dumb lips which made no response. Yet she could not speak, though he kissed in the old place the quiet cheek. In her hand was a roll of red parchment. I ventured to remove it and look at its contents, if indeed it had any writing upon it. It had, and I read, "Because this statue is record of a despicable crime, I, Gwaxoln, Raya Posiad, do forbid its removal until I grant permission. Let it stand a silent witness before the criminal." With a shudder, I replaced the roll in a stony grasp, and almost fainted at the hollow rattle which it made as I did so. Was I that criminal? Not though one. But I felt as if I was. I would go to Agako and ask permission of the Rye to remove her, of whom he knew I was fondest, but had lacked the courage or decision to say so to the world. Aye, circumstances made her more precious to Zailm than Ansemi was. I turned to leave that I might go to Agako, but I was startled when, on turning, I found myself facing Rai Gwaxoln, staring sorrowfully upon me, startled only, for nothing surprised me any more, nor ever gave me real terror. Ere I had spoken, he said, "Yes, thou hast my consent to remove her." I felt no wonder at his anticipation of my request, although I noted the fact. Indeed, it was deep gratitude which I experienced instead. I was muscular, and at once acted upon the permit. I took one long, last look into the deep blue eyes, and at the face, which seemed almost to smile as I bestowed a sobbing kiss upon the calm lips. Then I lifted her from the granite floor. The one foot that was exposed to view beneath the hem of her stony robe broke off at the ankle, just above the straps of her dainty sandal, and I lifted the slight but now heavy body. Then I raised her higher, and yet higher, to the top of the cube of the Maxon, and let her drop forward against the quenchless light. "Kiss her and leave her. Thy love is clay." As she touched the Maxon light, she instantaneously disappeared, with no more disturbance of the tall taper than comes from the flight of darkness when the morning sun lights up the valleys. Calmly the quenchless light stood, unchanged as ever. As I turned away, I saw the little foot, whereupon sparkled the sapphires and diamonds of the sandal strap buckle. My gift. I succeeded in detaching the little remnant unbroken, but instead of putting it also in the Maxon light, I wrapped it in my mantle, glad that I had a token, even if it was only a stone foot. I could not bring my courage to the point of asking my sovereign about Ansemi. No, I feared his possible and not unreasonable scorn. I would seek her and find if she also were dead, like Menax. If so, I resolved to take the first opportunity. The morrow might favor me, as it was the beginning of an Incalan or Sunday of general worship, and return to the temple, where I would bathe away my physical self in the unwavering flame of the unfed light. Ansemi was not dead, however, but had not yet learned of my return. I found her, the sign of great sorrow in her fine gray eyes, which, as we met, rested on me in a bewildered stare. Then, with one long sob, she fell into my outstretched arms in an unconscious condition. Poor little girl! I held her. I clasped her close to my heart, and while I kissed her pale lips, her black-ringed eyes, her sunken cheeks, my tears fell on her face like rain, the first tears my fevered physical eyes had shed through all my agony of soul. At last she awoke from her faintness, only to experience a long sickness, in which her pure spirit came near bursting its earthly casket, and, after several weary weeks, finally left her to consciousness. When she was again moving about in her old quiet way, and although frail was able to endure the recital, I sat down in the Zanatithlon, in the seat where Menax and I had sat so long before. Then I drew the slight form down upon my knees, and, with my arm about her, told her all the sad story of Lolix, and the miserable flight from Kaiful, which I made to escape the memory of it. Alas, how unsuccessfully! No one can run away from self. Then, after the unrestrained confession, I asked her to forgive me. For some time she said nothing, but her arm stole around me, so that we clasped each other. At last she spoke. "Zailm, I do forgive thee. From the depths of my soul, I do. Thou art but mortal. if thou hast sinned, do so no more. I do not wonder that thou should have loved that sweet woman." At this I drew forth the memento of Lolix, which I had carried with me, despite its weight, and without a word handed it to her. "This is her foot? Oh, Lolix, I loved thee also. Zailm, give me this. I would keep it in memory of my friend." Then I spoke. "Answer me, my wife, for thou art to be mine. The world knoweth it. Thou hast forgiven me. So hath thine uncle, our Rai. But it is yet some months ere we may wed till death. Hence I will go forth into Umaur, in the region where men are not, even in the south part, for in Aixa are certainly mines, and in the sandy deserts there will I find gold. Not that I want gold, for I have millions, 3 million teki, and much other wealth, but all that the earth will yield it is good for Posiad to have. I go, because I fear I cannot be in Kaiful, and refrain from always being with thee. In Umaur I can see thee, and hear thee, and love thee, dear, for I shall not this time remove the Naim, so that it will be much as if I were here. Therefore kiss me, sweet one, a fond farewell, and I will be gone when the evening falls. Incal be with thee, and his peace overshadow thee." It was 2,000 miles from Kaiful to that part of the Umaur coast nearest which I desired to go inland, but thinking of Ansemi, the distance was passed unheeded until we lay above the region where now the geographies mark the great niter-bearing desert of Atacama. It was desert then as now. We found on prospecting its deepest sands, near to the base of the Andes, that these were rich enough in gold to justify myself and men in setting up the electric generator of water. This was an instrument containing several hundred square yards of metal plate surface, arranged in banks like the gills of a fish, the whole encased in a tight metal box. An air current entering at one end of the case had to traverse every inch of both sides of the plate ere it touched the farther end. As each plate was made and maintained very cool by Navaz's forces, the result was rapid deposition of moisture from the atmosphere. In the example cited, the generator was of the largest portable size, and the flow of water condensed by it was about a quart every minute, quite enough with which to do considerable amount of mining in the economical way in which our mining machinery used water. I had brought a horse from Posiad, and after mining arrangements were attended to and the men placed at work, I had the animal made ready, and taking a case of mineral locators, light instruments operated by something similar to what would nowadays be called a pile Leclanche, hence not night-side electricity, instruments used for determining the location of mineral deposits on the principle of the electrometer, and with food enough for several days, I set out to prospect for valuable minerals. I also took a small, easily portable Naim, so as to maintain communication with the rest of the world. I soon left this latter instrument in a cache, intending to get it when I came back, for I had not gone above 5 miles ere discovering that the instrument had been rendered useless by the loss of its vibrator. Where I had lost this essential I did not know, but I concluded not to go back after it. The loss, though no small annoyance, was a relief to my horse, for it reduced his burden by a number of pounds, no small matter considering that I had a rifle, which I will not now describe, different though in principle from any modern weapon, in that its propulsive force was electricity, my mining tools, my package of dates and nuts for food, my polar compass, pocket photographic apparatus, and a small generator, with, lastly, my bedding and my own weight. That night I was far away, and the next evening found me over 100 miles from the camp. As the sun sank low, I found myself riding along the bottom of a deep arroyo. At a little distance, I saw the mouth of what appeared to be a small cavern. This might do nicely to camp in overnight and provide shelter. My horse was well trained, and would stay for hours within whistling distance of the place where I left him, so I dismounted, and, bidding him remain near, went into the cavern. It seemed like a long tunnel, and without going further, I returned to my steed and took off his saddle. Then I laid under it the food I had brought for myself. For the animal there was abundance of grass growing about. The tools I also put under the saddle, and, taking my electric rifle, was about to return to the investigation of the cave, when my horse pleaded for water, and as the ravine was a dry creek, I proceeded to give him drink and take some myself. The creek bed was a smooth, cement-like rock, with numerous depressions shaped much like buckets. Beside one of these I set the generator, and soon the hole was full of water, cool and refreshing. I watered my grateful animal at this, and drank from the spout of the instrument myself. How good the fluid seemed! As I placed the generator, still running, back beside the hole, I little thought how I would need it soon, and be unable to get it. I found the bottom of the cavern to be of the same rocky character as the bed of the arroyo. I knew it was not mineral-bearing, but my curiosity was aroused, and I continued to go to the end of the tunnel. In my pocket, I had a small lighting battery and an incandescent bulb, and when it grew dark in the cave by reason of my distance from the entrance, I used this to illumine my path. For fully half a mile, I found the cave to open on before me. At that point I stopped, overcome by surprise. In all that region I had not seen a sign of human presence, recent or ancient, until now. But before me, only partially exposed, stood a house, presenting its corner and part of two heavy walls of basalt. I dropped my lumen in my surprise, and it broke on the rocky floor, extinguishing the light. But it was not altogether dark about me, for daylight filtered in from some source. Long I stood there in that gloomy cavern, gazing upon the ruined house. Whence had come its builders, and in what forgotten age? Where had they gone? Was this but a solitary building, or were there others hidden in the sands of the plain nearby, but not uncovered? Conjecture had here full play, for in all the annals of Phocéid, covering decades of centuries with concisely written records, no mention was made of any people, civilized or even savage, having had inhabitants in this no-man's land. The only tenable conclusion was that I now gazed upon the relic of some people so ancient as to antedate even Phocéid's 40 centuries. At length I crossed the cave's short width in order more closely to examine this remnant of the dim past, a past forgotten even when Phocéid was young. In the side of the building nearest to me was a doorway through the smooth, finely chiseled basalt blocks forming the wall. Partly ajar swung a door, apparently formed of a single slab of basalt about 6 inches thick by the proper proportions otherwise. Impelled by curiosity, I stepped into the room, which was easily done without disturbing the door from the position it had long occupied. My reason greatly disliked the admission that even a stone structure should so long have withstood the effects of time, but it was only thus explainable, so I dismissed conjecture for the time. I found the 3 dimensions of the interior apparently equal, about 16 feet every way. There was but the single door to give entrance, excepting 2 parallel openings in the roof, formed by placing a stone with less width. By a span on either side of the opening it would have otherwise have filled. There was no break in the solid masonry. The floor, which was thinly covered by sand, I found to be made of granite, the jointure of which was as perfect as that of the walls. Not a sheet of paper could have slipped between any 2 blocks. After exploring thus far, I leaned against the wall, near enough to the door to touch it without change of place, and letting my gaze rest on the barred grating in the ceiling, gave myself to reflection. How cold and gloomy it seemed in that lonely room, relic of a bygone age, forgotten by even so old a race as ours. The solid construction, the simple severity of its plan, all forcibly brought to mind the description given of prisons in Phocéid in ante-Maxan days. Was it the solitary example of building skill in its constructors in which I now stood, or was it one of a collection forming a buried city? How this particular building came to be clear of sand in its interior was easy to see. The rainwaters had percolated through the shallow soil above, and had run through the crack where I have mentioned as giving light to the cavern. A part of the flow had gone outside, thus exposing 2 sides of the corner of the house. The rest of the water, running on the flat roof, had entered through the grating. Seeping thence through the sand in the room, it had carried it out of the door standing open at the side. Satisfied with my reflective study, I began to think of returning to the open air, and to my horse. As I turned to pass out, curiosity impelled me to swing the ponderous door on its hinges, if I had strength. Expecting that much effort would be required, I gave force to the action. Alas, for my superficial examination of the slab! I had observed no sign of a lock of any sort, and did not imagine any existed. Hardly any effort was needed to swing the deceitful door, and it went with such quickness that I lost my balance and fell against the wall, striking my head so severely as to render me unconscious. When I recovered, I found the door shut and securely locked. In my cursory notice of it, I had not seen that instead of a simple slab, it was made of 2 plates of stone, separated at the edges by a segment of a third plate, forming thus a hollow space between the outer surfaces. In that space there was concealed an arrangement of bolts and bars of stone, working on the gravity drop principle and releasing the locking bolts when the door shut tight in place. The ends of these, 4 in number, then shot into recesses in the wall, and the door was securely locked. Being of a calm disposition, given to reliance on my scientific knowledge, the discovery that I was imprisoned did not discompose me in any great degree. Instead, I sought for some means of withdrawing the bolts, but none existed. I now thought in dismay that I had not a single tool with me with which to dig out of this gloomy prison. I then sat down to reflect on the situation. The longer I pondered, the more terrifying the aspect of things became. First, not a soul knew of my whereabouts. As I had no Naim, my place could not be determined except by tracking me. This would prove impossible, because I had followed the beds of watercourses, long stretches of which were bare rock. I would not be missed for 3 days yet, as I had said that I expected to be gone for a period twice as long, and 3 days more than I had already been absent, ere I proposed to return. No, there was no hope of escape, and now I realized how true were the words of Rai Ernan of Swern, when he told me that a Poseida depended on his very life for his being surrounded by the creations of his knowledge in the realm of natural physics. The food which I had brought with me was with my horse and outfit, as far beyond my reach as the stars. It might be that they would finally search for me and find my horse, but no, he would not be apt to remain 3 or 4 days alone in that awful wilderness. He would wander, perhaps go back to the Vales, but he would leave no trail to give a clue to my prison, for he would go as he came, over an unyielding rocky streambed. Hunger pangs again suggested that I had no food, not even had I any water. Hope still remained, for was not Incal my protecting father? How futile this, my hope! God, Incal, Brahm, call the eternal spirit what thou wilt, verily doth heed the needs of his children, but those needs which the child seems to be uppermost are not always so adjudged by the Eternal One. He operates through his children, whether human or angelic ones, making each one interdependent with all others, and thus men or angels may have for helpers each other, or perhaps only some animal brother. God noteth a drowning mariner, but unless some brother be there to rescue, he may physically perish. He tempereth the wind to the shorn lamb, but generally only through the fact that self-interest, or it may be some higher emotion, as pity, is aroused in the mind of beholding man. Nay, it is only through the mainsprings of character, by our Heavenly Father implanted in the souls of his children, that he ever helps or saves. And this is mostly true, that the physical body must pray with muscular action if it would get an answer to its needs in physical form. The mind must pray through mental processes, and its answer will be in mental results, while the spirit shall pray through its spiritual nature, and receive those values which are not perceptible to the natural mind. All this, but although the mind prayeth forever, and the body doeth no work, the results, save a brother acteth, shall not be for the body. And though the spirit pray, yet if the mind pray not also, knowledge will not come to the brain. How shall the mind pray? By being in harmony with the spirit. And how shall it have this harmony? By control through the will of the animal body, that it infringe not the laws of that wholeness which is health. When I sat in the cave house and prayed to Incal with my whole mind, yet as I could not pray with my muscles, no release would come for the body, neither food nor drink. I might, on the mental plane, have influenced Rai Gwalchsolm to understand my predicament. This, to him, would have been clairvoyance. But this I could not, while the enemy who had aroused my curiosity to work my ruin intercepted all such clairvoyant messages. More especially, I could not, being ignorant of the proper method. It would have been mere chance that Gwalchsolm would have been influenced by my mental tension of distress undirected by my knowledge. Meanwhile, unaware of how to use such powers, I dismissed thoughts of any possibility of escape in that direction, but I would pray to Incal. So I knelt on the cold, cruel floor and prepared to invoke his aid. As I uttered his name, I heard a musical laugh, albeit mocking, a sound which thrilled me with that dread terror which every man and woman has sometimes felt, either in childhood days or in later life, that chill which shivers the senses when listening to some weird tale of horror, told by the fire's open grate, while the Storm King rocks the very foundations of the ground. Turning and arising from my knees, I beheld the Incalese of the great temple of Kaifool. "Wherefore did thou start at beholding me, as if thou hadst looked on a demon?" To this question I could vouchsafe but one reply, that my sudden fright must have been from beholding him in that manner, since I was not accustomed to seeing men go about like ghosts, disembodied, yet not seeming to be so. I felt a great joy at his coming, for I then believed that Incal had answered my yet unspoken petition for mercy by sending Mynene to my aid. And yet, why should I still be possessed by that unaccountable fear, the fear which overcame me upon first seeing him? I knew in that moment after its utterance that it did not arise from the cause attributed, his method of advent to my prison, because I knew that as a son of the solitude he possessed the power to lay aside the gross body of earth, as one an overcoat, and project himself to any desired place. I knew as I looked upon him that his corporeal self was in a trance sleep, thousands of miles away in Posseid. I had no such power to project myself, else it had been easy for me to let Reichwalxel know of my danger, at least unknowing of Mynene's interference. I thought so. But as Incal had sent the Incalese to me, all was surely well. The priest doubtless read my thoughts, for he said that he had become aware of my unpleasant predicament through Incal, and had come to assist me to escape. He must, however, leave me until he can get aid to me by dispatching a Veilx from Kaifool. It would not take long, and meanwhile I must be of good cheer. And then he disappeared as he had come, and I was again alone, awaiting his promised return with a feverish anxiety, not to be expressed in words. Hours passed, and he came not, nor any other. Hours grew into days, 3 days, and he came not, neither came any succor. The pangs of hunger, terrible as they had become, were nothing compared to my thirst. Once more the daylight ceased to filter through the grating overhead and the crevice leading to the upper ground. I had worn the ends of my fingers to rawness trying to release the bolts of the door, had sounded every inch to see if it did not contain a secret spring that would let loose some part of the prison wall. But fate had no such kindness in store for me. 7 times the light had gone out above me, marking 7 nights since Mynene's visit. Several times my torture of hunger and thirst had rendered me wildly delirious, with lucid intervals. In one of these lucid moments of comparative calm, as I lay moaning on the sandy floor, feebly calling on Incal for help, I heard the same low laugh that had heralded Mynene's first appearance. The sound fired me with temporary strength, and I sat up. I would have cursed the Incalese for his long absence, which had meant so much suffering for me, had I not feared that in his anger he would leave me there to die. I no more felt for him the reverence I had ever felt, for I was certain now that he was not what men thought him, and I would have therefore cursed him, because of my inward sense that, great as was his esoteric knowledge, and the fact of his being recognized as a son, that none the less he was black-hearted and an abomination in the sight of Incal, and that in him the sons of the solitude were deceived as the very elect. That I did not denounce him to his face was due to the fast-vanishing hope that he might still be induced to help me escape. This time he came with changed manner, and when he spoke, his first words were in mockery of my appeals to the great Father of life. "Ha! Much good may it do thee to cry unto Incal or any helper. God! There is no God. Bah! How blind men are to pray to such empty ideals as their fancies name God. Men of Posseid say Incal is God. Men of Swernis say Jehovah. And they of Necropon say Osiris. What madness and idiocy!" Here I sat more erectly, and regarded him in a moment before asking if he were not afraid so to blaspheme Incal and to deny his maker. "Thinkest thou, Zailm, son of Minax, that I should do as I have if I thought any god existed? It is news, it is news to thee that I should desire to achieve the ruin of her called Anzimi, that I came from a former life on earth, many of them filled with hatred of her, who always heretofore hath caused me to be exposed to the laws of man. She cannot now, for in the book of fate I do not find it so written, so that either it is not there, or else I have lost my power to read fate, a thing I think not likely. But I will, through thee, wring her heart to the depths, so that she shall cry out in anguish of soul. What hath Anzimi done to me? Not as Anzimi, but is a powerful woman and seeress, ere she was born in the earth as Ansemi. I follow her in vengeance. To wring her soul in agony, I compass the death of Menax, against whom personally I had no cause. I have almost done the same for thee, yet I have naught against thee. I it was that did work upon thy curiosity that thou mightest find thy death. I had hoped to hinder thy confession of thy life sin with Lolix unto Ansemi. Then thou shouldst have met thy death, and then been found by me. I would have gotten so much the greater misery for her out of the public exposure of thine iniquity, for I had all the proofs well in hand. But that scheme is foiled. I care not overmuch. Thy death will occasion her much torture. For that purpose also was Lolix led to do as she did, and thou also with her, so long ago. For I lay my plans long ahead, being gifted with vast power for forepiercing the future. For that same end shall the rye be brought low, and at the last she who is the object of my chiefest wrath shall not know good from evil, so that her name shall be a scorn in the mouths of the people. Revenge is sweet, Zailm, sweet. My horror and my weakness together made it impossible for me to do aught but sit and stare in silent helplessness, even had any corporeal body been before me upon which to act. Thou art aghast at my iniquity? I am too old to fear failure, and I am beyond the reach of the laws of men, at last. No man, nor all the men of earth, could deprive me of life or liberty. I have long known a secret which prolongs life many times the common length. 'Tis a secret won from the deeper night side of nature. One day shall come when all Posiad shall know these secrets. 'Twill be a sad day for it, I rejoice to think. I was old when Guaxon of Posiad thought me a boy with himself. So also thought the sons of Solitude, for I was cunning in concealment. So think they yet. Yes, I will tell thee, for thou art even now as one who is dead. I have worked for 3 centuries in this present body. Said I not that I am old? I have counteracted the good done by Ernon of Swern, so that he died of a despairing heart. I do thus that I may, if possible, wither all hopes of humankind, turn them down from the infinite path, down to demonhood, death, and destruction. Ernon worked to the exaltation of mankind, I to its depression. So we came in conflict, and I won. And why knew he not my hand? Because I have ever worked in the dark, kept my own counsel, and obtained mastery over the evil hosts which are not human, never were, and never will be. And against workers in the dark can no son of light prevail, for both work on the animal nature of man, which, having no light of guidance, taketh the first offered support, thus favoring workers in the dark. But enough. So much would I not tell thee, were it not that thou wouldst not have much power, thereby over me. Me, understand, wert thou alive instead of practically dead. Thinkest thou now I can have belief in a God? Bah! If God exists, I fear not, yet let him punish. And now a fearful, glorious, and wonderful sight appeared. The night had come while my Neen thus confessed to me, and gloried in his epical crimes, and called upon Incal to punish, if he existed. In the total darkness of the prison, which, being physical gloom, could not veil the form of my Neen, there appeared that which struck terror to both our hearts, albeit terror of different sorts. A human form, which yet was not of earth, surrounded by a blinding white light, stood before us. Was this Incal? Had he of a verity accepted the rash challenge of the criminal priest? Upon his countenance rested a calm but awful expression, though not of anger or any human emotion. For an instant the wondrous eyes gazed upon me, then turned to my Neen. He then spoke, calmly, musically, and while I listened, all my pain left me, though the words were of fearful import. To feel the perfect calm o'er the agony's steel. The voice was like my conception of the tones of Incal, as he said, I shall not, O my Neen, enumerate thy crimes. Thou knowest them every one. Thou hast been fellow with the sons, and they taught thee all they knew, and of me thou learnest more than they could teach, centuries agone. I knew thy way. I knew its evil, yet interfered not, for thou art thine own master, even as all men are self-masters. Few, alas, are faithful. But thine altitude of wisdom, prostituted to selfishness, to sin, to crime, more utterly than any other man hath dared, is thy destruction. Thy name meaneth light, and great hath thy brilliancy been, but thou hast been as a light adrift on the seas, a lure to death of all them that follow thee, and these have been myriad. Thou hast blasphemed God, and jeered in my soul, saying, Punish! But thy day was not come, wherefore thou wert let go unrebuked. It made thee bold, and thou wouldst go on, even now. But lo, Anzami thou shalt not harm, for she is handmaiden of Christ, even my own daughter in service. Thou hast well merited the penalty, and because thou hast knowingly dared it, lo, now shall it be dealt out to thee. I would it were be avertible, but thine is one out of a myriad of cases, more heinous because thou art wise, not ignorant. But as thou art an ego, a ray from my Father, and now give out no more light, but darkness only, I will cut thee off for a season, for thou shalt neither destroy more of my sheep, nor be let to leave unexpiated the evil thou hast done. It were better for thee couldst thou cease to exist. But this may not be of an ego. I can but suspend thee as a human entity, and cast thee into the outer darkness to serve as one of the powers of nature. Get thee behind me. The high priest had stood the picture of an awful terror, numbed beyond thought of escape, which indeed was not possible, for the judge was man, and more than man finite, was man infinite, even Christ. Now, however, as the Son of Light ceased to speak, Mynene uttered a howl of mingled terror and defiance. At this dread sound, the Christ stretched forth his hand, and instantly Mynene was surrounded with a glowing flame, which, on disappearing, revealed also the disappearance of the demon priest. Thus had Mynene sinned, perverting his noble wisdom to evil, and to sowing the seeds of sin, on and in the hearts of unsuspecting weaklings of humanity. He had sown, and swearn was to reap, and through swearn the world. But for this sowing he himself was blasted from the book of life by a curse from the Son of Man. Even those unfamiliar with any but the material aspect of nature can find no difficulty in comprehending the destruction of the life of a man whose corporeal body was in far-away Kaiful, when they consider that the earthly frame is no more an essential of the real man than the cocoon is part of the butterfly, although in either case these things are essential to physical life. Terrified by the awful sight of the blasting, I sank on my face on the floor. From the position I was bidden to arise by the Christ, who said, Such is the fate of the holy selfish man. Fear not for thine own safety, for I blast thee not. Neither worship me, but my Father who sendeth me. I am reached unto the perfection of the seventh principle, and am man, also the Son of Man, yet more than any man, for I am in the Father, and the Father is in me. But all men who will may follow me, and be by me in the kingdom. For are we not all children of one, our Father? I am he, Christ, that which I am, the spirit of every man is. The penalty visited upon Mynene was not annihilation, which cannot be, neither was it the death which is transition, but the death which liveth no more as human life, but is cast for a season into the outer darkness of devilldom. Behold, I speak, yet having ears thou hearest not, neither comprehend. But thy hearing shall come to thee, and thou shalt know, and shalt lead my people. And lo, thou shalt lead them in a day to thee, yet afar off. But now thou shalt go no more to Attal to live there, neither be seen of Anzami any more, until she hath gone from earth twice and come again, and shall be called Phyrus. Lo, I have said that these things should come to pass, and did prophesy unto thee in that city called Kaiful, and thou heardst me, yet heeded not. But now thou wilt heed me, for I speak great words of God, and this world is his. Yet now no man knoweth me, but in a far day I will come again, yea, I will enter in and dwell as a perfect human soul, and make that man first fruit of them that sleep the sleep which is change, so that by me he shall be exalted above death. Then shall men get them up, and mock me, being unbelievers, and shall crucify me. Yet shall I, that I am become Jesus the Christ, not be harmed, but mine earthly house only. And they shall be forgiven, for they will not know what they do. Peace I give unto thee. Sleep. End of chapter 23.
Section 24 of A Dweller on Two Planets or the Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kassandra. A Dweller on Two Planets or the Dividing of the Way by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. The Devachan. Obedient to this command, I slept. When I awakened, I was yet in the prison, but all the suffering, all the tortures of hunger and thirst that I had endured were gone. Nothing seemed strange to me, not even when I arose and found that behind me, as a shell, remained the poor clay casket which had suffered so keenly under the pangs of starvation. All was as natural in seeming as are things in vivid dreams. I thought of Anzami and wondered if she too felt as happy as I did at that moment. I prayed that she might. Then I thought of the words of him who called himself the Son of Man, and wondered what manner of being he was. His talk had, for the most part, been unmeaning to me, yet from it I understood that I was dead, that Anzami would see me no more until after what dimly seemed an eternity, and not then as Anzami, nor would I then be Zailm. Yet I felt no regret over this long prospective separation. And in that time this Son of Man would have come again to the world and left work for his brethren, the children of our Father, who in doing this work would be following after him, and would become as himself, in so far as to be disenthralled from time and from earth, and have all things, life and death. Yet dimly understanding all this, I comprehended not its perfect fullness, for my natural mind was not able to grasp its spiritual meaning. This, then, was Navazaman, and I was what men call dead. It was much different from my concepts as taught me by priest of Incal, because it apparently differed not at all from earth life, so far as I had yet experienced. Perhaps it would if I were now to go and pass through the Maxen light. To do this would not be suicide, because I was already dead. No, it would purge away the earthiness which possibly prevented my finding the real Navazaman which had been taught me. Would Anzami and all others of my loved ones come hither some day? And should we meet to know each other here? Oh, it must be so. It must be so. Filled with these reflections, I stepped to the door, forgetting that its lock had previously prevented my exit. Only when it opened at my touch did I remember that it had defied every previous effort. Lightly I stepped away down the tunnel until I came to the daylight and to my saddle and tools. And yes, my horse, faithful animal. He was eating of the grasses, and evidently made the overflowing waters at the generator his headquarters. Leave him? Not if I could avoid it. I was free at last. I looked around at the dry washes lying under the open sky, with their eroded monuments of clay, capped with wild pompous plumes. How gracefully these nodded in the light breeze, seeming to say, "Free now, free." Then I went to my horse to take him, forgetful that being dead, I could not need such transportation. But he seemed not to see me, or to know my presence. This was a difficulty. I was used to conquering difficulties, but this was one where I was at a loss what to do. I sat down and looked at the handsome animal. The longer I looked, the more perplexed I became. At last, I got up in a sort of exasperation and talked very earnestly to the animal. No effect, of course not. The more I talked, the more contented the horse became, as if he felt that I was near and was satisfied. Finally, I started away, intending to leave him, since I could in no way influence him. This had great effect. The farther I got, the more uneasy he became, as I was able to see, until at last he lifted up his head and neighed loudly. Once, twice, thrice, and then he started after me in a wild gallop. When he reached me, he grew easy, but as I went rapidly onwards, he followed. He was awake to a sense of my presence, though he could not see, feel, or hear me. My mind was wholly occupied in getting this faithful servant to the camp. So, feeling no fatigue, nor hunger, nor thirst, nor any sensation of physical life, I walked clear into camp, all those miles, with that horse following contentedly after. When we reached the camp, the Veilks was there, but only 2 of the men, the others having gone in search of me, since I was now overdue in my arrival, thanks to Maynan. These men, like the horse, could not see me, but unlike him, neither could they sense my nearness. My utmost efforts were entirely unsuccessful, and although I stayed for 2 days, until the search was over and the men had returned to the Veilks to obtain further orders from Keifel, I was unsuccessful still. One of the hunters was still out, and when he came back I spoke to him. He could not see me, but my presence affected him strangely. So I spoke again, and again, till at last he sat down trembling by my desk in the salon of the Veilks. A paper and a pen and ink were on this, and I said to the man, "Use that pen." To my partial surprise, he used it, but seemed in a deep sleep the while and mechanically wrote, "Use that pen." An idea occurred to me, and I uttered words which had no connection of meaning, every one of which he wrote just as I spoke it. This was encouraging, so I next said, "It is I, even Zailm, who say these things. I am dead. Go home to Keifel." Of my body and its whereabouts I said nothing, feeling that it was properly entombed. But what I spoke in dictation was all written, not that the medium heard, but for the time I was the controlling intelligence of his body. The others took the message and hid it, and when the writer had come out of trance, they asked him what he had written, but he denied having written anything. This seemed to satisfy them. The man was so obviously honest in his denial. So they went and gathered the equipage and animals into the Veilks and prepared to leave for Keifel. Their actions satisfied me, so that I thought no more of them, but began to wish I was at home. I reflected that I had left the disability of the flesh in the cave house, hence I ought to be able to go here or there, as had Maynan. I would try it. So I said to myself, I would be at home, at Agako, where is the rye, and he will be able to see me, and know all things of this matter. With this utterance, all things changed, and I found myself in the palace of Agako, but neither Gwakson nor Anzami, who was there also, were seemingly able to see me, more than the man in the Valks had been. What was this thing called death? This barrier? Was death indeed the threshold between 2 conditions, communication to and fro being impossible, as futile to attempt from my side as from the other? I had thought Gwakson able to penetrate this barrier, but alas, I found myself not more able to obtain his recognition than that of the others. I knew he could see those who put off their fleshly shells in order to travel as Maynan had done, and resume them at will. Why then not see me? Death, perhaps, meant more even than putting aside the body. Long I stood there, wondering at this thing called death. As I stood by Gwakson's side, having abandoned the attempt to impress him with a knowledge of my presence, a human shape came into the apartment. Shape? It seemed as real as any of the couriers sitting by the arch of the doorway. None of these latter appeared aware of the new arrival, except the rye. No one beside myself saw him, but continued their talk regarding the sudden death of the Inkala's Maynan and disposal of his body in the Maxen light on the previous afternoon. I had been dumbfounded at the strange resemblance of the new arrival to myself, but I was immeasurably amazed to hear the rye exclaim, "What? Zailm dead? Dead?" An attendant, hearing this exclamation, but seeing only the sovereign, hastily went to him, inquiring his pleasure. As he approached, he passed directly through the form which Gwachsin had addressed by my name. Neither the human shape nor the attendant seemed aware of the remarkable occurrence, but the form, smiling, in reply said, "I, Zorai, I am Zailm, but not dead, except in that I am free of earthly restraint." Confused, almost stupefied by these happenings, I sank on a divan near me. Gwachsin could see what purported to be me was indeed a very image of me in looks, speech, memory of events, in fact really was the psychic counterpart of my life and self. But he could not see me. Mystery, aye, mystery. How many had death to reveal to me? I had left in the Umar prison a material image of myself. Was it possible that there also existed an immediate counterpart of both my material body and myself, which yet retained certain gross forms of life lost by me, making it visible while I was invisible? But as Gwachsin was a son of the solitude, why was he unable to perceive both my astral and myself? He was not unable, but would not allow me to know his ability. The reason, plain to me now, but not then, briefly, is that a person in dying is separated into psychic elements which, not to be too detailed in the statement, are threefold: earthly, psychic, and spiritual. Of these, the highest is the I am, the ego. The others are those above mentioned as spoken to by Gwachsin and as left in the prison. Now, the ego seeks an exalted level. The shell stays in the earthly conditions until the body, finally dissolved, is dust to dust. The exalted or egoic state is one of isolation. As spoken in biblical records, a medium can go to it, but the ego, after a little while, cannot return to earth, nor know anything earthly, save those extremely intense mental spiritual states of one or many individuals who reach out for the things of God. And these things are not earthly. This is real mediumship. The genuine medium rises to the necessary height, but the ego cannot descend to earth, cannot deny the law of progress, except during a limited period after the transition called death. And then it is not retrogression. A medium is like an aneroid barometer, able to indicate the degree of ascension above the ocean of the water, or of spirit. But he must be present on the level. The level cannot descend to him. Hence, it is that one in dying is a traveler to that bourne whence none return. There is no return of the departed, except through physical rebirth and reincarnation. I leave thee to find out that this is not transmigration of souls, for the latter postulates rebirth in lower animal form as a punishment for sin. Such a thing cannot be. Retrogression is impossible, and the whole notion is but a corrupt falsity of conception, founded upon the misunderstood truth of reincarnation, whose successive rebirths are invariably progressive. To return to the Rai and his determination not to see me, Gwachsin knew that I was not yet come into the proper state, and feared to interrupt my progress. Hence he would not allow my shell to influence him, so far as I could determine. Having, however, by the contact of his supersensitive nature, perceived the fact of my demise, he sought further, and though his actions denied to me that he saw me, yet he put into operation forces to the end that I should presently be ready for him to come to me. But not until my mundane life was fated would he do so, not until I was gone forth into the undiscovered country of Navazamin. Then he came, and the meeting was one of simple joy, of unaffected grace between two souls equal before God. Not in status of acquired wisdom, for in that Gwachsin was vastly above me, but in that equal brotherhood of the spirit, which I wish now reigned on earth. It shall yet do so, for the cross-barrier said, "Ye are all children of one Father. Behold, it is so." When Gwachsin was come unto me, The sphere of earth was in no wise brought with him. To have carried earthly conditions with him would have been to remand me to earth, and have rendered me palpable injustice. No ego ever is permitted, by the very laws of its being, to go back to earth except a wrong thing is thereby suffered. The selfhood of an initiate may project itself into Devachan, but the dweller in Devachan, heaven, cannot go again to earth till it be born again therein. Indeed, why does the soul leave earth after the grave? It is because in Devachan it assimilates the fruits of active earth life. Right here is the explanation of the written word of God. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might, for there is no work, no device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave whither thou goest. True it is that in the grave is nothing done. In the following pages much will seem to indicate my doings between the grave and the cradle, but observe that the whole of earth was become a perfect blank to me. The soul cannot return save it re-embody in rebirth. To call it back is to cause revulsion of this process, and reassociation with the astral shell, which the ego left behind at the decease of the body. Such reassociation revives the astral, whereupon action and reaction take place between it and the ego, much to the detriment of the latter. All I experienced was only the fruits of what I had done. I could do no new thing, no new thought, experience, nothing, not in itself, the expression of something done ere I came through the grave. And in this rearrangement and crystallizing of my past earth life, time cut no figure. The realness of it was but the reality of a vivid dream. Time had no part in that which was already done. It lay in the power of the rye to recognize me, but he would not, that I might not suffer harm. It similarly lies in the power of all forceful mediumistic natures, generally belonging to the sect called spiritualists, to do likewise. These media can recall the departed, but at what dread cost to the departed ego, and reacting upon the medium to the latter. I say no process of nature, as ordered by our Heavenly Father, may be lightly interrupted. Every such act carries penalty proportionate to the understanding of the culprit, never light and often fearful in weight. Had I remained to see, I would have seen XVIII, son of the solitude, go forth in his own astral shape, after retiring his corporeal to his secret chamber, that no harm might come to the body while he was away. And the shell Zailm would I have seen go with him to the Incal, and there should I have seen the rye cause it to pass into the unfed light. But of all men on earth, only the trained eyes of a son could have seen what then happened. The shell would not have emerged from Maxon nevermore. What was this? Why destroy it? So that it might not go forth in the earth and impress sensitives such as the Velksman, whom I had impressed in Umar, and whom my shell might otherwise continue to impress? Thus might have resulted much trouble, for this astral of mine was but faithfully repeating my final words ere I parted company with it. When it said to XVIII there in Agako, "I am not dead," it was even then like all other shells, its double composite nature only holding together during the limited period it could draw sustaining magnetism from my recently closed earthly correspondence. In some cases, such sustenance is sufficient for ages, in others, centuries, years, days, or even minutes, according to the earthward turning or the spirit turning sympathies of the descendant. The astral is only vivified force, bearing the image in all respects of its ego, the I am. Even prophecies made by returned spirits, prophecies which come true after years, perhaps are but the impressed foresight of the ego at the moment of departure. It for an instant sees into vast future depths of time, and this glimpse is imprinted on its astral shell. It is psychic force. If the phenomena set in motion by man are of that intensely vital sort created by Moses, Buddha, Zoroaster, then just so long as a believer of any one of these religious systems adheres, that long, but no longer, the shells of these prophets will continue their derived existence. It is psychic force which is their controlling lever, formed force. It is this same force which holds the stars to their orbits and the atoms to theirs. It is vital and dual, being positive and negative. To separate the force or fire element of the ancients to thee, not to me, was to cause the focus for such an unfed fire as the Maxim, and in later ages, in Israel, the power in the Ark of the Covenant, alike with the Maxim, fatal to life. These focus points are portals whereinto the entire concourse of lesser forces of nature are absorbed upon contact. These foci are also the sole residence of the much-sought universal solvent of the alchemists. Needless to say, that as some of these alchemists have been sons of the solitude, that therefore they have had the wonderful solvent to serve them. Equally apparent must it be why the secret has remained carefully concealed. These foci are very oracles of the heart of the universe. Hence any sort of formed force meets here its omega. Consequently, when Guoxin caused my astral to pass into the Maxim, he returned to the sum undivided of cosmic force a quantity no longer of use to the formed world. On a very small scale indeed, the medulla oblongata of the brain is such a focus, a Maxim point, where positive and negative meet. Were it not so, life would be impossible. Destroy this Maxim of the body, even by a needle thrust, and vitality instantly ceases. But enough. Guoxin came to me, who could not go to him. Those not initiates do often thus rise in their sleep to their friends, but they fail at the point of not knowing how to do so voluntarily. As one great point of my work is to explain these mysteries, I may spare yet a little space in rendering clear, past all mistake, how it is that those on earth can acquire the power of going to their friends beyond the divide, but never these last come back to earth. The barometer on a calm day registers at sea level a definite degree of air pressure, and at 1 mile above the sea, on the side of a mountain, let us say, the mercury in the tube has fallen to another definite but less degree. This is in both cases due to air pressure. If now one desire to have the pressure existing at miles' height, will he go up to it, or will he bring that altitude down to himself? In storm weather, the barometer falls also. The air is less dense. Meteorological changes have taken place, which in effect have brought the high aerial altitudes, i.e., the conditions prevailing in high altitudes, down to the lower level. But thus has a storm been created. Superior conditions have forced one. So it is that by the exercise of superior force, a medium at a spiritualistic séance can bring back or down a soul which had gone on through the grave. But it will give rise to a psychic storm, and these are exceedingly costly occurrences. The Witch of Endor created such a storm, when she forced Samuel down to earth again. Beware, O ye mediums, if thou art friend, a human spirit barometer, thou mayest rise to thy friends, but never as thou value a soul's peace for thee, or for them, to seek to bring them down to thy circles. Those who seek only the exciting part of this history will do well to admit perusal of the greater part of Book 1, and leave it to the reader who seeks the reason and lesson of my life record, and how I am able to depict scenes passed by more than 12,000 years ago. Through the crime of Manon and Incalus, I had been forced to seek my psychic plane, and because I was I, and am I, that plane is more or less one of isolation. That is to say, it was peopled with the children of my fancy, my experiences, my hopes, longings, aspirations, and my conceptions of persons, places, and things. No two people see in the same way the same world. To Anzumi, with her knowledge, the world could not have seemed the same as to Lolix, who saw from another, and in some ways lower, standpoint, while to neither was it the same as to the wise minister Menex. And with all three, the view of life was different from that held by XVIII. So also the heaven, the Devachan, of one person is filled with his concepts of life, while that of his neighbor on either side, so to speak, is peopled with other peculiar mental properties. Now the state after the grave and his or her knowledge, aspirations, and trusts of life is the condition of harvest, where no one acts, but where the rewards of action in the preceding life are paid. It is the land of Lethe, where is no pain, sorrow, sickness, or agony, for these earthly conditions begun on earth, and they perforce must finish on earth, so karma decrees. Heaven is passive, not active. Now the state after the grave and his or her knowledge, aspirations, and trusts of life is the condition of harvest, where no one acts, but where the rewards of action in the preceding life are paid. It is the land of Lethe, where is no pain, sorrow, sickness, or agony, for these earthly conditions begun on earth, and they perforce must be finished on earth. So karma decrees. Heaven is passive, not active, and results of knowledge are there assimilated by the soul, that is, made so that the new birth is like the succeeding page of a business ledger, all of the old lives with the last added in. I hope I have not been prolix. I have not if I have given a clear comprehension of what the relation really is between earth and heaven, and that the latter is the former, as the resting time of night is to the activity of the day. Let none suppose that the Devachan of one that hath committed earth-binding errors, and must by these bonds again reincarnate, is anything like the great life wherewith are crowned those who are faithful unto the death of that serpent in the heart, animal lusts. The words can well portray mere Devachan. They are powerless to depict that life. Finite can never compass infinite. Then let the infinite into thy hearts. Even as I pondered in the presence of XVIII, Anzumi, and the others, who either would not or could not see me, my earthly powers were departing. The power which I had a moment before possessed of seeing persons, places, and things of the world seemed fast escaping me, while glorious sights and sounds replaced them, sights and sounds akin to the daydreams of the life just left, except that these were real to my senses, tangible and mutually reactive. Ah well, if those left on death's first shore could not see me, nor know my presence, nor I see them nor their presence, why not unresistingly glide into the enjoyment of the peace and the new sights of things which were come in place of the old? Yeah, I would. Goodbye, old life. Hail to the new. As peacefully as a dream, the sight of the palace and of familiar things faded from view, and I seemed to have come into a beautiful valley, hemmed in by azure-hued mountains. Before me stood a building of unpretentious exterior. Irregular in its outlines, it seemed to have been built in sections, added as more rooms became necessary. What an altogether excellent idea that was, I thought. It was formed of slabs of rock, not quarried, but naturally scaled from the ledge. In places it was 3 stories high, and in others only 2, but mainly all the rooms were on the ground floor. What sort of people lived here? Certainly people whose architectural abandon was after my own heart. I felt ere seeing them already friendly. Assuredly, they lacked not the love of beauty, for covering the quaintly picturesque dwelling ran perennial vines, while all about lay tasteful gardens. Should I venture to intrude my presence? As I considered, a man opened a door near me and came forward. He had a very familiar appearance. Where had I seen him? I had forgotten as completely as if I had never known the life which I had experienced as Zailm, the son of Menex. My senses were dominated by the feelings of boyhood, and the thoughts and ideas and simple knowledge of boyhood in the mountain home by Patak Roke. As the familiar-looking stranger drew close, he said, "Knowest thou me? Thy father, Numinos?" While this settled the apprehension that dimly arose in my consciousness that I was alone, and therefore invisible to people, it only quenched the idea that had rapidly faded as I looked on the house of slab rock, the idea that I was dead. I no longer knew any such experience, and the knowledge of death had passed away so far as it applied to my own decease. I was filled with pleasure at the question of the man before me, and I now perceived that he was the father of my childhood's ideal, but not him whom my mother had always presented in disparaging light. She, thou knowest, did not like him. But this thought did not present itself then. I only knew that I looked on him whom I recognized as my father. I was overjoyed at finding him, and I replied, "Verily, I know thee well." Then he asked, "Wilt thou rest?" "Being fatigued, I will do so, and no doubt be much benefited." Thereupon Numinos led me within the great rambling house to what I must call a den. Even though the name may seem inelegant, den it was, cleanly, but so charmingly delightfully confused and disorderly. Books and specimens of rocks, and all things which a boy loves were scattered about in that inextricable litter, which fills the trim housekeeper with despair. My pleasure was unbounded, for I felt that I was a boy, only a boy, and had yet to reach maturity, the unknown possibilities of which seemed to fill my whole being with pleasant anticipation of the future. I was a lad of exuberant spirits, let loose in his own realm, and in this room free from fear of the orderly mother who had elsewhere always restrained me. On a bed, roughly smoothed up in one corner of the shaded room, lay a pack of books from the district library, each marked Pitok District 5, in Poseid characters. These were in my way, and I laid them carefully, for books were ever almost sacred objects in my eyes, on the floor, and in order that I might rest on the bed. Then I laid me down to sleep upon the rude couch, which had always seemed softer and easier to fond memory than any downy cushion in the Kaifelin life. Not that I knew this as I lay down. I only knew that I experienced a state of things just suited to my desire. I had no clear idea of any event of the old life in Poseid, no memory of death, nothing. All had gone like the events of some dream, which we strive in vain to recall at breakfast next morning. And yet when I came across things in the new state similar to those known and loved in the old, when I found things here such as I had been wont to dream of some day carrying to realization, then the new realities, which after all were not new, seemed wholly satisfactory, with the added charm of achievement, though I could not recall the old. The whole scene which greets mine eyes, in some strange mode I recognize, as one whose every mystic part I feel prefigured in my heart. Nature here, though presenting some novelties, was not different enough to excite special attention. One day, I arose and departed from the scenes of this reproduced boyhood's life. The curtain rose on things derived from the later life after leaving Pitok for Kaifel, and I found myself now in the midst of acquiring knowledge even to the great degree of Incal, a degree greater than even any scientist of the modern world has achieved. But this phase of Devachan soon passed, because not having reached such a degree on earth, nor having even tried to do so, I had no real basis for which to draw Devachanic scenes. Thus passed the time around me, sometimes with real ego-eye of deceased earthly persons who had worked with me intimately on earth, and so had with me to reap the results of the collaboration. At other times I was alone with my concepts, which, however, seemed as real as actual persons, for all seemed absolutely real. Lolix was here in her better aspects, but the sin of our day was held against our return to earth. It seemed perfectly natural to meet Anzami one night as I wandered by the shore of a sea adjacent to an artificial wilderness, where all things were arranged in harmony with my ideal solitude to which, in Keifel's busy whirl, I had one day dreamed of taking her when we should be wed. It was sweet when we met to hear her call me husband, and the peace after action was all delightful, as I had imagined it would be. But my pen is in advance of its proper place. To return to the den. Without disrobing, for the air was warm, I lay down and slept. When I awoke, I passed down the hallway into the garden. A change had come over. I was older, the landscape was different, and the houses were more like that which my mature needs had painted as a necessity, while I still lived near Patak Roke. No longer was a river in the foreground, but a broad sea with only the near shore visible. The change was correspondent with the later desires of my youth. These alterations, though startling as considered from an earthly, physical standpoint, were not startling nor even remarkable to me. What sort of life or condition was this which permitted such changes, yet did not present itself as anything extraordinary to me, the beholder? Even truth should not be told in prolix phrase, and all that can be replied now is that it was the life after death, to be slightly paradoxical. But this was not the great life with God. Was time consumed in effecting these changes? Or was this an Aladdin's lamp sort of land, where a rubbing out of one and an installation of another set of appearances took place instantaneously? I did not even pause to consider, for no such conjecture occurred to me. To me, things were real. Is earth real? Spirit, God, is real, and the earth and universe are the fiat, or externalized ideas of God. The things of earth are words of God's great word, speaking to us. So too are the things of Devachan or heaven. Both are real, oppositely so, but only real within us, not without us. I sought my father, Mera Numenos, and asked, "How long have I slept?" It was no more anything but a habit of thought to ask this, for I had no other motive. That, in the process of death, habits of mind do not suffer extinction together with life's memories of events, was proven by my action on hearing my father's reply. "Even several years hast thou slept." "Years?" dost thou exclaim? It was no remarkable thing to me to hear this account of a rip-van-winkling nap. No, but my habit of mind, which took pride in neatness of personal attire, caused me unwittingly to glance at my raiment to see if it were not the worse for such long wear. The allusion to several years attracted my attention, so that having found my attire presentable, though I still gazed at my clothes, it was in an absent-minded way, I said, "Thou sayest years. Also another thing, thou hast slept ever since thou camest into this country. Now I pray thee, have I ever been elsewhere?" Receiving no reply, I looked up, only to meet a stare like that of a statue from my father. He evidently knew nothing of any previous state, nor, by the very form of my question, did I know more than he. Death was another thing, never referred to, because in the instant when promoted souls find it no more possible to impress their existence upon those left behind on earth, they recognize that they are in the midst of the change called death, of which they were, perhaps, apprehensive all their earthly days. As the exoteric religion then, aye and now, also taught but one death, the Devachan knew or conjectured no other. Hence, death to the disembodied soul was and is an unknown conception. Well, there is no such thing as death for a fact, likewise pain and sorrow. Devachan the minor is like Devachan the major, nirvana. a state particularly referred to in Revelation chapter 21, verse 4. Now, my friend, I am not postulating an argument. I must refuse to argue, and though it savor of medieval methods, yet must I also refuse to reason with thee. It is the purpose of this history to state what I know by experience. I state no theoretical ideas. If thou wilt take any small matters left unexplained into the inner sanctuary of thy soul, and there meditate over them, then will they become clear to thee, and be as the water which quencheth all thirst, if so gained. Hast thou ears to hear? Then heed that counsel. I address only those who follow these pages for profit. As the Devachan knows of but one change, and as that is so different from what he was religiously taught to fear, therefore many souls entering heaven conceive at the moment of death that no death exists, and that the teachings received on earth from priests were but ecclesiastical fictions. Nor are they so far wrong, for there is no other death than the mere change from objective to subjective states of being, save the second death spoken of in my final page. To be paradoxical, death is different because not different. So far as they can perceive, from the swift view of life just closed, a view all souls have, however brief it be. Hence, it was that I was unaware of the fiction called death when I asked the father I found there if I had not always been there. Religion taught in that old age, as it now teaches, that with death came the cessation of all earthly sorrow. This is true for a time limited by the length of the soul's sojourn in Devachan. These earthborn mists do not intrude there, for the reason that being earthborn, they must of necessity have abiding places on earth and influence only those on earth. The evil that men do lives after them. Verily, and in the form of crystallized disposition to do wrong, lies in wait for their return to earth life. It is the wrongly so-called Adamic tendency to sin. And while the sinner is free of its power in Devachan, the seed, like tares with the wheat, is ready to grow a harvest of sorrow along with the growing life of the new incarnated one. And until some good action shall atone for evil done, this evil will continue to grow. Fortunately, man hath an eternity in which to make repayment. And though following God's laws and being true to right, whatever its source, the tares are little by little uprooted. A good act is the erasure of a bad, and once performed, is oft interred with the bones, thus completing the philosophy of Hamlet. All about me were those I loved. As time seemed to lapse, I became conscious of the presence of one and another of my friends. Onzimi, Minax, Guaxin, Ernon, Lolix without the shadow, all those and thousands more who have no name to the reader were there. They did not come, no, they were with me, each as I had conceived. These were my concepts, for they were subjective, not objective. They were my ideals, not real people, and they formed my world. It occurred not to me that they were not real. Did it ever occur to thee, reader, that the world of thy senses is the only world thou hast? That if thou hadst no sight, smell, hearing, taste, or touch, that thou wouldst have no world, even though thy soul were imprisoned in a body thus dead, yet alive in a vegetative state? As the soul of each living man, woman, or child is different for every other soul, so also the world is different to every person, not the same precisely in any two cases. Now it is the record of the soul, made on imperishable mental substance, which constitutes much of the life after the grave. The record merges into a reality, and all seems equally real, just as real as when the combined senses first perceived it. In verity, this afterlife is a reconstituted and inverted earth life, subjective now instead of objective. My supposed friend may be a real enemy, yet if I die thinking him or her my friend, that concept is the one carried into the afterlife, and vice versa. Thus, all about me were my friends. The things of my sense records, and the places were the scenes where all these friends moved. But while I had thus my world about me, a concept of me existed in the imaged world of every friend I had. Not that I was with them, but their concept of me was with them. Thus, regarding the reality of those concepts that were non-involute, simple, and easily assimilable upon being remembered from the astral record, or, so to say, memory plates of the soul, of every incident, small or great, simple or complex, impulse or even unconscious cerebrations. But now mark a feature of vast interest, inasmuch as it affirms what I have seemed to deny, any real association of the soul in Devachan with other individual souls. Devachan would indeed be a drear heaven if the friends of mundane life were ever aught but dream faces. Dreams they are. If the incidents created in our hopes on earth, and in Devachan set forth as real to all seeming, were a simple fact. But if, per contra, it were so complex that to solve its equation required the joint efforts of two souls working in harmony, then also in Devachan the results of this complex act affected both these souls, and during the assimilation of its results, that is, during the crystallization of such results into traits of character, both these souls would as actually be together as ever they were on earth. If more than two people were involved on earth, so all these souls would congregate in Devachan. When the process was complete, the separation came. So it happened that in the moment of assimilation experience, all my concepts were only phantasms, as the persons of one's nightly dreams. The next moment, more complex, as my associations were real agoi like myself. To me, all this was unknown. All seemed real, and so, perhaps, was so. But it is pleasant to feel that one works with a loved son, father, daughter, mother, wife, or other friend, that the consequences of the more serious events of our daily lives here will bring us again together in the heaven of our hopes, that the wife thou takest to thy heart, and whom on thy confidest loving plans for the weal of thy loved ones, to realize which both thou and she must work nobly, earnestly, will come across the chasm which death spreads for thy bodies, and be with thee or thou with her, there, in Nevazamin. Pleasant that thy mother, father, or other dear friend shall sometimes really be with thee there, and that together thou shalt garner thy various records, and enjoy in a seeming real that which was not on earth, aught but a hope never materialized. In meeting Anzumi, who yet lived on earth, I met sometimes my conceptions of her, sometimes her own higher self. How was the latter possible? Because she so longed for me that it developed and enabled her to project her pure soul into my plane? This was not only pleasant and beneficial to her, giving her a hold upon things unseen, of which the Apostle Paul speaks, but it was a holy joy to me to meet her thus. She would come to me, but I would not go back to her. There is no retrogression. In communion with these ideals, I had my reward, for nothing occurred contrary to my wish. But in experiencing this reward, I also unconsciously assimilated the value of the previous life on earth. Thus my connections with politics and Poseid had brought me in contact with men and manners, and from this contact were born schemes in which I was to have had a leading part. These schemes were now brought into the subjective state, and as such appeared to me to be in process. From these apparent actions my capacities were developed, and tests of the worth of my conceptions made. All of this resulted in making a concrete deduction which became a part of my mental being. Hence, in a new incarnation I would come forth to mankind, possessed of phrenological organs of increased power in the handling of political and social questions. Perhaps this power would not be actively employed, owing to other tendencies being stronger. Nonetheless, the power would be augmented and ready for use upon demand. The same thing would prove true of all these souls really associated with me, both in previous earth and after heaven. The results, values, and summings up are of a contemporary Devachan which would give them new mental traits, or increase the force of their old ones, and reincarnation would reassociate us again on earth. And it has done so, else would I never have written this history for thy profit, dear reader. My education as a geologist at XXIII was tested in the same subjective heaven, and from this came added ability as a geologist. In short, an intuitive knowledge of geology and desire for that study after reincarnation. Books would then serve to educe the geological bent I might manifest. I might go on with other instances of the summing up and arranging process, experienced by those who have both the grave and the cradle between them and earth, but this will suffice to hint to the reader that truths lie here and sweeten the thoughts of the last bitter hour, of stern agony and shroud and pall. I hope, my friend, that this effort to render death less terrifying, by relating my own experiences of it, will be fraught with success, and that these words may so sustain thee that thou shalt approach thy grave like one who wraps the drapery of his couch about him, and lies down to pleasant dreams. Zara Colburn, the marvelous boy mathematician, did not acquire his knowledge in the schools of this modern age, but brought it. A legacy from the dead centuries, his past lives, his latent power was adduced. I will not argue with thee, friend, that if thou hadst had a past life on earth, thou couldst not have forgotten it, but would have brought memory of it with thee. No, I argue not. I will only leave it with thine own intelligence to decide if I be not right. When thou rememberest that habits of life grow from repeated actions of boyhood, the details and every recollection of which are gone, and knowing that this is so, decide if thou thinkest it not absurd that actions of a life experienced centuries agone, would be possibly recollected, more especially when all the intervals was spent on a different plane of life, whereon no single memory ever intruded, could not by the laws of God. I know whereof I speak. At length, there came a time when I cared no more for the appearance of action, nor for those concepts of persons, places, or things connected with seeming activity. Chiefly now I cared to remain in some quiet spot, and listen to Anzumi, the real, not the concept, as she read to or talked with me. I slept much also. One morning I did not arise. I did not care to. It was not ill. No one ever knew illness in Devachan. But I had lost all desire to see or hear more of anything. I did indeed feel languor, but not weariness. So I turned over again, facing the wall, and slept. It was the last occurrence in the last chapter of a life's long rest, which, though I knew it not, had covered 12,000 years of the actions of men on earth. Death had never appeared in that home of the soul, for my concepts did not die, they only disappeared from the view of their Creator. Even the real souls of men or women did not die, no, but when they came, one after another, to the retributive awakening at the cradle, if their lives in heaven were still associated with mine, if they had not gone elsewhere in Devachan, as neighbors on earth separate and put the world between them, then they disappeared, just as my concepts disappeared when I had assimilated their value. They disappeared because all the deeds of previous earth life had crystallized as traits of character, and they were ready for earth life again. Only myself could be conscious of my own change. I could not be conscious of theirs. I was ready for activity once more. I slept, and in this sleeping died out of that life of passivity into the waking of earth, a babe in a cradle, born to see my master in this life, and enter the great rest with him. End of Book First. End of Section 24.
Section 25 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. 7 Shasta Scenes. Interlude, by Fredrick S. Oliver, Amanuensis. Scene 1. If there are, quote, sermons in stones and books in the running brooks, end quote, then is Shastel's craggy pile a noble library, in veritas. In it the vastness, the grandeur, and the solemnity of nature are expressed in mystic numbers carved in the eternal granite. On those stony, stratified pages, nature's students may read the doings of the gnomes, Mother Earth's treasurers. Here, too, in characters of lava, is writ Pluto's kingly record. Aye, 'tis indeed nature's own volume, bound between covers of snow and ice, and marking the treasures thereof is a silvery ribbon whose ends hang out of the vast tome, at the north one end, at the south the other, the name of the one McCloud River, and of the other the Sacramento. Again, 2 lesser markers are in this sublime epic, namely Pitt and Shasta rivers. A volume of poems should bear poetic title. So shall this. Can we bestow one more appropriate than the aboriginal appellation Ieka, a name retained and used by the earliest white men whose eyes gazed on that land, far northern California, land of romance, of gold, and of adventure, retained through that intuitive recognition of eternal fitness which pioneer and trapper have ever in all lands exhibited toward existent nomenclature. For years the noble mountain bore, for white as for aborigine, the name it had fetched from out the night of time, as its sister peak far to the north, Mount Rainier, retained its primal christening of Tacoma. But alas for human conceit! Alas for man's vain discontent, unable to let well enough alone! To the one snowy mount came a Russian trapper, and thereafter Ieka was no more on the tongues of men, unless indeed it was still lovingly murmured by the dusky Modoc and his savage bride. To the other glittering peak went an egotistic Englishman. His lordship found Tacoma so beastly savage, don't yer know, and so over its Indian appellate he tacked his own patronymic. Time evens all things, and ever is justice done. The patriotic Americanism of the Northern Pacific Railroad topographers reinstated on the company maps musical Tacoma, tossed to rubbish the imported name, and rebuked one egotist's vanity. That Shasta Buttes will ever know a parallel experience is problematical. If not, 'tis perhaps as well, for American gratitude willingly concedes the privilege of nomination of this proud peak to its friend, and in the 60s, champion of our national autonomy, blank Russia. So much for a kind of mental view, past and present, of this pride of the crags and peaks. Scene 2. On the old wagon road which existed ere ever iron rails linked Oregon's greatest city to the metropolis of the Golden West, there still stands, as for 30 years, not many miles from the state line, a station established for stage line uses, and run by Daddy Dollarhide, a lonely place hidden amongst towering pines, which make regal raiment for the great Siskiyou Ridge of the Coast Range, extending in gloomy grandeur not miles, but hundreds of miles. Dollarhide's appeals to the heart of the traveler as Saharan oasis to the weary caravan. Quote, "'Tis a lodge in some vast wilderness," end quote. And in the days of this second Shasta scene, A.D. 1884, was the only footprint of civilization for many a long mile. Leaving Dollarhide's, the road wound as directly as possible up a 2-mile stretch of exceedingly steep mountain. Up this steep, long before aught but painted dawn lit those grand ridges, a youth, on foot and alone, was climbing. A tramp? Temporarily, down below at Dollarhide's, the rest of his party yet slept. Up he toiled, stopping when the love of nature prompted him to hold communion with her visible forms, and listen to her various language, pausing, the better to enjoy the exhilarating freedom, the beauty of the piny slopes, the whir of the early grouse, and the chattering of squirrel and chipmunk. Once, enchanted by the exquisite charm of a crystal spring that leapt into and across the road, he stayed his steps, and again he stood, gazing afar down into the gloom of a great canyon, which became lost to view in the dawn's early light. The summit at last, but still no sun in the sky. All beneath was yet quietly resting 'neath the sway of Morpheus. Ah, what is that? Away in the south is a huge dim mass, dull gray below, but, where its peak holds aloft the sky, 'tis a rosy, glowing pink. As the youth gazes, spellbound, old Sol dispels the valley glooms, thrusts aside the night, and the new day is born. The rose tints are gone, but also the gray, and in their place appears a giant, pointed cone of purest white, albeit streaked at its base with black lines, each some awful gorge. It rises, not like other mountain piles, from ranges rivaling its own height. No, all alone it stands forth from its high plateau, piercing heaven's blue, from base to summit 11,000 feet, from ocean's plain to apical peak 3,500 more. Shasta, O Mount Shasta. Scene 3. Of the youth, what? A year later we find him suffering a violent fever, the gold fever, which yet lingers in that region of once famed mines, lingers, though it be now A.D. 1890. Away up on a mountain's side with pick, pan, and shovel, he is camped where a little gold may always be found, where hope whispers he may find a pile sometime, and fortune. All through that region, forest fires have raged many weeks. All the valleys lie hidden under a pile of smoke. But the miner on the mountain is above it all, and as he labors, looks out over the undulating surface of the silvery, smoky ocean down below. He sees a strange sight. No waves disturb this sea, which nearly a mile deep extends away beyond scope of vision. 2 or 3 islands dot its expanse. These are all that is left to see of lofty mountain peaks whose bases are hidden. Perchance the words smoke ocean seem figurative. Look heavenward from its bottom down in the valleys. The sun, appearing like a globe of blood, needs no colored glass to shield too sensitive eyes. Now go aloft to the miner on the mountain, looking down on, but seeing not, Eureka, town. With him again gaze at the islands. Only one of them is not black in hue. It is the largest. Sharp summited, white, shrouded in eternal snows, Mount Shasta rises, a noble island in the murky ocean about it, 9,000 feet. Scene 4. Night. Otherwise the same scene. Our miner sits in his tent door, meditating on the novel beauty of the scene before, below him. A north breeze has rolled the smoky sea silently away, and left no sign. Beneath the tent outspreads a vast abyss, dark, silent, the night's Plutonian shore. Our miner's fancy fills it with golden phantoms. Only the stars, night's tall tapers, lighten the gloom. But far away east, over ranges of lesser mountains, dim shapes couched in the darkness far away, miles real as well as seeming, familiar shadowy shape of vast uncertain size appears to shut from sight vision of some awful conflagration. Look, it grows, it brightens, till on the charmed eyes bursts a sudden intense spark, then a full flame in Iyeka's side. 'Tis the moon at its roundest, and now Iyeka's snows glow in its ray like molten silver. The dark abyss before, beneath the tent lightens. The phantoms flee, while over all, sublime, glorious, supreme, rises Shasta's argent image. Scene 5. Traveling southward, minor no more, the youth bends his course. A year agone the golden phantoms died, the mine caved in, and no man knows that sepulchre in the wilds of Siskiyou. Winter, wet, had extinguished the flames and laid the smoky sea. But the succeeding summer saw all aglow again, matched by the lightnings of heaven. Our traveler is at the very base of Iyeka Butte, and he and his steed crawl along the slopes and vales in the bed of the fire-born ocean of smoke, as do crustacea on the bottoms of aqueous seas. A flaw of wind decreases the denseness of the clouds, and above his head he sees an indistinct shape, lit feebly by the smoke-smothered moon, at its full now, as on that other night a year ago. Beautiful through the murky air it is not, but when told that the point dimly seen overhead is the smoke-free, gleaming crest of Shasta, 15 miles away as the crow flies, e'en though we gaze at it from its own base, we feel an indescribable sense of awe. And we liken the mount, with the flaming forests glowing at its feet, and its own muffled form rising in obscured grandeur, to a silent sentinel by his watch-fire, wrapped around with his cloak, and meditating on the trust he has kept, lo, these many ages still keeps, and forever. Scene 6. Returned from the far south, and in camp. In camp at the timber line on Chastel's side, awaiting the nightfall, and through the long afternoon gazing out over a wealth of scenery not in word power to paint. To the north, Goose Nest Mountain, its crater ever full of fleecy snow, rears itself aloft 11,000 feet. Down yonder, in that gem-like valley, is the lovely town of Sissons. Down, to our traveler, albeit on a plain 7,000 feet above the ocean. Night, but not in a tent door, no, on muleback, he and a companion are toiling upwards. There is no moon, no wind, no sound, save a few strange noises arising from the nether regions. No moon, yet plenty of light, since the snow seems self-luminous, so that objects appear against it in sharp silhouette. How black the bleak rocks and ledges, and those glimmerings of light afar in the night, what are they? Lamps, lamps miles away, thousands of feet lower, yet in seeming not so far off. It is cold, oh so frightfully cold, numbing the mind, and still as the grave. No sounds now arise to the ear, 'tis too high for aught save silence. So cold, and yet midday sun heats reflect from the snows as from a mirror. And then the temperature, if fearful to feel, yet the snow melts not. Here is a hot sulphur spring 1,000 feet below the apex. Warm your chilled hands in the hot mud, wipe them quickly lest they freeze, and climb on. Your eyes, could you see them, congested as they are in the rarefied atmosphere, the color of liver, would horrify you. Your breathing pains you. Your heartbeats sound like the thuds of a pile driver. Your throat is afire from thirst. No matter. Here is the top. 2:00 a.m. in July 188 blank. As yet no light, but faint dawn. But ere long the soul is awe-stricken by a weird glow in the east which lights nothing. The beholders are filled with a strange disquiet. See the waxing light, and in a fearful wonder, almost terror, see the great sun, scarce heralded by the aerial rarity, spring from beneath the horizon. Yet all below is in the darkest hour before the dawn. No ridges, no hills appear, no valleys, nothing but night's deep darkness. We seem to have lost the world, and for the nonce are free of time. The planet is swallowed up, leaving the mountain top's half-acre, sole visible spot of all the universe, save only the fearful splendor of Helios. Understand now, for you may, the sensations of Campbell's Last Man, the world all gone, and self and comrade alone on a small spot in mid-air, whereon the almost rayless sun casts cold beams of strange, weird brightness. Look north. Afar in the night are 4 cones of light: Mount Hood, Mount Adams, Mount Tacoma, and St. Helen's tall torch, all peers of our Ieka. As the day king soars higher, lesser peaks appear, then long black ridges, ranges of vast extent, begin nearby only to lose themselves in distant darkness. Now the void of night vanishes, hills stand forth, silvery spots and streaks appear as the dawn lights lakes and rivers, and at last, no fog obscuring, in the distant west, 70 miles away, is seen a great gray plain, the Pacific's broad expanse. To the south, interrupted streaks of silver show where flow Pitt and Sacramento rivers, while over 200 miles away behold an indentation of California's central coast, marking the Golden Gate and San Francisco's world-famed bay. Scene 7. Beside a roaring, dashing mountain torrent, falling in myriad cascades of foam white as drifted snow, interspersed with pools of quiet water, deep, trout-filled, blue, reflecting flowery banks and towering, pine-crested ridges, ribs of the planet, we pause. The day is hot, but the waters of this branch of McCloud River are cold as the pristine snows of Shasta, from which they flow to our feet and thence away. We recline on the brink of a deep blue crystal pool, idly casting pebbles into and shivering the image of a tall basalt cliff reflected from the mirror calm surface. What secrets perchance are about us? We do not know as we lie there, our bodies resting, our souls filled with peace, nor do we know until many years are passed out through the back door of time that tall basalt cliff conceals a doorway. We do not suspect this, nor that a long tunnel stretches away far into the interior of majestic Shasta. Wholly unthought is it that there lie at the tunnel's far end vast apartments, the home of a mystic brotherhood whose occult arts hollowed that tunnel and mysterious dwelling. Satch the name is. Are you incredulous as to these things? Go there, or suffer yourself to be taken as I was once. See, as I saw, not with the vision of flesh, the walls polished as by jewelers, though excavated as by giants, floors carpeted with long fleecy gray fabric that looked like fur, but was a mineral product, ledges intersected by the builders, and in their wonderful polish exhibiting veinings of gold, of silver, of green copper ores, and maculations of precious stones. Verily, a mystic temple made afar from the madding crowd, a refuge whereof those who, seeing, see not, can truly say, quote, "And no man knows, and no man saw it e'er." End quote. Once I was there, friend, casting pebbles in the stream's deep pools, yet it was then hid, for only a few are privileged, and departing, the spot was forgotten, and today, unable as any one who reads this, I cannot tell its place. Curiosity will never unlock that secret. Does it truly exist? Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Shasta is a true guardian, and silently towers, giving no sign of that within his breast. But there is a key. The one who first conquers self, Shasta will not deny. This is the last scene. You have viewed the proud peak both near and far, by day, by night, in the smoke and in the clear mountain air, seen its interior, and from its apex gazed upon it and the globe stretched away 'neath your feet. 'Tis a sight of God's handiwork, sublime, awful, never to be forgotten, and as thy soul hath sated itself with admiration thereof, in that measure be now filled with his peace. Book Second, Chapter 1. Quote, I have called you friends, for all things that I have of the Father I have made known unto you. End quote. With Chapter 24 of Book First closed, the last Devachanic experience of a personal life history, a history enacted over 120 centuries ago. It has its good and its bad phases. Under the social rules and customs of a people whom the modern world regarded as pure myth, until after the cruise of the Challenger and the Dolphin, there existed a personality whom those who have followed this history thus far know by the name of Zailm, an Atlantean cognomen not less euphonious than its significance is interesting, which is to say, I live to love. According to his narration, Zailm's youth was that of an obscure mountaineer. He was possessed of an overmastering ambition to make his name blaze among those of the noble of earth. He succeeded in his ambition, for his name, his wealth, his social and political position became of the highest of the aristocracy of a proud and, in myriad ways, marvelous people. If he failed in one particular, if his moral life became awry, his record in other respects was most commendable. For the one failure he paid dearly, and, if you credit his own apprehensions, the payment would not be complete for many a long, long year after you would have lain, quote, down with the patriarchs of the infant world, with kings, the powerful of the earth, the wise, the good, fair forms, and hoary seers of ages past. End quote. You have a view of Zailm, that boy so obscure, that man so celebrated throughout a land not paralleled today, nor ever matched since old ocean rolled over it, and the sun saw it no more in all his proud course. From the perusal of that record, I ask you to turn to the history of another personality, that of Walter Pearson, my own humble self. If the Poseida Zailm was proud to declare himself a Poseida, I am equally proud to say I am an American citizen. While I was still so young as to be unable to understand anything concerning my parents' death, except the agony of being left alone, I was orphaned by the fell stroke of an epidemic. I cried in my childishness and begged to be allowed to see my papa and mamma, nor could I comprehend the statement, "They are dead and gone." My orphaned boyhood was passed under circumstances of such sharp contrast to those years of my babyhood which knew parental kindness, that my inherent tendency to rove grew stronger, until at 12 years of age I became a cabin boy on board ship, running away to accomplish my ambition. For many years thereafter, I realized that actual hardship was an unforeseen part of the dream of travel and of sailor life, but its toil and trouble had to be endured. My ability, willingness, and honesty in service told in my favor so well that at 18 years of age I found myself first mate on a splendid British merchantman. With this advantageous position, intervals in which to study such books as the captain, an educated man, had on shipboard were mine, and I used the opportunity to excellent advantage, reciting my lessons to the captain, who took much interest in me. An invention for which many a seafarer has been grateful, and to which many a man whose life has been spent on the ocean wave has owed continuation of that life, paid me such a handsome sum in royalties that, ere I was of age, I had no small fortune, which by wise investment soon gave me a sum to put in the bank with the assurance of a fair support for life. I did not long continue in marine service after my money began to accumulate, but left sea life to enjoy travel on terra firma. I had seen the chief ports of every land, and now was bent upon seeing the interior of my own country. In the gold placers of California, I added immense sums to my fortune during the years 1865 to 6, where I drifted after my discharge from the Army of the Cumberland, having served 2 years in that famous corps during the War of the Secession. I gloried in the absence of 2 fingers, lost by a vicious fragment of shell at the Battle of Missionary Ridge. I wonder if any reader remembers the morning of the 25th of November, 1863. Quote, "All night the flash of rifles from the outposts had gleamed through the fog, and when day dawned, it had not yet been determined whether the enemy had been forced from his almost unassailable position on the mountain. The morning was clear. All eyes in the Union bivouacs were strained towards the summit. Gradually, the east purpled with strengthening light, and just as the sun rose, a squad of men walked out on the rock overhanging the precipice. Then, in full view of the watching tens of thousands, they unfurled Old Glory. Amid thunderous cheers, an army of veterans looked long through its tears at the stars and stripes, mute announcement of victory." End quote. At the close of this saddest of wars, because the hands of fathers against sons and of brothers against brothers were raised, I presently found myself in the city of my birth, Washington, D.C. 2 months later I was in faraway California, in one of its most beautiful mountain countries, and formed one of a company of gold miners. So rich were the returns of labor that we soon began to feel the work onerous, and employed men to do it for us. Amongst these was a man from China. I say a man from China because he certainly appeared, from the very first, to be not one of the class sneeringly called coolies, but a real man. Coolies were numerous in the town, some 2 or 3 miles from our mine, but Chong had nothing in common and did not associate with them. Neither was he privately addicted to their habits of gluttony, gin drinking, or opium smoking. His dress was that which always distinguishes the Chin from other nationalities, but his features were not thus significant. Indeed, his high, prominent forehead, well-developed sinciput, bold eyebrows, and delicate neck marked him as a man of high character, spiritual caste, splendid perceptive abilities, and nervous temperament. His eyes, such eyes, calm, clear, light gray, resting upon one with so kindly, unprejudiced, and dispassionate a gaze, charitable, forgiving, and strictly upright and conscientious himself, but always ready to overlook faults in others. Such was the appearance of a remarkable man. His speech was intelligible to every one with whom he had dealings, yet it always seemed to me that his broken English, a commingled Chinese and Anglo-Saxon idiom, would have been wholly unintelligible gibberish in the mouth of any other Chinese. I am no Don Quixote, and do not propose to contend that it is not an evil of serious import to the white man of America, Australia, and the people of the Spanish-American republics to be forced to compete with Chinese laborers or the commercial products of that nation. I think it a very real evil, and I sympathize with the Caucasian race. But in all frankness, I would ask if the hordes of unskilled, uneducated, almost unassimilable laboring poor of Europe are not an even greater menace. The immigration of either is fraught with fearful peril to the free institutions which I believe in, to the extent of having at the point of the bayonet risked my life for their preservation. But far be it from me to urge a spirit of strife. Rather, I counsel you to follow him whose life meant peace on earth and the true brotherhood of man. In deference to a correct sentiment, these pages will henceforth refer to my one Chinese employee as the Qin, or Chong, his given name, instead of the Chinese. After the change of policy which gave the hard work to hired men, my partners and myself resided in town, although one or more of us were always at the mine in the capacity of overseers. We employed 2 gangs of workers that worked on alternate days, each thus giving but half of the time to labor, although the wages were not reduced in consequence. These easy arrangements made the men extra faithful, for they saw that our object was not to get all the work out of them which they were able to accomplish, irrespective of their comfort or the fact that they were men, not beasts of burden. That white men treated thus considerately will do more in the way of results than those who are made to work at their highest power every week-day hour has been my uniform experience. Treat your fellowman as you would like to be treated were you in his place. None of the men felt the least objection to Chong as a fellow worker. Most of them were ready to admit, indeed, that he did not seem like a heathen. They were right, for he was not one. His demeanor towards all was respectful and manly, rather reticent, very quiet, but always so full of benevolent feeling that he won the affection of his fellow workers. They felt that he was a true man. On one occasion, a new man was hired by the company, and he didn't like pigtails. But in less than a week he fell ill, and, unasked, the despised coolie not only worked all day, but nursed the sick man through the brief but severe fever, sitting up all night and only taking a few hours' rest next day, his off day. No more was heard from the shamed objector to coolies, for he was completely won over, so far as Chong was concerned. Thus he too was proved a real man, when the canker of intolerance was healed. More than once were the Qin and I companions on his leisure days. Sometimes we went to the town, but more often we turned our horses' heads away into the wilderness of the mountains. Without his guidance I had surely been lost there, amid the vast gorges, with their shade of giant pines lying between the almost interminable ridges, those stern ribs of the planet. But Chong was never lost, never hesitated, though the night was upon us so dark on more than one occasion that I could not see my hand before my face, a fact I never quite comprehended at the time, though it is clear to me now. Once, at such a time as this, I felt the need of a light so greatly, it was in a cavern which we had found, that he said, "Here, I give you light." I heard him break off a fragment of rock from the side of the wall of the cavern. Next, he put it into my hand, saying, "Have care now, it must not touch you, like lightning would kill you." As may be imagined, I touched so little of the rock that Chang directed me to hold it tighter. Then up sprung a brilliant light from the tip of that rock, illuminating all the cave like sunlight. Had this amazing thing occurred a few years later, I should have first pronounced it an electric light. Then, bethinking me that no battery was there, nor any dynamo-electric machine, I would have done as I did do, sat down and gazed at the marvelous light, forgetful of where I was. As Chang would give no other explanation than he had already given, I was perforce content. Only I was not. But his power of keeping his course where not even the track of an animal was to be discerned was sufficiently astonishing, and I was often amazed at the man for not losing his way amongst ranges of sierra which stretched away to where the vast snowy peaks defined the horizon and kept the blue of the sky from blending insensibly with the blue of the mountains. When we took such trips as these, we were accustomed to leave the mine as early after supper as possible, that is, at 5:30 in the afternoon. If the other men were fatigued, Chang never seemed to share their weariness, although there was not a fellow worker but admitted that he accomplished more than any of them. If the night was one of Luna's own, it was our habit to ride for several hours, frequently not halting before midnight, when we might be 30 or more miles from the mine. On one of these occasions, when we and our horses were alone with nature and the night, we stopped in a remote solitude to wait for morning, to sleep or not, as we felt most agreeable. Chang sat down on a rock by the edge of a roaring crystal torrent, and gazed in silent enjoyment upon the solitary grandeur of the somber pines and moonlit peaks. I left him there and wandered up the stream, till, on looking back, I saw that my friend was hidden from view by a sharp turn in the canyon. But heedless of this, I wandered on, musing at the scene, rock-ribbed, ancient as the sun. It is not possible for a person alive to the beauties of nature long to remain insensible to the more serious thoughts evolved by meditation pursued amidst the wilds, untroubled by man's sordid methods. Gradually, my thoughts assumed a reflective cast, which, almost unperceived, became tinged with the dead black shadow of materialism. Many a time and oft had grim despair seized upon me while pursuing to philosophical end the mysterious questions of the soul, whence and whither. Unreasoning faith had never held any place in my nature, and yet mine was a deeply religious disposition. To reason is to be lost, thundered the church of those days, and even yet does it maintain this attitude concerning reason as applied to faith. The queries which haunted others pursued me, but I lacked the Ingersollian desire to propound the question which maddened me to a world I doubted not had misery enough already. But the despair which arose from the hidden questionings was not less keen because hidden. Eagerly I read scientific works, studied anatomy, physiology, mechanics, the structure of cells, and the essays of Darwin and Huxley, and I came to the same conclusions that have troubled the world so mercilessly in all ages. The gray matter of the brain, and the white cerebral substance, the medulla oblongata and vital magnetism, and the blood, these became so much phosphorized fat, hematin, and magnetic vibration, that same unconscious cerebration theory, in fact, which even yet disturbs certain philosophers. Thus, joy and sorrow, and every other emotion, became a form of vibration, akin to sound waves, heat waves, light waves, and undulation in general. I saw, in brief, my joy become a mere vibratory thrill of nerve tissue, similar but more complex to the throb of a violin string. My grief became a similar pulsation or wave, but neither were less keen. If my delight were mere pulsation of bundles of fibers proceeding from a cell or nucleus, principally composed of phosphorized fatty substance. If in passing this delight but gave rise to a magnetic thrill and a minute quantity of phosphoric acid, while any chance muscular exertion produced ultimately only relatively small amounts of carbonic acid and other excretory chemicals, nevertheless it was keen joy. And my grief over a deceased friend, if it produced exactly the same chemics, having their formulas reduced to the symbols PO4 and CO2, etc., etc., was this emotion less agonizing, less painful? Nonetheless, when all queries were finished, when all were reducible to their ultimates, ever and forever faced me a blank wall, insurmountable, and everything ceased short of God. In my despair I cried, "There is no God, no immortality, and man differs from the oyster only in having a more complex organization. Only because I, believing thus, lack incentive to crime, am I prevented from lust, from murder. What reck if I kill a man, and no witness be there? When I too die, the clock of life is either worn out or broken. Both are irreparable, and there will be never more resuscitation nor punishment, for death levels all, equalizes all. Perhaps I myself am only a complex vibration of atoms, not dyads, but multatomic arrangements of matter, acted upon by what? Force? Wave force? Moving ether? We are but puppets, creatures of uncontrollable circumstances. Kismet, says the Arab, and I must say so too. Do hideous, natural causes of fright seek those moments to appall poor, despairing man, when he is already a prey to shapes of awful oppressiveness to his very soul's life? I have thought so, and even the next moment thought so, soul in peril, and body also, for then in my path arose a terror, a huge grizzly bear, Ursus horribilis. Surely horrible enough, I thought, as the animal raised himself in frightful posture. I had no weapon except a clasp knife, and the remembrance emphasized the reality of my peril. Wildly I looked about for a tree, into the branches of which to climb for safety. None except giant pines were near. Down the stream towards Chong were cottonwoods, but to go there was to put my friend, unwitting his peril, into extreme danger. Yet Bruin was rapidly forcing me to decide on the courses of flight, or remaining to be eaten, so I turned to run, and stood face to face with the Chin. Calm and cool himself, he bade me have no fear. Stock still I stood, amazed to see him walk slowly up to the grizzly, which, from its fierce-eyed aspect, changed to docility of looks, got down on all fours, and awaited the man's approach. Was Chong insane? I expected to see him rent in pieces. Instead, he placed his hand on the head of the animal and said, "Lie down." The order was obeyed at once, and then Chong sat down on the prostrate animal and fondled its great stiff ears. Very gently the bear licked the human hand, as gently indeed as if caressing its own cubs. What occult power was here? Was the Chin a worker of miracles? Never before had any action betrayed to me this ability of his. True, the example of producing the light in the cave was one, but it had not then so occurred to me because I knew enough, and at the same time not enough, to know that the production of electric light was a possibility, but not possible to any electrician or chemist in the way the Chin performed it. It was not possible to ordinary science then, nor is it now any more so. But it would be possible to them if they would but take the proper occult method. It is one of the earliest learned and easiest feats performed by the novitiate. But I was not then a novitiate. After a few moments, Chong got up, and speaking to the conquered Ursine, said, "Go." As obediently as before, the shaggy beast lumbered heavily off up the canyon and was soon lost to view amongst the rocks and shadows of the night. Once more the granite boulders shone silvery in the glorious summer moonlight. The dark pines swayed in the gentle breeze, which, descending from its play with the whispering boughs, blew the spray of the rushing torrent over the grateful wildflowers nodding on the banks. And beside the rocks, the crags and peaks, the torrent and the pines, the moon shone down on two figures, two men. One stood wrapped in meditation. The other, not thinking at all, simply regarded the first with eyes where amazement yet lingered. Neither moved, neither spoke, but one at least, though he thought not, yet felt. I felt how little difference existed between men, so that they were worthy men. I would have acknowledged the Chin as my equal before the world, perhaps indeed as my superior. In the clearest nights some mists come over and obscure the face of things. So with the soul. In its clearest moments it knows truth, only to forget in later moments how truth seemed. Then, anon, the fogs clear away again. Sometimes, alas, it is after the obscured orb has set. So also the soul. Death may set its darkness over it, ere the clouds of prejudice have melted, or it may not. But there in the moonlight, the sky of my soul was also clear. But neither man moved, neither spoke. End of chapter 1. Section 26 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book 2, Chapter 2. A Soul in Peril. Many days I pondered that scene in the mountains, marveling over the wonderful power possessed by Chang over wild animals. Did he know how he exerted this control, or was it simply a feature of his nature, sufficiently astonishing, truly, but still not understood by its owner? At Bombay, I had seen snake charmers exercise the same dominion over serpents, but it was an inherited ability, unexplained even by the operator. To querists they would reply, "So did my father, and my father's father, and his father. I know not, except he got it from Brahm." But perhaps Chang knew the law which governed his phenomena. If he did, and knew one occult law, did he not know two, or more than two? I determined to ask him when opportunity presented. While in Hindustan, I heard that there were certain men there, not fakirs, but learned men, who lived in the Himalayan solitudes, who wrought magical feats of wonderful variety and power. Had Chang come from these, learned of them? Was he an occult adept, such as I had heard of? These were called, so I had been told, Ragi Yogis, and to the curious person trying to learn more about them than the meager statement of their vast occult or theosophic wisdom, the native laity proved dumb as the Sphinx of Egypt. I had an early chance presented to question my friend, who, well as I knew him, still proved more communicative than I had hoped. It pleased me greatly to learn that not 1 in 100,000 Chinese had any occult wisdom whatever. Pleased me because I felt that if the degraded, groveling Mongol had such knowledge, then because it did not lift that benighted race, it could not be of an elevating character. But all through the Orient, here and there, the magicians were to be found. The reasons for such secrecy, as they maintained, arose from the fact that ere such knowledge as they were custodians of could be gained, the soul must be calm, with that calmness which comes best from life amidst the wilds of nature. Now this may seem strange, but it is a calm which can hardly be maintained in the habitats of those addicted to meat-eating, or of persons engrossed in the selfishness of common life. You may imagine that these students could seclude themselves from disturbance. Men who wish to study do so seclude themselves, even in cities. Not so the occultist. For from the social order and communal life of the world emanates an aura, or atmosphere of its own disturbed muddiness, an aura fatal to the absolute peace required by the theosopher. I am impelled to remark at this point that what goes under the name of theosophy in the world today is an article so far removed from the genuine that the name has even thus early been laid aside by the silent nature student, who, now as ever, is a son of the solitude. But to return to Chang and the question which I asked him, I append his answer verbatim. Yes, in this land of the starry flag, there are students known as the Lothinian Brotherhood. Their lodges, called Saches, are habited throughout the Western Hemisphere. There is one Sach near here. No one not privileged could hope to learn where it is, or who are its members. Yet, as I have led you, Mr. Pearson, to ask the question you have, as I have done this with consent of the brethren, to every one of whom you, who however know none of them, are yourself well known, to what do you ascribe my action? I could construe it in only one way, so I told the Chen that doubtless they knew and favored my deep desire for occult fraternization, a desire ever baffled until that hour. I felt my sonship. I did not know it. It is so. Thou art to be taken as a brother son by a class of men who seldom allow fraternity, even to new affiliates, and never to any other persons whatsoever. But be this clear to thee forever, there is no order of mystic students anywhere, never was, and never will be. The Lothins of America, the Yogis of Hindustan, do not combine for study of occult lore. It is not possible so to study. He who attains grows. He does not study as collegiates study. It is not in books. Each student of God is in himself the plane he dwells on, a radiating center of God-wiseness. The very vows asked of initiates are but tests to determine if in themselves they are that which they seek to affiliate with. The Theo-Christian, indeed, does live with others as to body, but because similars are mutually attractive only. The kingdom of God is within thee, or else, for thee, non-existent elsewhere. Be that thou knowest, and then Christos will give it to thee to know and become more, which also do thou become, and thus grow as the lilies of the field, which toil not nor spin, but are God thoughts externalized. I am the way, the truth, and the life, said our Great One. Thou art, Walter Pearson, of right by growth, one of the such, and this right is because thy life for ages is known to them. My what? My life for ages? Am I so old? I asked, laughing at the supposed joke. You will learn in time, Mr. Pearson, in time, gravely said Chang in meditative tones. I am not speaking humorously. The reason assigned for the interest taken in me made nothing clearer, so I fell to studying the question. No, you cannot guess why, sir, said Chang. Look at me. You say I seem about 30 years of age. I am more. Multiply that figure by 3 and add its half, and you will be correct within 1 year. I have watched over you since your birth, using my psychic powers for the purpose, since until a year ago your present eyes have not beheld me. You are born with powers which you can educe so as to become wiser than I. If it please you, we will go to the Sach tonight. You are surprised that I, whom you have heretofore heard speak only in pidgin English, as it is called, now use such fluent language. I have my reasons, believe me. Perchance you find them obvious. In the afternoon I went to town, telling Chang that I would meet him there, if access to the Sach was as convenient from there as from the mine. On my way into town, I met an acquaintance at whose very popular liquor saloon I had more than once taken refreshment, thinking it no harm, for I drank moderately. When we came near his place, on the main street, he insisted on my tying my horse and coming in to have a social glass with him. But the idea of acceptance jarred, and I felt that it disturbed the calm reflections which had filled my thoughts on parting with the Chin. Chang never drank liquor, smoked, or was aught but abstemious in his habits. But I entered, resolved not to take any form of spirituous liquor. The scene presented was familiar. Men, stupid, foolish, or excited from their potations, and public women mingling with the crowd in the place. Previously to the week just past, these sights were viewed by me with indifference, but now they seemed revolting in the extreme. One exemplification of the satanic influence of liquor I saw with different emotions now from those of other days. A fair, beautiful girl, a moderate user of liquor, not reached to the depths as yet, but a wanton for all her education, culture, and refinement, beginning life in the midst of the influences of school, church, and home in the far Eastern states, but fallen through a man's heartless treachery, and that cruel and equally heartless judgment of society, that whited sepulchre, outwardly stainless, but secretly worse than the victims it stones with its merciless opinions. All the worse is this pharisaical spirit, in that it lets the betrayer go free. let him that is without sin cast the first stone. She was already passing her days in the midst of hell, and the original cause was liquor. Liquor? Yes, I knew her history. Her parents saw no harm in the moderate use of wine, and with the taste created in the girl's nature for the use, came that for fast society, and then ruin. Only 18 years old, yet her feet had stepped on the embers of Hades. Was she lost? Entirely lost? I hardly thought so. I believed her story, that all the glitter of erroneous ways, wine, and fast society had been embraced in her Eastern home because not discouraged by her parents. She said she had no care for those wild ways, but rather a disgust. I felt that she spoke the truth, for tears of genuine sorrow stood in the bright brown eyes, and I knew the possessor of such eyes had trod the path of sin, not through preference, but as she said, quote, through it seeming that at home no one cared what she did, until her disgrace, and then they had put her out and locked the doors of house and hearts against her. End quote. All this she told me while she sat in her own home, the finest in the little city, known as the Retreat. She was occupying the day in painting, for her skill as an artist was only equaled by that which she had as a pianist. Her walls were covered with pictures of her own execution. Such paintings, so sad and full of pathos. One was an ideal picture representing a fair maiden, with a feverish light in her eyes and a look of defiance on her face, sitting under a great tree on a lawn. Beside her was a young man, and before them was a serving woman with a tray on which were 4 glasses, 2 full of milk, 2 of red wine. With a smile of ridicule, the young man placed his hand on the wine, and the girl, with flushed cheeks and defiant eyes, was reaching for the other glass of liquor, although it was evident that she preferred the milk. Behind her, unperceived by any of the 3, stood a shadowy form, a man with a face of divine purity, who was gently weeping over the girl's error. Behind her companion was another shadowy form, black, and with a satanic countenance, his hand on the young man's shoulder, and a smile of triumph on his evil features. Below the picture was the title, The Defeat of Purity. After I had studied long over the picture, I turned to its painter and said, "That represents your life and its woe, does it not, Lizzie?" She made no reply, other than to break into a storm of tears. I waited for the cessation of her anguish, and as I sat, she dried her tears and replied, "Yes, my woe. O God, that I have fallen so low, and there is no hope. No hope. If I could, I would leave this sort of life and go away to begin anew where no one knew anything of me or my past. But I cannot, for I cannot get away. I have no means of support if I could." "Your art, Lizzie," I suggested gently. "Yes, my art, I know. But I fear not. for I have no means adequate to a beginning. It was from that girl's parlor I had gone forth, when, in the evening of the same day, Chang and I went into the mountains, and the grizzly bear episode occurred. That was a week ago now, and today I stood in the saloon of Charles Prevost and saw, engaged in conversation with the barkeeper over a glass of sherry, Lizzie. The barkeeper turned away to wait upon another customer, and at the same time I went up behind the girl, and bending my head close to her ear, said, almost in a whisper, "Would you not rather that sherry was milk?" The hard look died out of the mournfully sweet face, and a tear leaped to each eye and trembled there like a dewdrop, as she said, oh so wearily, "Yes." "Then come with me. Let us go to your house." We went, followed by the curious, misjudging eyes of the saloon idlers. Having arrived, and having entered the parlor, I offered her a chair, and took another myself. Then I said, as she looked at me wonderingly, "Lizzie, let me rather say Elizabeth, for it is more stately, dignified, and so suits you better. You said you would rather it were milk. Now I know what you meant, that your soul yearned for the better life of which we were speaking last Monday. Well, I am rich. No one in the West dreams how rich. To me, the loss or mere absence from my control of 20,000, or even more than $20,000, would be unfelt. The income of a couple of months would replace it. Since we talked here last week, I have thought of you many times. Today, I come prepared to, smother your pride and accept this check on the First National Bank of Washington, D.C. Will you, Elizabeth? Will you take it and go there? Flee from the misery of today and begin life there anew. But how can I repay it if I do? Or how will you know that I do not waste it and abuse your confidence? My girl, I do not want you to repay it ever, in any way, to me. Use it as I ask. As for me, the Saviour has said, He that giveth even a cup of cold water shall in no wise lose his reward. And again he said, He that loseth his life for my sake shall find it again. If life, Elizabeth, what of money, which is so much less? I trust you. Will you take it from me as a cup of cold water to save you from perishing? Yes, if you give it in that way, I will. And as God shall help me, I will be true to promise. How she kept her faith, dear reader, you will find by and by. But City knew her no more, nor was a trace of her destination known to anyone there except myself. All that was known was that her finer pictures were boxed and consigned to a firm of picture dealers in New York City, via San Francisco and the Horn. This was a blind, for while the impression was sought to be conveyed that they were sold to the consignees, such was not the case, for nothing could have induced her to part with them except dire necessity. The less valued pictures were sold at an auction, along with her house and furniture, bringing quite a sum of money. Her own ticket, I was told a month or so later by a mutual acquaintance, a Catholic sister of charity, may God bless those sisters, who went to San Francisco with her, was purchased for the city of Melbourne, Australia. The information surprised even me, and I thought her plans were deep laid indeed. The Catholic sisters gave me a small painting which Elizabeth had left for me. It was a picture of the Capitol at Washington, and under it the words in quotation marks, "Home, sweet home." The sister had never been in Washington, and did not know what the subject of the picture was, nor had any other person seen it, so that not a soul but myself knew through the picture, or in any way else, where the fair, frail, but newly born to a high purpose artist had gone. Dismissing further special thought about her, whom I believed to be saved, I began to reflect on my next actions. I felt, in thinking of my proposed visit to the Satch, as if I were about to leave the world. Joining their order was, according to Chang, virtually, and perhaps in fact, leaving the world of ordinary humanity. As I walked along the streets, after writing out the check for Lizzie, a wind-blown sheet of paper fell on my arm and remained until I picked it off. As I was about to let it flutter away, my own name on the paper caught my eye and aroused my curiosity. Then I read the entire note, and will repeat its words for your sake. Quote, "Give not the rest of thy fortune away. So far thou hast given well, but do not rashly throw away the rest of it. Yet, as thy mining days are practically over, as well as thy life in this community, therefore sell thy share in the mine. It is a good mine, and will bring a high figure. Yet be not discouraged if thou find not a taker for it now, but wait. Offer it now, for time is an essential. M. Blank." End quote. Whence came this message? I could not tell, and strange to say, my usual abundance of natural cautiousness never suggested that the whole thing was an artfully planned scheme to defraud me. So far from such an idea occurring to me, I sought my partners and asked what they would give me for my third share of our joint property. The reply was not immediate. At last, one cautiously asked, "Pearson, why do you sell? Do you fear the pay is petering out?" I replied that I did not, but had reasons of a private nature. Then, too, I wanted to go home. They did not know that I meant by the word home a figurative rendition, that home was not Washington, the city which they knew I had come from, and that instead I meant affiliation with an occult brotherhood. They promised me an answer upon the next day. To this I agreed, but next day came not for more than a month. When it did, the interim had seen a strike at our mine, uncovering what was, in the belief of the company, millions of dollars. In the pay dirt lying on the bedrock, a load of gold quartz was found, which, according to the assay, ran into the thousands of dollars per ton. Unconscious of this coming good fortune, I left my partners engaged in debate and went out upon the street. At the appointed place and hour of 7 o'clock in the evening, now come, I met the Chin. Our meeting place was beyond the town limits, and night had fallen when I arrived. He sat by a tall pine tree, and I did not see him until I had been there, supposing myself first arrived, some 5 minutes. It was the night of the full moon of that lunar period, and I sat musing on a rock by the roadside, thinking of the myth of Morpheus, who with leaden scepter wafts the many into the dim land of dreams, the only respite from woe that weary millions of sufferers ever find on earth. But Chang was not to usher me into peaceful slumber. He was not come as Morpheus, but he was to introduce me into a realm which, new to me, was old in the earth since the first flight of years began back in the aeons of dead time, a realm that has existed from the time of the creation, the spiritual, far-away land of the soul, where the vagaries of dreamland are supplanted by verities stranger yet. I was about to enter on the path of Kabbalah, wherein travel those whose researches into the occult penetralia come from an antiquity of hoary seers of ages past. Would I prove worthy? Then the Chin broke in upon my reverie with the bidding, "Let us go." Strange as it may seem, I was in no wise startled at his sudden appearance. Soon we were among the rock-ribbed hills, and the pine forests waved above us, around us, and adown the slopes beneath our feet. Deer roamed here, despite the comparative nearness to the habitations of men, and many a bright flower was faintly visible in the moonlight, peeping from its shy retreat. Wood lilies, tiger lilies, violets. My thoughts dwelt musingly on these natural beauties, and seemed to say, how fitting that they who, in love of nature, hold communion with her visible forms should go, from listening to the tongues of the visible, to take note of the various language wherewith she tells of things unseen. To the thrill of feeling which swept over me at the meditation, my very soul responded. By the time we were fairly amongst the enforested mountains and the silences of nature, the night was well advanced. The moon's round shield now shone broadly upon us, or again peeped forth between swaying pines. Scarce a cloud floated in the heavens. The air was warm and still. The entire scene seemed a most appropriate introduction to greater beauties which I felt were about to be presented. Then, as I beheld Chang ahead with his blue Mongolian blouse, and in the act of uncoiling his queue to cool his head. The sight acted upon my deep-seated prejudice against the Chinese race, and, like a ruffling breeze, swept over my placid soul, and marred my enjoyment, my serenity. For a moment I forgot the superiority of manhood in Chang, and there arose within me a repugnance to investigating, in the company of a Chinese, things which impressed me as sacred. My vanity whispered that, because he was a Chinese, he was my inferior. Yet, for the world, I would not have breathed a word of it to him. I almost felt inclined to return to town, nevertheless. Chang's voice interrupted this disagreeable train of thought, and his words became a mirror to reflect my conceited egotism so faithfully that I was aghast, and wondered that my own sense of justice had allowed such vain ascendance of meanness. Swept away at last was every vestige of the notion that nationality was of the smallest consequence where real manhood was under consideration. Replacing the narrowness was the conviction that while one race may have more numerous exemplifications of nobility than another, none the less the individuals of every race may leap the highest social barrier and stand equal at last, because it is the soul, not the casket, which springs aloft to God. What said the Chin, do you ask? This: Alas for human vanity! It is more prolific of evil than any other emotion, makes men weak when they should be strong, cringe to prejudice when bravery is meet, and sows the seed of injustice, which hath the flower intolerance and the ripe fruit iniquity. He then turned to me direct, saying, Brother, ought the penalty earned by the depravity of the Chinese race to be visited upon me, who have no part in their iniquity? Shall the good stone in the pile, rejected by the masons of society, be also cast aside? Perchance it might become the head of the corner. Oppression of tyranny is rejection, for it denies a man's rights. Behold then what a pillar of strength is built of the rejected stones of the nations, upon the rock of the American Declaration of Independence. Yet let it not be built too high, and never of any but choice stone, whatever its source, lest it become of ill proportion and fall in ruin. Indeed, indeed, I knew not that you could so easily fathom my thoughts, nor did I know how illiberal I had grown through my vanity. Forgive me, my friend. Ask not my pardon. I am not offended, but I saw clearly that you were doing yourself an injustice in allowing such play to prejudice. It was to set you right, not to humble you, that I spoke. Somehow the beauty of the scene was enhanced in my sight. Like a gladdening rain laying the dust were the words of my friend, and my soul's atmosphere was cleared, so that all things appeared more lovely. As we walked, a doe and her fawn stepped into the path before us. Their impulse on seeing men was to take flight, but Chong held out his hand and called them as if they were pets familiar with him. The animals stopped and returned along the path until within reach. He stroked them gently, and as we passed on, they followed behind. I was wondering if Chong, in his many solitary walks in the mountains, had not made a few pets, as, for example, these deer, and even the bear, when the idea was put aside by a new occurrence. As we came under an overhanging rock, a puma, or California lion, Felix concolor, leaped into our midst with the evident intention of having venison for supper. Indeed, had not the deer for which he sprang been too nimble, it would have been an instant victim. But it and its companion affrightedly closed about Chong, and the latter, turning to the panther, said sternly, but in a calm, low tone, "Peace." And there was peace, for the carnivore slunk down for an instant like a whipped dog, then resumed a normal cat-like attitude, and, purring, walked with soft, feline tread on one side, with the deer on the other side of the human mediator, and I, lost in amazement, brought up the rear. Verily, the fable of the lion and the lamb was realized in actuality. See, my brother, what it is to know the law and to live it, for I myself am a vegetarian, and the perfect peace such food allows renders my soul calm, so that I see the law as in a mirror. Behold proof of the truth in this occurrence. As he ceased to speak, we halted in front of a huge ledge of basaltic rocks, some hundreds of feet in height. The ledge was broken and twisted as if by some rending convulsion. All about the base lay huge fragments broken off the face of the wall. Against the cliff rested a giant block many tons in weight. Touching this with his hand, the Chin said, "Here is our Setch, our temple, so to say. This rock is guard at the entrance to a place remarkable, to say the least, if viewed from an Occidental standpoint." I looked in vain for the doorway, or any crevice which might lead into a cavern. Meanwhile, Chong laid his hand on the great cat with us, and said, "Go." And the lion, pausing not, went leaping along in bounds, for these animals have such a limber spinal column that they cannot run or trot like other animals not of the feline tribe, leaps by which it was soon lost to sight. Then Chong said, "As it will not return here, these gentle deer would best remain. No other spot is so safe for them. Goodbye, my little friends." Continuing, Chong said to me, "Have you found the doorway? It is not strange that you should fail, for it was constructed with the special purpose of baffling the curious." Again he touched the enormous quadrangular block. Immediately it tipped on edge, and leaned outward over us, causing me to spring away in terror lest it fall on me. Be not afraid, my brother. See, it is under my control, as if on hinges. And he swung it back on its lower outer edge with wonderful ease, only keeping his own nearest hand firmly upon it. To my amazed query, he replied that it worked to his will through magnetism. But I saw no magnet, and said so. Truth, in me is the magnet you do not see. Did it ever occur to you that the processes of all life are carried on by what, for our present purpose, may be called magnetism? Assimilation of food and drink, waste, excretion, all vital processes whatever. The magnet is in the cerebellum or back brain, and in the medullary substance of the corpori striatum, a veritable wound magnet. The force which causes the heart to act, the lungs to act, maintains bodily heat, and so on, is enormous. It amounts to many hundreds of thousands of foot-pounds per day. He that knows occult law can make nature parallel this magnet, for the universe itself moves only because of the current which flows from positive to negative, from one half of matter into the other half, continuously. Here now is an occult secret. Make a place of separation in this, the fire of life, and where the poles come in contact, there shall force be in action. This block of stone, the door, is an armature in a natural field of force. Here on the ground is another. Putting the door stone back in place, Chong drew a circle on the ground about a foot across. Then, in this circle, a couple of lines in a simple cross, one north and south, the other east and west. As the four ends of the cross were contacted with the circle, a tall, steady flame sprang up, its spear-shaped cone trembling within itself, but being wholly uninfluenced by the wind, which had some time before commenced blowing in vigorous gusts. Then said the Chin, Behold, the vis mortuus. Of all mankind, only an occult student could bring it forth. Only such a one could put it out, unless by accident. Touch it not, 'twould be fatal, on the principle that the greater contains all lesser forces, and it would instantly absorb the force of life, or of wind, or wave, or projectile. It exists visibly here, because on a thaumaturgic symbol. You think that symbol might as well be of any other form? So think those who comprehend not. See that moth darting about the flame of the light. It will enter, but not be burnt. No quicker. See, it touches and disappears, and leaves no sign. Yet the light is not hot, no, not even warm. I will put it out. Suiting his action to the word, he drew a stick through beneath the dust on which the circle was described, and the light in that instant was gone. Then another circle made he, drew but one line across it, north and south, then stepped into the figure, one of his feet on each semicircle. Immediately his whole person was covered with a brilliant flame, so that he appeared on fire. I was exceedingly terrified. "Do not fear for me. It is well with me. The other flame was negative odicity, and would have instantly been fatal to whatever motion touched it, and have disintegrated its form. Yea, a rock thrown into it would at once have disintegrated, or a cannon ball discharged from the muzzle of the piece would have fared the same. But this is a positive flaming of the vis naturae, and preserves life. I might stand here till the centuries mounted, and be not weary, nor hungry, nor sick, eat not, nor drink, yet live. For this keeps all things untouched by time, as when they enter it. No difference in symbolic figures, think you now? Indeed, yes. But my soul will not progress. So that ease of living, though its use offers, I care not to employ its aid, except that when weary it gives me rest, ill it restores health." He broke the circle with his foot, and coming away, swung back the door-stone again, and stepped within the tunnel disclosed behind it. I followed. The door was replaced, and I found that the passage led into the mountain. I was still thinking of the biblical legend of the rolling away of the stone from the mouth of the sepulchre of Jesus the Christ, and paralleling it with this act of the chin, aware now that neither were miracles, but manifestations of higher natural law, when we began to walk along the hall of the tunnel, I following closely in the rear of my guide, whom I could hear but not see, for since the closing of the door-stone the blackness was appalling in its intensity. Mistrusting this blind guidance, I approached the wall that I might feel my way, when suddenly all about me shone a marvelous white light. It was not eminent from any point, but all the air was luminous, for I observed that nothing cast a shadow, either below, above, or on any side. 'Twas the same marvelous light I had once before seen in the cavern we had found together. After going about 200 feet, we came to a door made apparently of bronze, covered with artistic cameo and intaglio figures of men and animals, ranged about a double triangle inside of a circle. This door gave entrance to a large circular chamber, not less than 60 feet across, with dome-like ceiling, 10 or a dozen feet high at its junction with the wall, but over 20 feet in the center. The same wonderful illumination was omnipresent in this great apartment as in the hall outside. But I asked no questions. I deemed observation the better way. Here it was that Chang temporarily left me, going into another room through a narrow doorway closed by a portiere. I devoted the time to looking about me, examining the surroundings. I found that the chamber, like its approach, was hollowed from the living rock, only that while the beginning of the hallway was in a basalt cliff, the room was in a different formation, being in mineral-bearing rock. The central part of the walls and ceiling cut across a wide vein of gold-bearing gray quartz of hard texture. This lode, fully 25 feet wide, had on one side a granite ledge, and on the other red porphyry of the variety chiefly found in the quarries of Upper Egypt. Beyond the granite was another lode of metalliferous rock, and in this one side of the room was reached without cutting into other veins. The porphyry almost completed its side of the chamber, but not quite, as a second body of gold quartz was intersected, but not cut through. Now, imagine the extreme beauty of such walls as these when polished like glass, thus enhancing the veinings of the clouded rock and brilliant beauty of silver and gold, both native and in their ores, and not a few other metals and minerals. The makers of the wonderful room had, quote, builded like giants and finished like jewelers, end quote. But how had such an enormous task been accomplished, and when? A town of many hundreds of people lay but a few miles distant, but the inhabitants knew nothing of all this. It did not occur to me in explanation that its builders were of the Lothian brotherhood, and had formed their temple by the disintegrating force of the vis mortuus, into which I had seen Chang cast a stone, and had witnessed its instantaneous disappearance. It was long afterwards, ere I, musing o'er memory's pages, thought of this solution to the puzzle of the existence of the Sach, or Sagum. But when I did, I knew it for the truth, knew that neither pick nor drill nor any tool of humankind had been used, and that what I had thought the result of years of patient toil was but the work of a short time. Yet this was the fact, my friends. On the floor was a carpet of oriental variety. The fabric was of long fibers woven together at one end, but loose like hair at the other, in color a quiet gray. A footfall upon it gave no sound whatever, any more than would a carpet of eider down. Around the sides of the sagum extended a wide divan, continuous except at the 3 entrances. Covering it, and depending from its edges, was the same silky fabric as lay upon the floor. The one article of movable furniture in sight was a singular-looking stand made of brass, which stood in the middle of the apartment. Its top indicated that it was used as a brazier. I would have made sure of its real use, but refrained from asking, not desiring to appear curious. "Indeed, ask questions if you wish," said Chang, who had just returned. "Have no fear of seeming inquisitive. That is, as you suppose, a censor. its use will appear. I was again astonished at my friend's occult powers, for his answer proved a clear case of mind-reading. I now felt an unconquerable sense of fatigue and sleepiness, and without saying anything, or asking permit as I might more courteously have done, and would but for my being so sleepily stupid, sat down on the divan and then reclined at full length. But this act seemed to arouse me so that I could not sleep. I tried very determinedly to do so, finally admitting to myself that it seemed impossible. "So you can't sleep. I will aid you." Again the chin had fathomed my wish, for I had hoped as a last resort that he would offer to put me to sleep, having myself no doubt of his power to do so. He leaned over me and touched a knob in the wall. A small door flew open, disclosing a number of shelves. From one of these Chong took a peculiar-looking flute of reed pipe. Placing it to his lips, he began playing an air which had a very familiar sound, like some sweet, half-forgotten memory floating back from lang syne, bringing an exquisite sense of pleasure and pathetic pain. So the wild, sweet notes brought to my mind a faint, indistinct recollection of some former delight. In trying to remember where, what, remember when, ah me, sleep had overtaken my senses. It matters little how long I slumbered, whether minutes or hours, yet it must have been hours. End section 26. Section 27 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Chapter 3. Take, therefore, no thought for the morrow. When I awoke, rich, delicate perfumes and the low hum of voices greeted my still slumberous senses. On opening my eyes, I found that Chong was by my side, having either remained while I slept or returned before I roused. In the center of the room, sitting on the floor, I saw about a dozen people, each clad in a long gray robe. Chong had one of these robes on his person, and to my astonishment, I found myself attired in like manner. A high-caste Tibetan, 2 Hindu pundits, and an Egyptian were, excepting Chong, the only foreign brethren, the remaining persons being American and English. The Egyptian was to the Sakaza what the Grand Master is to a Masonic fraternity. Understand that he was not a teacher in the sense that a professor in a college is an instructor. He was in himself more of the way, more of the truth, more of the life of God than any other present. And hence, as in himself the highest plane, he stood before the rest as a pinnacle each might study and rise unto. This man alone was standing. Perceiving that I had awakened, Chang said, "Let us seat ourselves in the circle, brother, that the ceremonies of the evening may commence." When seated, we formed two in a circle of 10 persons, arranged in a ring in the center of the chamber, our hands clasped on either side by our neighbors, and so around the circle. In its center stood the brazen censer, and beside it the Grand Master. Presently, this person began to speak in the best of English, giving a clear, concise statement of the wisdom religion of the Lothianians. He disclaimed the idea that anything which was performed under occult law could be a miracle, and declared that no miracle had ever yet taken place in the world, because a miracle would be a contravention of law, and what was a violation of law but evil? It being evil, Jesus the Christ would have been the last ever to have worked one. Not a man or woman, it was asserted, and it is true, comprehends how these laws operate, or understands anything of their nature, unless such man or woman is an occult student. The world of science is more ignorant of these mysterious forces of nature than even the sect styled spiritualists, for these do comprehend a little, but so very, very little as to expose them to fearful dangers, handling as they do forces so terrible when abused that their field of operation might well give pause to the wisest ere they trod therein. Yet science soon shall know, following the cross-bearer. Beyond admitting me to free hearing of what was said and done, no notice other than salutatory courtesy was paid me. That is, I was not invested with any membership degrees. No degrees can be conferred, for each is in self the degree represented. But the adept, as I clearly perceived, had spoken so personally direct that I knew he addressed me. This was when he said, "There is within this sacred place of meeting one who hath studied deeply, studied as scientific modernism contemplates all life, and ever hath the study filled him with melancholy, yea, even despair. He hath questioned of the stars, What art thou? And no reply hath been given beyond that which astronomy ever returns. Worlds, suns, blazing orbs, mighty beyond power of mentality to conceive. And of the grass, and it hath said, I am of cells aggregated and vitalized by the spirit of nature. The animal hath replied, but in Darwinian terms, I am a form evolutionized and come up from protoplasm. Man has he seen to be at the apex of animal life, and so he says of himself, Lo, there is naught but at one end the simple cell, at the other a complexity of cells aggregated. But to me the world and all its forms speak of action and eternity, but of the immortality of man, of a soul or a spirit, or of God, nay, no word. Death ends all. O my brother, Speaketh not this joy, these griefs of thine, to thee of aught but magnetic vibration? Art thou blind to the message of God, that the vibratory joy or grief or unconscious cerebral action, whereby thou comest to a given knowledge, is but the method of thy life? And the animal, saith it not, Lo, I am a soul, and this animal body is fit tool for my soul powers, which, if they increase beyond the power of the tool to express, force me, the ego controlling, to cast it aside and seek a fitter tool in a body suited to my progress? And saith not man to thee, O brother in darkness, I am at the apex of animal life, truly, in my admirably adapted physical body, as a fit tool to prosecute to the utmost any and all material processes. It brings me to the wall of all physical life, and behold, it enables me, the ego, to reach the top of this wall, and find that I am a spirit, not a vital stone. And because of my sight, I will leave behind the pursuit of materiality for that of spirituality, and go even unto my Father's house, where are many mansions, conditions of spirit, but where matter breaketh not in to corrupt nor steal the treasures. Who hath asked, let him hear me. I have spoken. May peace be with thee. I thought my friend Chong was speaking in a humorous vein when he said that the adept, whose name was Mendicus, had not so much as opened his lips or used his vocal organs at all. Not so, however. I was mistaken. Chong read my thought and said, Nay, my brother, not in jest. Each of us has heard Mendicus, and to each it seemed that his national tongue was used. To me, my own. To you and 5 others, Anglo-Saxon. To the Hindu pundits, their tongue. Because Mendicus spoke from his soul unto ours, is the reason of this seeming paradox. I thought at once of my Bible, which was a treasure to me above all other books, and of the passage wherein it is written, quote, Now when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language. End quote. In answer to the unspoken thought, Mendicus, the adept, turned to me and said, Verily, they spoke unto the souls of that multitude. It was no miracle, but law. The Bible is sound occult doctrine, so far as the matter in it has escaped the revisers, and worse than revisers, the Roman Catholic interpolators and twisters of its truths. Thou dost well to read it. I have read it through 87 times. Here another brother joined with the remark, The hearers and the speakers were to each other as a perfectly attuned violin to its bow, every string ready to respond to the least master touch. To this Mendicus added, They heard the speakers as thou heardst me, not with ears, for no aerial connection is needed between souls in sympathy, but the consciousness of what was said existed as does the consciousness of one's own thoughts. Thou needst not speak thy thoughts, that thine ears may convey to thy consciousness what thoughts thou thinkest. Neither are thine ears of more use in comprehending me. Yet because the thoughts did not originate in thy brain, but in mine, and so were external to thine inner consciousness, therefore thou didst suppose that thou heardst me with thine ears, when it was thy soul which understood, for my voice I used not. I now understood, in the light of the mind-reading power which these students had revealed, why no question had been put to me concerning my life, my thoughts, or will in regard to affiliation with themselves. They knew these things through this ability without asking. Mendicus, master, now requested attention from all present, and then made an invocation to God and to all occult initiates in this world and elsewhere in the universe. At the conclusion of this petition, he slowly raised his right hand, whence, after half a minute, he dropped it to his side and bowed his head. The wonderful light commenced to wane, and simultaneously with its disappearance, a blinding flash of light seemed to dart from the ceiling overhead, striking the censer by his side. Then succeeded that inky blackness which follows the midnight flashing of the lightning of heaven, but it was not destined to last very long. Soon, in the deep darkness, there was a noticeable lightening, which continued to increase until the whole interior of the sagum was illumined by a lurid glow, which rendered every object clearly visible. Like the other, it seemed not to emanate from any particular point, but as if the entire atmosphere were like red-hot iron, self-luminous. The next instant I observed that the faces of the Lothans had assumed an exceedingly ghastly hue, bloodless in appearance, as are the countenances of dead men. Their pallor was soon explained, however, when my eyes fell on the brazen censer standing in our midst. The gaze of every brother was fixed with unwavering intensity upon a small globe of blue fire which rested on the fire-pan. I noticed also that the self-luminosity of the atmosphere was gone, and that the light from the blue globe cast shadows. Although in size it was not larger than a filbert, yet its intensity counteracted the luridness of the air. It was beautiful in the extreme, but not dazzling. On the contrary, it was cool and calm, resting the eyes. Evidently the light was the same as the positive flaming of the vis naturae with which I had seen the Chin envelop himself. It trembled and quivered like a globule of molten, boiling metal. Such absolute silence reigned, not even a sound of breathing being audible, that I turned a quick glance on my friends. Except for the glitter in their eyes as they gazed on the blue light, every one would have seemed only a perfect but non-vital semblance of a human being. Then my gaze reverted to the object which centered the common attention. it had been growing, and now of a size of 6 inches, was gloriously beautiful. Although I had seen no human agency concerned in its creation, yet I felt that it was produced by the occult knowledge of which I had witnessed so many other manifestations. Mind over matter. Marvelous, novel, all this to me. But I knew it was not miracle, although magical. What is magic, do you ask? Magic is the comprehension of laws not ordinarily possible to grasp by means of physical experiment, because their phenomena in general lie higher than the physical realm, just a little lower than mental or psychic operations, and partaking of the last to a major extent. As I watched the blue globe, I gradually became en rapport with the mental condition of the Lothens about me. Instead of wondering what were to be the perfected dimensions and what the object of this glowing ball, I contentedly watched it, with a sense of perfect knowledge of its ultimate size and use. But this intuition aroused in my mind no train of disturbing conjecture. I thought of nothing, absolutely nothing, taking no thought for the morrow or the next moment. My intelligent friend, try this once. Try to think of nothing, to have no thought, not even the one that you are not thinking. I doubt your success in the attainment of such a state of mind, but if you are, happily, successful, you will remember to the end of your allotted years on earth how great was the sense of rest, of peace, of perfect joy, felt, not thought of, in that moment. Could you attain and then retain such a mental state for half an hour, you would become clairvoyant and clairaudient during that time, and both see and hear across the leagues of earth, aye, and be conscious of futurity, so that a prophecy then made by you would be found to come true in every detail, though its scope was over years mounting to centuries. You must perceive then what a beautiful condition the Lothens enjoy. The whole present, and each way from the present almost to eternity, is theirs to know. These states of mind are protracted with them, and in the quiescence which is theirs at such times, they find themselves en rapport with the architect of the world, and know his ways. Like Job are they then hearing of him by the hearing of the ear, their eyes also behold him. Some few of God's works they can do, many more of them they can understand, laying the line on the foundations of the earth, entering the springs of the sea, knowing where light hath its way, and the place of darkness, and the bounds thereof. Yea, in this still time of their souls, God opens to them even the gates of death, through which they go and return. But though they know all this, and so, friend, might you too, yet it is because the Creator shows them the paths unto the place thereof, and he will show you if you enter the occult door through which Christ has gone unto the Father. Follow him, and greater things than these shall ye do." Mendicus, master, now perceived that the lurid glow of the atmosphere had been neutralized by the light of the blue sphere, which, full 12 inches through, rested motionless in completion, its glorious, radiant center of entrancing loveliness. He raised his hand slightly, as if giving an unspoken command. Upon this, the sphere of light rose to a height of perhaps 8 feet from the floor, where it hung without visible means of support. Again the hand waved in command, and the sphere moved horizontally over our heads to a point about 15 feet from the center of the chamber. Here it was permitted to remain. Although everyone present was intuitively aware of all that was about to occur, I will describe every incident for the benefit of my readers. Following the pure blue light came a sphere of intense indigo color upon the brazier, its process the same as that of its predecessor, and when complete, it was assigned position 13 feet from its neighbor, on the same 8-foot plane. Next came a sphere of violet, of equally intense brilliancy, differing only in color, not size. Then followed a globe of pure red, then one of orange, another of pure yellow, and lastly one of glorious green. Every one was at the same height from the floor, and equidistant approximately from its neighbors. Any attempt at describing the extreme beauty of these iris-hued spheres would indeed be futile, as they hung motionless above our heads. Once again the master gave silent order, and the spheres began to move horizontally around their common center. Slowly at first, gradually the speed increased until persistence of vision presented them to the sight as a great circle of light 90 feet in circumference. Nevertheless, the orbital revolution did not in any degree merge the colors into becoming white light. And now an additional feature of beauty was presented. As the seeming ring sped around, from each of its compound globes a shaft colored like its parent was simultaneously projected horizontally to the center, when from the junction a perpendicular column of light of purest white went forth upward and downward, the one to the great quartz crystal in the ceiling overhead, the other to the carpet of gray below, for the censer had been removed from underneath. Thus was presented the spectacle of an enormous wheel, axle, spokes, and rim, revolving at great speed, and all formed of imponderable light. Though it rested on the carpet, there was no scorching, for this was but vivient fire, positive, not the negative vis mortuus. Buddhism symbolizes the latter element as Shiva, the destroyer. It is the fire of death, the one wherein I had seen the moth perish and the stone disappear. There is an esoteric Buddhism as well as an exoteric, or religion of the masses, and the names of Shiva and Vishnu, which to the exoterist are names of personal gods, of the destroyer and the preserver respectively, are to the esoterist merely the terms distinguishing the obverse and reverse aspects of nature, that is, growth and satiety, change and destruction. Would power like this of the Lothans ever be mine? It seemed to me that if Mendicus, master, had come to such wisdom, he, being but a man, could not do more than I. We were both souls. The wondrous temple in the heart of the mountain, the lighting of the darkness, the lifting of the great stone at the entrance, the vis viva and the vis mortuus, all this that I had seen and was to see was only the work of men who had, in their calmness of soul and purity of heart and body, done these things because the Christ Spirit in the pure of heart is perfect human and extends unto the Father. Could I not hope to attain the power of doing likewise? I asked myself, and knew that I could, for I was then in the peace of clairvoyance. Yet I saw not all that must intervene, not all the events of the nearer future, nothing of them in fact, but only the more distant perspective of my soul's destiny.
Verily, said Mendicus, but not now, not until a time of trial be past. To thee, as to all other occult neophytes, will come moments of darkest doubt, and thy very soul will weep in the agony of despair. No, thou wilt not doubt the truth of hermetic wisdom at any time, but thine ability to acquire it only. Study then the principles of truth, not its phenomena only. For its own sake it is more to be desired than its works, though usually less attractive to neophytes. Thy doubts will be born of an imperfect conception of thine own self, a want of perception of symmetry, giving undue proportion to certain facts, and upon finding these of less importance than thy conception of them originally painted, thy heart will fail thee. For in themselves they are great, and if comparison declares them small, what power shall grasp the greater? Then will it be that thou wilt fear thou art but finite, and these things infinite, and thou wilt say to thy soul, my weakness is to these things as pack-thread wherewith to draw Leviathan. But this is not so, for no creature is more than the Creator, and thou art of the Father, and joint Creator with him. What shall prevail? Only faith, like that of the Spirit who overlighteth Jesus, and all them that triumph over time. Woe unto thee, if thou shalt faint while buffeting the billows of doubt. Miserable indeed is the lot of such a one, for, debarred from the society of the brothers because of his faint heart, he is yet possessed of a knowledge of something purer, better, higher than the ordinary ambitions of humanity. After his glimpse into the greater possibilities of his being, he disdains to resume his former sense relations with the world. he cannot descend to the world's level, nor raise his fellowmen to his own height. So, through the rest of his life on earth, he is alone. My friend, there is no solitude so drear as he hath who is in the world, but not of it. Wilt thou venture onwards, braving this peril? At this point there is yet a chance of return, without incurring the danger which follows when further advanced. Set not thy hand to the plough, if thou canst not go to the end of the furrow. It is long and difficult to follow. The world hath not so hard a task as this, to impose in all its power. I offer thee option. Mendicus now watched me as I pondered the proposition. I felt that I could not in any event resume the old life. Within me the fire was already alight, and the sword of the Lord had cut off the old from the new, so that I felt it was between me and the past. No, onward, Christian soldier, must be my song leading to victory. I was decided in my mind, though I had not as yet said so. But I had no need to utter aloud my decision, although, forgetting this fact, I was about to do so, when Mendicus said, "Thou hast then decided to go onward. I am sorrowful because of it. For though thou shalt come forth at last as gold burned in the fire, yet the ordeal confronting thee is fierce. But I will not allow that thy feet go alone, for that were unwise. I will so do for thee that the step be not irretrievable, lest it perchance be as I fear. O brother, I fear me, woe is thine." After this decision, I was required to take vows of secrecy, whereby I was bound not to reveal any part of what I should learn in any manner which might give the hearer of my words practical use of what I told him. I might drop a hint which might be followed as a clue to the voiceless silence where blooms the flower of life. But beyond a hint, my friend, I can tell you nothing. Of hints I have given many, nor, were I to disregard my word and divulge secrets of immediate working value, would you thank me? No, rather would you curse me. Why? Suppose we wit an instance. Suppose I were to reveal the secret of the vis mortuus. Would you thank me? It is, remember, that force which may be projected in all its fatal strength to any distance, and which is personified in the famous poem, The Destruction of Sennacherib, in the line, quote, "The angel of death spread his wings on the blast." End quote. Suppose I revealed that secret. How long would it be ere the world would find that the unscrupulous amongst men were using it to work undetectable murder? And its uses are many besides, for it is the principle in nature which governs transmutation, disintegration, decay, destruction, death. All these, but never does it build anew. It is Shiva, the destroyer. Used aright, it is a beneficent force, for without it there would be no progress in nature, because no change could occur. There could not even be retrogression, but utter stagnation. Its sign is a cross inside of a circle. Much as that means to me, it can be but a hint to you. Study it if you will, and one day it shall be revealed to you. In reason, you can no longer ask why occult matters are so imperatively secret, for it must be evident that this fair earth would be made by the unscrupulous into a very hell of misery and crime, were they not thus secret. For a time, those who chose to subvert their knowledge would seem to thrive and prosper, even though the world about them suffered. But subversion of the law is violation, and the penalty at last visited is in tenfold degree upon those who went most astray in their blindness and sin. It would cause them to curse the giver of such wisdom. 9/10 of the people of this world are unable to govern themselves well. They cannot, in saneness, expect to be made sharers of such awful knowledge as Shiva represents. Men and women are really not following the Christ until every part of their own nature is held in an iron grasp of merciless subjection to high principles. But study, my friends, study. Christianize the money power of this world, so that capital shall not work harm to men, but good. And from good thus born, the karma of the world will lead to the goodness of heart, which gives calmness of soul. In that calmness, your study will bear fruit, and then it will not be a mockery in seeming of your hopes for me to say, study. I rejoice in those earnest workers whose motto is, look up, not down, look out, not in, look forward and not back, and lend a hand. Only this, the occult student gazes in and not out. But these are not esoterists. Their name shall one day be great in the world, and though you who desire to study and know occult truths now may not see your hopes fruit in your present incarnation, yet in coming lives you will grasp these truths which elude you at present. Follow him. Before me, Mendicus, Master, had opened a view of life so radically different from the old, restless existence that my heart grew warm, regardless of his prophecy that bitter woe was perhaps to be my portion ere I could enter the haven of my desires. The fact was that my optimistic nature deceived me with a hope that somehow I could manage to avoid the threatened sorrow, and having escaped its menace, could go happily onward. Alas, poor me! I knew nothing of karma, and in that day knew nothing of Zailm of Poseid. Else, had I known, I would have trembled when the Master expressed his fears for my sake. I saw before me a great ocean of wisdom, flashing in the light of truth, its horizon defined only by the voyager's temporary inability to go farther, its depth measurable only by that of the universe. Free from the dogmatism of cramping creeds and of superstition, that ocean reaches out into the eternity which enshrouds the stars as well as the dust in mystery, that mystery which veils the Creator from the created,
veils it from the joint creator man, too, just so long as his soul shall lean to creation instead of to the Creator, his Father. Veils it until the eons of time shall be swallowed up in eternity, beyond the stars, Earth, Venus, and Mars, when man shall cease to be man in becoming more than man, and life the less be gathered into nirvana, sum of all the parts. I repeat it, sum of all the parts, for it is not in any wise that horrible cessation of being which Sanskrit scholars have interpreted the word nirvana to mean. They have misconceived the facts. It is not the end of life, except life the less, any more than the statement, God is nothing, that is, not one thing, but the sum of all things, should be construed as a denial of the being of God, the eternal Father of life. A change had come over the master. Up to the present, his attention had been that of one controlling a process. Now, with his back to the shaft of the wheel of light, he stood beside the censer, looking upward, his gaze like that of one beholding a sight pleasing yet absorbing. At last he bowed his head and said, "Welcome, Mol Lang, friend and brother." I saw no one, but was aware that the person addressed could not be one of the Sach. Mendicus, master, turned to the brazier by his elbow, and struck it lightly with his outspread fingers, whereupon the fire-pan became red hot. Then he thrust his hand into a pouch depending from his waist, and drew it out, filled with a white powder, which he cast on the fireplate, producing a dense white smoke. I regarded this as a mere ceremonial offering of incense, and thought it savored of superstition, for I had now lost my intuitive perceptive power, and could only depend on conjecture. This idea was scarcely formed ere abandoned, for the cloud of smoke rapidly took the human form, into which the solid appearance of genuine personality was introduced as the incense consumed, until upon the glowing stand stood a man of commanding presence. Some men seemed to be not of any distinctive nationality, but very citizens of the world, or, even more largely, representatives of the race, and one feels that they might be of this world or of any other capable of supporting human life. Such was the man before us. He was addressed by Mendicus as Mol Lang of Pertos, and though I knew no such country, I unquestioningly accepted this appellation. His deep-set eyes, under massive brows, and a head of similar contour to that of the philosopher Socrates, his snowy hair and long white beard, together with a soldierly erectness of person, made Mol Lang the Pertosian the very personification of occult wisdom, from my point of view. Nor was I far wrong. His turban, which in fact was blue, mottled with brown, seemed chameleon-like, to assume different colors as the varicolored spokes of the wheel of light passed by, not through him,
but he through them. He wore a long gray robe depending from the shoulders and belted at the waist. On his feet, of goodly, delicate shape, were sandals. The Praetorian stooped and put his hand on the shoulder of the master, making some remark, the import of which I did not catch, then stepped to the floor with a light bound, and with Mendicus went to the divan and sat down, engaging in an earnest conversation, which they held secret from the knowledge of the others. Do you ask where our clairaudient mind-reading ability was, that this converse should have been unknown to any of us? Unless one who knows that mind-readers present are apt to exercise their ability desires to have them share his thoughts, they cannot. He preserves as an almost unconscious habit the mental desire of having his thoughts remain impenetrable, and to such a will no human power can pierce the barrier it sets. At length they returned to our circle, and Mendicus seated himself with us. The visitor then said, "Though the men of Lothus have known others of my fellow Praetorians, few heretofore have known me, none indeed but thy master. I am come to induct one of thy number into the land of the departed, while another I take home with myself. To you, Lothans, I need not say that the body is like unto a coat, to be put off or on at pleasure by those who know how. I say this only for him known in the world as Walter Pearson, but unto me as Philos, and some day the world will hear of him as Philos the Tibetan. Yet shall he not reside in Tibet in Asia, but shall be so called because he shall for a time live on the sole plane of the occult adepts of Tibet. Unto thee, then, Philos, I say, when thou shalt be free of thy mundane body, then if thou wouldst go to any sphere of heaven, unto Neptune, or any planet or star, thou hast but to desire such transference of thyself, and it is accomplished. Wilt thou go with me this night, which is now nearly morning?" Where was this I was asked to go? I knew not clearly whether he meant the soul realm, or in fact just where he did mean to go. But my faith was strong, and I replied, "Whither thou goest, I go also, for I have faith in thee that thou wilt do me no hurt." The faith inspired in that hour by the gentle dignity and kindly love I saw beaming from those deep-set, calm, gray eyes has known in all these subsequent years no cause for regret, nor for the action which my faith then inspired me to make, has this heart any but a feeling of supreme thankfulness that the Christ Spirit then put it into my soul to have that faith. I fancy I hear some reader, timid at the prospect of trying the unknown, which might, for all I knew at the moment, include my corporeal death, saying, "How came it that you felt so sure of Moll Lang? Did you not fear he was a devil?" No, I did not, for I was under the protection of goodly men, into whose midst no demon could enter more than night can reign beneath the noonday sun.
At least one of my protectors, Mendicus, had arrived at a finality so far as Earth's present cyclic age can teach. The physical nature had no secrets from him, but the illimitable realms of the Father hold many mansions, besides the universe of matter and the house of light, or the dwelling place of darkness. In this mansion of the material universe, nothing remained for Mendicus to gain. He stayed but to give. Death had no power over him. He was supra-mundane, and until himself otherwise elected, he must live. Only the Word of God, the true Logos, by himself invoked, could loose the silver cord. Would you, protected by such an one, fear demoniacal influences? One other query of the multitude you may desire to ask, I will answer. You inquire how these highly favored ones of God can be certain of the truth of their intuitive perceptions, and I answer, the man who lives in his spiritual nature does not believe, but knows that his being is one with God the Father, the great Parent, and his spirit speaks by the voice of intuition, informing him by a single flash of that which otherwise he would be long years in learning by external methods of investigation, if indeed externality could ever impart the knowledge. His spirit gives him from its own source, the Father, an effortless, instantaneous perception of facts, principles, and things. I am reminded of the words of Moll Lang to me in this connection. Philos, some day thou wilt comprehend this. Earth is a letter in a sevenfold alphabet. The stellar universe is but one book. Its pages truly are myriad, its chapters legion. Yet besides this book, the library of the Creator is of endless number. It occurred to me that we were the ones who should thank our visitor, and he not thank us at the conclusion of his remarks, for it seemed to me a lecture of wonderful power. A few minutes later, he turned to me and said, Philos, art thou ready to go with me now? I replied affirmatively, as did Chang, whom the visitor called Semla, when the same question was put to him. Gravely, the brethren arose and took the hands of the Chin in their own, as one by one they said to him, as to one going into a far country, to return not for years, and perhaps not forever. Semla, may the peace of God attend thee evermore. Fare thee well. Then Mendicus, master, said, Semla, my peace I give unto thee. I noted the difference in valedictory, and at another time asked of Moll Lang, and received the explanation, that while the brethren could not give peace, not yet themselves perfectly possessing it, Mendicus master, having it himself, could give it, especially to one who, like Semla, was so near its attainment. To all these Semla said quietly, Peace do I wish thee. To me no such farewells were accorded, for they said, We shall see thee here again.
This to me was unpleasant, in the frame of mind I was in, but I concealed my feelings as well as I was able, and replied as kindly as they spoke. Then Mole Lang said, "Come." He started forward to the door of the sagum, and I should have followed without looking back, had it not seemed as if some one touched me. Imagining that some brother wished to speak with me, and had thus called my attention, I turned, and saw that which will never fade from the tablets of memory. Lying on the long, soft silk of the carpet was a human form. Looking more closely, I saw that this was my own physical form, my body, my materiality, in short. In the act of raising it from the recumbent position were 4 of the brethren, 2 on each side. Others were doing a similar act for the corporeal shell of Semla. It was my consciousness that something was being done to my earthly body which I had mistaken for a touch. It had not occurred to me that I was divested of my mortal casket. So easy had been my disembodiment. Death is, after the agony of illness for those long sick, as easy and pleasant an experience, said Mole Lang, in answer to my mental reflection. If thou wert not to re-enter thy corporeal body again, this would be death for thee, he added. I was so greatly amazed at this last phenomenon that I stood still, saying nothing, as I watched the bodies being removed from the main apartment and laid on couches in a smaller room. Mole Lang then remarked, "Essentially this is death. Behold, then, body death is but a casting aside of the grosser forms of life which have served their purpose. As thou wilt return, this is not absolutely death for thee. Semla will not return. His body is therefore dead. When real death takes place, the gross body is cast off, and the sword of the Lord sword symbol, cuts it off, and Shiva cross in a circle symbol, takes possession of it and distributes it to the elements, in order that Vishnu diagonal slash in a circle symbol, may receive it for new uses from Brahm. Circle symbol, the Creator. Then the soul is free for a great length of time compared to that spent on earth. Though the astral shell can come into spiritualistic circles and manifest through mediums, yet the I Am comes not into any earthly condition until it returns for reincarnation, and then always on a higher, never on a lower plane of progress. Still exists a penalty of sin, or, what is the same thing, incomplete severance of one's self from desires for earthly experiences. Will ye prefer earth to life? We go not immediately to mine own home, but into that realm where those go who have died from earth into Devachan, that is, heaven, or the summer land of the spiritualists, or the land of the Ob River, or again to that bourne from whence no traveler returns. Philos, the sect known as spiritualists, are in error when they speak of spirit communion, and regard it as they do, for no ego returns out of Devachan except it be forced, and this is harmful and vastly unjust to the ego. The astral soul and animal principle may thus return, but the I am never. To the latter there is no past earth state. Mind, I do not say for it, but to it. That is, it has no consciousness of anything earthly, or of anything occurring on the earth. We can go to them, but they cannot come to us. Let us then go. The mind works quickly, and ere we had reached the bronze door, my consciousness had mastered the truth that death is not in itself agony, that it brings no startling changes, and does not invest the soul born into the hereafter with any wonderful power of foresight. In fact, there is but freedom given from the earthly body, and a few concomitant powers bestowed, nothing remarkable, considering that earth has no more hold on the soul. I speak of those who, in mundane dissection, seek disenthrallment from earth, having but little love for its conditions, though much love for its children. Such as these have worked for their brethren and accumulated a good and high karma, which takes them away from the prisoning conditions of earth. Mole Lang here interrupted my reflections, saying, "One thing else. Let us leave thy second self, that part of thee which perceives earthly things and preserves earthly memories. This in order that no disturbing comparisons may arise between that state into which thou goest and the earth behind thee, which thou shalt not see more than they can who really die. But between thee and earth will I preserve a vital link formed of thy second natural principle, so that it shall not be death to thee." Then he said, "I believe I have no further use for this transient form." Had an uninitiated observer then been present, the astonishing, not to say terrible, spectacle would have been presented to him or her of a man dissolving into smoke, for Mole Lang liberated the bonds of his smoke form, and it floated away in formless cloud. Mole Lang laid his hand on my head, and as he took it away, I no more remembered anything of the world. I dimly saw before me the bronze door of the Zailm. I knew that Mole Lang opened it, and that we three stepped forth, not into the long hall of the temple, but into an open expanse of green, sunlit meadow or prairie land. But it was no surprise, for I remembered nothing of any special features of earth life. I only knew that I was I, and that I was in a pleasant land. It was much like a vivid dream. No one in viewing a dream landscape is conscious of any other belonging to and seen only in waking hours. The faces in dreams are natural, not novel, not strange, and when seen
are not compared with those known during wakefulness, for knowledge of the latter state is blotted out during sleep. Moll Lang spoke. Thou hast come through the portal. Lo, physical nature and laws do not reign here. They reign in the objective world, but not here, for this is the subjective world, in no sense physical or existent, nor perceptible to senses belonging to matter. Yet it is real, for spirit is real, and subjective states, no less than objective ones, are born of the Spirit of the Father. This is another of the mansions in his house. It is farther from the earth than the farthest star of the sky, because in no wise of material nature. Things of earth to the inhabitants of this world are but dreams, and vice versa. To either, the other seems unreal. This we are in is the far-away home of the soul. I listened to Moll Lang, and had ears to hear, so that I understood. Earth, of which he spoke, was vague, and knowledge of it as an almost forgotten dream. And the vagueness was because that principle of my terrene nature, which was the seat of earthly sensing, and of memories of things perceived, was left with the body. This principle might visit a spiritist medium, and it would be called me. Yet it would not be me, but my shell, my link of connection between my spirit and my corporeal body. Friend, you will agree that an author is reflected in his autobiography, but that book is not the author. No more is that which has its actions, passions, beings, use, and end in the body the man. Yet that book may live and guide men to action. So may the astral shell of a man or woman who is dead. And the vitality of the medium may galvanize that shell so long as its influence governs any living earthly man or woman. Hence, we see the phenomena of the circles of believers in spirit communion. There is no return of the ego, the I am, to circles, neither communion from their plane down, though sometimes from your plane up to theirs. And yet you persist, my spiritist friends, in saying that I am in error. You say that what I call shells cannot be such because they tell of events after death. Yes, they do, I admit, and they do because they are but records of the ego, which for a few brief moments at death is sometimes highly prophetic, and sees forward over every detail, frequently for coming centuries. Or again, the departing soul catches a glimpse of its own self-conceived Devachan, and the record of this is imparted to the shell, which carries such views to the spiritist medium. Witness the often absurd description given of the character of the spirit world, and that through honest mediums too. They give none of Christ, save where 2 or 3 are gathered in his name. Mediumship is true, its ordinary explanation is false. the medium goes into a trance. His or her vital force is transferred to the control, which is but a shell and not the true spirit or ego. Then the hearers enjoy a communication. Like a reader of a book of record is that medium. Events of the past are retold, and more or less accurate prophecies made. The shell lives for the nonce a galvanic life, just as Poe lives anew in the person of an elocutionist rendering The Raven from the rostrum. Just so long as the commentaries influence mankind, just that long will the spirit of Caesar control mediums. And while the Book of Mormon retains its hold on the deluded masses of Utah, so long will the Prophet Joseph Smith influence sensitives. But I grow prolix. Let us therefore turn to the world of effects, and see what it presented to our psychic perceptions. Will you come with us and see what we three saw as we went forth across the plain which confronted us at the door of the Sagum? End of section 27.
Section 28 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the Second, Chapter 4, Paying Life's Rewards. Philos, said Moll Lang, thou shalt now presently behold a man, all in a world of his own. He may not come to us, but we will go to him, and enter into perception of those things which he sees. And because we enter into his perception, therefore we shall be fellow spirits with him, not mere images of his conceptions. Then shall his environment seem as real to us as it does to him. Nevertheless, his world is, except for such visitors as ourselves, and those few, or perhaps many other souls, who are on his identical plane, merely a world of his own conception. It exists not for him who is his neighbor, who will be, as we shall see, on a different psychic plane. Both persons will be existent in the mansion of the Father, who thus giveth his beloved rest. Let us enter into the state of that man. He is an inventor from the world of cause, and all about him we shall find evidences of his inventive dreams, which here seem to be real to him. On earth, he in imagination beheld multitudes of his fellow beings using his adaptations of mechanical and natural forces. He had motor railways which were free to the public. None indisposed to pay were obligated to do so. And he had designs of coin which the mint, owned by himself, as he had desired while on earth, so that he might correct abuses, minted free for use by the people. So also with all other things which he had hoped to see realized on earth. Yet he died without it, and coming to the world of effects, finds it all, to him only, a fact. We will walk across this plain to the grove yonder, a mile. For some time after this we walked in silence, each content to note the beauty of the scenery. Gurgling brooks meandered through flowery meadows, groves dotted the perspective, while far away on the horizon was a line of blue hills. When we came to the grove designated by Moll Lang, I saw that we were at a station, where cars of strange appearance stood on a network of tracks. People were coming and going past this central point in all directions. The cars had immense spidery wheels many yards across. A light flight of metal stairs led to the top of a tower. The tower was also an elevator, so that while some people walked up, others were hoisted to the top, where, several rods from the ground, they stepped into the body of the car. Then an engineer on the car manipulated certain machinery, and the immense wheels began to revolve, swifter, swifter, and yet swifter, until the great light vehicle could be seen moving at an amazing speed across the country, up and down hill or around curves with equal facility. "Let us take a ride," quoth Semele. So we walked up the spiral stairs, and there found a pleasant man in uniform, who asked if we would pay or not. "Yes," said Molang, "I will, but my friends will not." Thereupon he produced a coin of gold, and while the official was making the entry in his book, Molang handed the coin to me to look at, and I saw that it bore a face of a man, and around the edge the superscription, "Merton Fowler, the people's friend." "What conceit," thought I, whereupon Molang smiled slightly, took the coin from me, and paid it over. The official asked where we would go, and for answer Molang said, "To the falls." The official knew of no such place, but said that he would put us in a car, the engineer of which would know. He conducted us to a car on the other side of his platform, and having entered, we were soon speeding away like an arrow for swiftness. The stops which we made were numerous, all for the purpose, so the engineer explained, of complying with Merton Fowler's rule that all who rode on his cars must inspect his many inventions. The variety of these was bewildering to me, and so many of them seemed to be in operation solely for the purpose of demonstrating peculiar mechanical principles, that I will not consume space for description. At length, after travelling across half a world as it seemed, though not taking a tedious amount of time, we arrived at a splendid group of buildings. Then the engineer confessed that he knew nothing of the falls, except that he had heard his master speak of them as existing. He would go to him. Accordingly, the car ran up before an edifice which looked like an office, and there he put us in charge of another person, with directions to take us to Merton Fowler. That gentleman we found in a palatial environment, where things were of great beauty, but where all seemed to be mechanical contrivances, and to exist for that great underlying principle of the designer, the systemization of his knowledge, and the putting of it to more or less utilitarian uses. It was a very paradise for a machinist, but I was not a machinist, and it fatigued me. The number of people was amazing. Molang said that not all of these were mere ideals of that prolific mind, Fowler, but that on the contrary many of them were real personifications, a few of whom were media like ourselves, but the majority dead, that is, disembodied souls who were on the same plane of invention and realization as the real mind and control, Merton Fowler. He was the chief here, the others similars. I asked where the falls were situated, and the inventor, Fowler, replied that a certain author of his acquaintance lived there, and had the pleasure of listening to a mammoth pipe organ made for him by the inventor. "By myself, all men whatever," said this egotist, "are beneficiaries of mine, and recognize me as the chiefest of humankind, and the greatest of all living people." I turned away in contempt of such mammoth conceit and vanity, and as we left, Molang said, "That man is arranging his concepts of a Christless life as gained on earth. When all is assimilated, he will recarnify on earth, and from his early childhood self-conceit and self-admiration will be his ruling characteristics. In his last life on earth he sowed the seeds of the one to come. Here he enjoys the growth of those seeds. Here, too, will the harvest mature, and when all is gathered, he will take it to earth again to replant. Thou mightest ask what good cometh of perpetuating such vanity. I would reply, first, 'tis the law of God. Secondly, out of his future egotism will arise self-confidence. His spirituality of temperament is large, his animal qualities well-balanced and strong, and the good of all his conceit will manifest itself next as a governor of those forces which will lead men forward. Ere he died on earth, he was a retiring man, timid, feeling himself never appreciated. When he next appears, there will be a strong soul, and a leader of men to higher levels of life. Truly, I said, all things under the hand of God work together for good. The Falls were in the Devachanic realm of an author who, while on earth, was a very pleasing writer, albeit extravagantly hopeful in his imaginative excursions and thought plays. This was, indeed, doubtless the reason of his popularity as an author. His mind dwelt on the sublime in nature, and on the good, the true, and the beautiful. Here in his heaven he lived his books, and found all about him the characters, the emotions, the delicate imagery, and the sublime beauty which made his pages seem real to their readers, and over which tears of sympathy were shed by most perusers. To him, also, these things, figments of his imagination when penned, were here become what his desire had always painted, realities, and he enjoyed seeming actuality, nor knew it but as a dream of his life's night-time. Of what use, since it was only a dream? I answer, these glorious creations of the imagination all make for that high spirituality, that keen sympathy of soul which shall soon bring about the universal brotherhood of mankind. It shall dawn with the dawning of the new century, creedless, boundless, asking nothing of any affiliate except high, unfaltering aspiration and action. And this author, who has been in his soul home these many centuries, shall be one of its prophets, recarnified. We found the falls in a vast gorge, deep as the royal gorge of the Arkansas River. It connected two great lakes of rare loveliness. Not the Scottish lakes or Lake Champlain are more beautiful, though either were as great as Nyanza. Over a cliff half a mile high, and in the form of a double horseshoe, each more than a mile wide, were two magnificent falls of the river, separated in the center where the middle points of the two curves met by an island. From this cliff rose 3 tall conical needles of rock, up, up into the air over 1,000 feet each one. Around each was a spiral stairway chiseled in the enduring granite of the stream, and from top to top of each swung a suspension bridge. From the one overhanging the falls ran 2 suspension bridges swung on great cables, miles long, reaching as they did the shores on either side of the river by a diagonal course. I felt sure that the inventor, Merton Fowler, would have conceived no such bridge, because his mechanical training would have told him such lengthy bridge cables would break from their own weight. But this author, who was no engineer, saw no such difficulty, and consequently his concept found no bar to execution in his imagination. As it was not objective, but subjective, it existed for him, and as we were temporarily on his plane, and perceiving through his senses, we also saw them and found them real. And to all on his plane they were real, subjectively real. But earthly eyes could not have seen them, for they see nothing except objective realities. And both states are real, but to those on the representative planes only. If the things of the spiritual are foolishness to the natural man, so are the things of the natural world to the Devachan. But I digress. The myriads of people, creations of the author's mind, used his bridge. They lived in a utopia of his creation, and the whole was a very heaven. It all nurtured his spirituality, his reverence for God, his constructive sense even, as well as his sense of sublimity. His soul has almost assimilated the whole of these steps towards God, and it is almost ready to recarnify as one of the deeply artistic, constructive, reverential souls of earth, one of the nobly beautiful, Godward-turning leaders of the race. Is he not a worker for the Father? By their works ye shall know them. And while, and because he leads, he himself will draw nearer with every passing hour to God, nearer to Nirvana, that glorious resting time in all the lives, out of which the spirit of man shall awake to find itself more than man, find itself one of these sublime world spirits whose glittering forms fill the skies of night, or servers of the Father in some other untellable way. The fact must be sufficiently obvious that the life between the grave and the cradle, life in the world of effects, is a life of assimilation of results due to causes set in operation while on earth, the world of causality. It is the character-forming realm, where effects are so arranged as to present themselves as causes in the succeeding earth life, not in the shape of segregate influences, but as traits of character, giving rise to well-defined policies in life on the part of individuals. Like attracts like, and if parents have certain influences governing their lives at critical times, the soul in Devachan, which is perforce seeking rebirth on earth, will seize the opportunity presented of finding its similars at that time, though perhaps at that time only, like itself, but never so before, possibly never to be so again. Suffice it, if there be a concordant trinity at the time. There is no accident, no chance in the universe. All is immutable law, cause and effect. Zailm, whose precocity in mathematics while he was yet a little boy amazed the world, did not inherit his powers of calculation. Mozart did not inherit what neither of his parents possessed, though it is true that the maternal mind did provide attractive mental stimulation by her own love of music, preternaturally experienced. Atavism has been invoked to explain these causes of infantile precocity, when it has been well known that neither parent had the traits which seem to have been passed to the offspring. But atavism will not wholly suffice. The question of heredity is a deep one. Parents are moved by special influences, and children of that time are souls attracted from Devachan to their mental similars. Such was the young Zailm. Such was the infant prodigy Mozart. Zailm Numenos might have told you that Colburn was a noted Atlantean mathematician had he not neglected it in his history of Atlantia. And Mozart was Altman, the poet and lyricist of Spartan Greece. Night seemed to be coming on. The air was pleasantly cool, and we found ourselves, after a long sail on a lovely body of water, standing on a shore whose sands and pebbles were of agate. Bamboo fringed the lake margin, and many graceful houses and quiet nooks dotted the varied landscape. The country bore some resemblance to the island of Japan, and indeed we found that we were in the concepts of an American who had resided for many years in Japan ere his entrance to Devachan. We went into a spacious veranda of a house of fine appearance, which in architectural style was a general combination of things most comfortable. Contrary to Japanese customs, we found easy chairs instead of mats or rugs, and in these chairs we took seats, Mole Lang saying we would be welcome to do so. Ere long, a servitor in Japanese costume appeared and placed a table before us, and upon it laid covers for 5 persons. Presently a handsome elderly man, with a young girl, whom, I judged, was his daughter, came out of the residence and exchanged salutations with us, after the manner of true gentlefolk. This was, as Mole Lang afterward explained, the real eagle about whose imagery all things in this place clustered. The lake, the tropical vegetation, the remodeled Japanese people whom we met, in short, all effects here, were arranged in accord with this man's ideals. In them he saw realized his dreams of a quiet, carefree, hospitable life, and because he saw them, we also saw them, for Mole Lang had insinuated our perceptions into this man's soul plane. With him we partook of a generous supper. Liquors were not on his table, nor could any have been found in all that soul land, for the man was a total abstainer. Of course, the people whom he believed he saw, and who, for him, resided in this, his country, used no liquors more than he, for they were either his imagination's concepts, or, if real individuals, were in sympathy with the master mind, else they had not been there with him. But all this he knew not any more than one who in slumber dreams, knows at the time that the vivid dream personages and places exist solely for himself. Sometimes, truly, a night dreamer really goes away with another harmonious soul, the two being real souls on a psychic journey, it being no dream, but a fact. This man, in all of his princely extravagance, his artistically beautiful buildings, the richness of raiment upon the people whom he conceived, the statues, fountains, groves, all things, was but quaffing imagined joys, wholly unconscious the while that they were subjective creations. They were all conceived for a single purpose, pursuit of which formed his chief joy, that of caring for the happiness of his daughter. She was his idol, his joy, his reason for being, he would have said. And she was a pretty girl, though not to my mind beautiful. She was engaging, witty, well-educated, and accomplished. But I have seen many such, and thought of her as only one of the hundreds I had known. We were invited to stay indefinitely in this house, and upon Mo Lang's suggestion accepted the offer. Days passed rapidly in this paradise, of which our host's home was the central attraction. He had great parks and gave splendid entertainments to scores of happy people. His house was a palace in itself. The libraries, the art gallery, with thousands of fine paintings, all this and more made life so pleasant that several months had elapsed ere our party of 3 bade him adieu. In it all, we saw that the gay life was for the sake of the daughter, and held little pleasure for the father. The art gallery, too, was added to his home for her sake. The libraries were for both, and, as he said, he thought he took more pleasure in books than she did. To him, books were sacred treasures. But it was in music that his soul found ecstatic rest. Such divine melodies and such exquisite technique and feeling as he exhibited in his rendition of fine music, I had never even dreamed of, much excellent music as I had heard. It was as the fable of Orpheus come true. Hour after hour he played for me, while Semele was away with Mo Lang, and my soul responded in a thrill which swept it with sublime joy, until it seemed as if my being had become a personless, throbbing, sobbing stress of harmony, that could flee on the winds and set the souls of men pulsing, beating in unison. I knew that the player was a companion to me in it all. We were 2 souls on the same plane, reaping identical experiences. At last a day came when Mo Lang said, "My friends, let us go hence, for other things claim our attention. A few hours here must suffice us. We will go where the daughter of this man really is." My friend had, I thought, spoken of the months of our tarrying in this paradise in a figurative sense when he said "a few hours." But he had not. It was really only a few hours, as the people on earth had counted the same interval through which we had so recently passed. Time is, after all, only a measure of so much done by or to him who experiences its lapse. Myriads of people have lived a whole century during 10 minutes of other people's time. Mo Lang's remark about our being ready to go where the daughter really was, I could not comprehend at the time, nor did I know for years. All because my own astral had been left behind in the Sakazza on earth. I had no means of comparison of ideas. The place I was in was the only place existent for me, that is, it and the country of the author and that of the inventor Fowler. These I knew of, and for them a memory shell had been formed by me as I went through them. Not that I was conscious of such a process of creation. I was only aware of the memories which were retained for me, and which seemed part of myself. But Mo Lang explained only that the American really had not his daughter with him, but only his ideal of her ever before him. On our departure, we went down to the lake and got into a boat, and as we traveled, somehow it seemed as if, without my knowing just how or when, we had left the boat and the lake, and were in a garden, walking amidst a profusion of flowers. It was unaccountable, but did not particularly surprise me nor long occupy my attention. No one is ever astonished at anything in the psychic realm. It was a city garden, and situated on an eminence, the residence of the owner commanding the view of a great city extending in all directions. The house was evidently the home of a person of refinement, and while evidences of wealth were numerous, these seemed to be adjuncts of comfort instead of a display of riches. No person could long be amidst the influence of that home, to which Mo Lang admitted us, without feeling that the owner believed herself to have a great and sacred mission in life. "This is the daughter," said Mo Lang. "The girl whom we saw in the other home was the daughter, as the father imagined her to be when he died, leaving her at that age. See how different is the woman from his conception of her. I bring thee here that thou mayest see what difference exists between the Devachan concepts of the soul and the object conceived of. It illustrates the saying that heaven is what we make of it." At that moment, a woman entered the room, evidently on business. Her manner was full of power. She seemed not to perceive us, and after a little I coughed slightly to attract her attention. Mole Lang smiled in amusement, as he said, "Philos, thou mightest cough long, and she would not know of thy presence. Why? Because we are temporarily on earth, and I have given thee power to see earthly conditions. That is, while we are on the earth. For it might be all about us, yet if we were in a different psychic condition, the earth would not be near, but vastly remote from us. This lady has not yet come to the change called death. She is one who labors to place woman on the proud basis of independence, proud because rightfully hers. But woman will never attain to it until she does so by self-effort. Nothing is won worth the having except by self-effort. When she so wins it, she will be by the side of man, not above him, for woman is not man's superior, neither below him, for she is not his inferior, but beside him, for man and woman are equal in all things. It will be a blessed day for humanity when this time comes. This lady and her sister workers are now guiding those dwellers of the earth who have not such clear understanding of the needs of the times, and they will succeed, more or less, during this century. But not brilliantly, since no great reform, nor anything greatly good, can succeed in any century, decade, or year nominated by the number 9. Hence human hopes will wax or wane, will seem to go forth to victory, but will meet only failure until the new century. Darkest of all the years will that be which is just before the dawn. This brave leader we see here will see hope set in that last year like a star in the west, and she will die then despairing, though hoping, with prophetic McHaffie, that ever the truth comes uppermost, and ever is justice done. For a considerable time after this we were silent, for Mole Lang seldom spoke without definite cause, and it now served his purpose better to be silent. I spoke next. What good can it be? What good can be achieved through such bitter disappointment? Such heartache? That which cometh ever from all things. Man never is, but always to be blessed is wholly true. And it is not from the hopes we are able to bring to realization in earth life that our Devachan, our heaven, is made, but from those hopes, longings, aspirations, and determinations which through life are our dearest desires, because we have never been able to satisfy them. They have the most happy heaven whose highest soaring souls have ever been forced to be content with the mere view of cannon from their mountain lookouts. Let no poor, disappointed soul on earth mourn because of life's unsatisfied longings, for we do not know today whether we are busy or idle. In times when we have thought ourselves indolent, we have afterwards discovered that much was accomplished, and much was begun in us. These beginnings are fruitful, indeed, for they bestow upon us our longed-for aspirations, over there, if we will, in his way. During this discourse of Mole Lang I had glimpses of the whole, both of earth and of heaven. A thing which struck me with a feeling of peculiar anguish was that that gentle soul who thought he lived for his daughter really had not that daughter with him, but only his self-created image of her. I had not thought of the fact that even on earth we do not have our friends, but only our concepts of them, that our supposed friend may really be our secret enemy, but if we know it not, we remain happy in our ignorance. Mole Lang observed the feeling on my part, and said, as he turned and placed an arm around me as we walked onward, "Philos, beloved son, feel not so. When the day cometh when this lady shall enter the Devachan life, then whatever and wherever she has ideals and concepts like those of her father, or he like hers, then will they two be really together, two souls with but a single thought. It is the same on earth. Only identity of thought makes nearness of souls. As the grand march of souls following after Christ draws nearer unto God, those plains where our souls are together in the thought and concept will be the plains mainly occupied by humanity, till at the glorious last none shall be apart from any other or from the Father." The room and its earnest worker had faded from view. Instead of it, we found that in front of us was a monastic edifice set on a lofty mountain peak which arose from a lake. Dim vistas of water, of wooded shores and silvery, shadowy isles were in perspective. Over the tower which rose from the monastery was a flashing crescent of purple light. I asked what place we were now come to. The answer was, the lunar temple, a part of Devachan, but having nothing to do with the moon. Here, where many occult students come after laying aside the earthly body, is a holy place of rest. Here are many theosophic adepts and neophytes. They saw then with eyes of spirit, hence had then, as now, much the same concepts of life. Devachan to them is not, therefore, on the same plane as with other mortals, any more than their objective life was. Here Semele takes leave of us, to appear no more on earth until after 50 centuries of mundane time. He will then incarnate, not as a Jinn, but as a member of the American nation of that far distant day, because his life has been mostly spent in that land as time. But now he enters into rest he has earned. This is his Devachan. There, under the flashing purple light from the monastic tower, Semele took his leave, invoking upon us the peace of the Father. Through ability conferred by Mold Lang, I had seen the nature of the life after death. For a few moments my soul was able to compare the newly gained knowledge with my old-time ideals of nature. I thought, if all this is but a dream, what is a dream? If this which seems real matter is not such— Nay, my son, interjected Mold Lang, as I thought upon the nature of matter, this is real matter. Why, what is matter, dost thou think? Matter is one substantiality, having not a single quality which any human sense can cognize. But force also is one of the creations of the Father, and force hath two polarities, the positive and the negative, absolute opposites. Now man on earth hath certain senses. 7 are these senses: sight, hearing, feeling, smelling, tasting, intuition, and one innominate. These last are not yet evolved, for the fullness of days is not come. The 5th day is, but the 6th and 7th are not. With the last man becometh greater than he hath ever been. Only they that have ears that hear shall solve this saying. 5 senses cognize the positive dynamic affections of matter by force, and behold, man scenteth the earth and some of the stellar bodies. But all these are of the positive, and hence are in the Father's mansion of cause. These 5 senses are what the Apostle Paul called the natural mind. But in my Father's house are many mansions, and this, which is the briefer life after the grave, is his mansion of effects, and it is the result of matter affected by negative force. Here the first 5 senses call all things pertaining to Devachan mere dreams. Even wise Hamlet asks, what dreams may come? But I say unto thee, both earth, cause, and Devachan, effect, are material. Both due in their every phenomena to force, but either state is cognizable only by senses special to it. Man in one hath 5 special senses, and these know the earth, but call heaven a dream. And man in the other hath other 7 special senses, and these know Devachan, but call earth a dream. Yet both states are really material, and similarly both are unreal except to the Father. So man is constantly dying from the one state and being born in the other, back and forth, and only what state where he is real to him at any time. Myriad times does he repeat the process, incarnifying and discarnifying, and each time of rebirth on the earth finds him ever on a higher plane, until at last the concrete condition miscalled life is over, and the conditionless long Devachan, nirvana, is attained. Then man and his Father are together and at one. Man came from God, unto him must he go. But only a few have done this as yet, and of these Jesus Christ of Bethlehem is so far the only one who can truly say, I and my father are one. Mole Lang had no desire that I should continually retain the memories of the experiences just passed through. The separate facts were to become quite as unknown as if never observed. All was solely for the purpose of surrounding my soul with influences calculated to force me upward and onward, out of earth life, or desire for it, until at last I would come to realize that I had known something higher, and must return to the plane of the spiritual nature. Yes, the word is must. After leaving Semla, with the new life open to him, Mole Lang and myself sought the lake, and after taking our seats on a bit of sandy shore, I asked questions as to the appearance of the scheme of creation of occult perceptions. It seemed to me that life must have a wider significance to him than to me. Philos, it hath. Grand as the vision of life seemeth to the ordinary man, made up, as it is, of his few years on earth, supposedly followed by unending existence in heaven, to me it is infinitely more sublime than even earth's loftiest vision can present it. Man's ideas are full of error. They involve the childishness of admitting that in the life on earth the multitudes who make in their dwellings a transient abode are in the course of such a finite time able to set in motion infinite causes which shall be carried out in psychic effects eternally. Only through the great Master are any so able. I have so willed, my son, that the features of this visit to Devachan shall be withdrawn from thee, and thou wilt remember them only as a vague, delightful dream, which shall have influence in leading thee to the pinnacles of the Father and the summits of the soul. It is easy to erase these memories. I have but to dissociate the astral body here formed by thine experiences, and thou wilt thereafter know this place only when that astral shall control thee as its medium. I will take thee to mine own home in Hesper, and there thou wilt come to know my son, whose name is Soma, and my daughter Phyrus. Yet that knowledge also will I dissociate, after the time of it, and thou wilt forget it all. Yea, even me wilt thou forget, and know only through the same mediumship, because thy karma orders for thee long years yet to come on earth, an atonement for evil works which have cried unto God for redress, lo, a century of centuries and longer. Christ hath said, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled, save thou be released to him. But thou hast asked a question. Hear the answer. I sow a seed, and it shall grow, and blossom, and fruit. And though the sower be forgotten, the plant will not be. Thou wilt remember my words for ever, nor forget them for 1 hour, for such is my will, yet forget me wholly. Besides the heavenly world, there are many more which are imperceptible to men. Yet matter and force compose them all. Many of them are worlds of cause, but no merely human being is in them, nor can any earthly sense cognize them or know of them. They are peopled, but by beings of whom some are good and some are evil, in the sight of the eternal cause, relatively good or evil. That which exists under laws inimitable to man is evil to man, though not in itself evil. But these mansions are set apart from one another, that they may not interfere. There is that which is astray, but in itself not evil, for in all the creation there is no evil eternal, for God is perfect. The worlds of human life are 7 in number, yet 4 of them are invisible, unknowable to earthly senses, and this not because of remoteness, but the kind of force attraction of their constituent matter. Mankind occupies but one planet at a time, for like its present dwelling place, Earth, the human race is but a letter in the divine library of being. To be exact, the more advanced occult souls do inhabit Venus, which I have called Hesper, and which was by the ancients of the earth termed the Garden of the Hesperides. Yes, Philos, life does mean more to me than to thee. I look at its stately march, and I see the battalion of being wherein I am but a corporal, progressing around its appointed 7 spheres, whereof only Mars, the Earth, and Venus are matters which trained perception can know. and I see the human race progressively incarnating on each of its peculiar planets as it goes, every individual ego about 800 times, approximately, on each world each time the race comes to it, which is 7 times also, making 49 world-carnate epochs. Each ego thus has incarnation and discarnation periods to that number, more or less, of 40,000. It is in these, that beginning as an irresponsible creation, far from human, as thou wouldst define the word human, and ending as a perfect man, entering into nirvanic rest, that the scheme of the eternal uncreated Father is perfected. Yea, verily, man sins, but as his incarnations progress, he atones for every jot, every tittle. Karma is penalty for evil-doing, and it is the law of God. It knows no abatement of payment, accepts no vicarious price, but is faithful jailer over that prison which is life-action. Whoso is cast therein shall not come out till every farthing is paid. Beware, then, of doing wrong, for thou must bear the penalty, only thou. Verily, life is long enough to make payment. 'Tis better to have none to make. We go now to a view of the truth that the Spirit came from the Father, and returneth to him after it hath fulfilled the law and the prophets. It liveth in the worlds of cause a short span, but in those of effect a long span, for passivity is to activity as about 80 to 1, and the lives are many, strung like beads on the one cord of the individual ego. Lastly, the ego coming from the Father hath no sex. It is not man, neither woman, but sexless. When it entereth upon life, it becometh double, so that in the earth there is a man, and there is a woman. And though the bodies and the animal souls and the human souls be different in the twain, yet behold, their spirit is one and the same. Now sometimes the two, being of one spirit, are also husband and wife. Yet more often they are not, for the age of harmony is not yet at hand. But it is of such singleness of spirit that the Bible saith, What God hath joined, let no man put asunder. There is no man who could, if he would, so sunder. But that saying is not of the carnal marriage, but of the spirit unit only. And the latter hath no lust. But when the twain shall, after the millions of years which lie between the non-esoteric Christian and Nirvana, come to know all the laws of life, then will the union be as it was before the separation. Thou canst not really comprehend the truth now, but when thou shalt at last be done with earth life, thou wilt then recall it and know. And knowing it, thou wilt then tell the world of it. But not now. Now is this true. Mates in the Lord cannot know each other as such, until they both will to live after the rule of his highway. And the latter hath nothing carnal. Strait is the gate, and narrow is the way that leadeth unto life, and few there be that found it. Until they find it, they find not each other, neither release from incarnation in the flesh. Molang arose after this long discourse, wherein he had briefly described the words of God. He said, I have answered thee. Come, let us go hence, and thou shalt know my son and my daughter and my home. He laid his hand upon my brow, and I seemed asleep. When I was again conscious, we were in an immense garden, and before us I saw a house which at once impressed me as being a real home. This I say because somehow occult study had seemed foreign to home life and influences. How entirely compatible the two are will appear nearer the end of this history. I found on acquaintance with it that it bore out my first impressions perfectly, for it was the most genuine home that could well exist, and typified all human life in this world of cause, Hesper. It was a home of human glorified beings, of occult students incarnate in exalted causal life. Do you ask me how any portion of the human race came to be so far in the van as a Hesperian contingent? The answer is that their Septune natures had been so far perfected by the trials to which the study of occult adeptism subjects its initiates, that they had become enlightened, responsible beings. They had drunk of the cup concerning which Jesus inquired of the children of Zebedee if they had the ability to drink it. And in consequence there had come to them the key to that realm of spirit which no natural mind can understand. They had learned the sevenfold character of their natures. that man is a composite being, having 7 principles, that is, the I am, or ego, the body of the spirit, or spirit body, the human soul, the animal soul, the astral reflection of the 2 lowest principles, by name vital force, and the earthly body, thereby animated. Thus far, I regret to say, the mass of mankind is not developed much beyond its animal soul. A minority have the human soul shining forth, but only occult adepts have the 6th, or spirit body, developed, while none of whom the world knows except Jesus and Buddha are perfect in the spirit of the Father. With Mo Lang I stood, looking upon his home in Venus, the world to which terrorist children will come, leaving it deserted until another round shall return them, although on a higher plane, that of perfect love, the greatest thing in the world. But now Hesper is the planet of this Christ-like love, its home in the course of nature and man's development. Ye will not all come, alas. Philos, said Mo Lang, my son is of nearly thine own number of years. My daughter Ferris is of the same age as thyself. Both will tell thee of occult truths, as I have done. Yet they, nor I, nor naught but the intuitions from thine own God-given spirit can teach thee. If a soul hath not in itself perception of God and his works, no man can teach it, for having ears to hear and eyes to see, he heareth and seeth, but comprehendeth not. To me it is given of God to show thee and tell thee of those things which many prophets and righteous men have desired to see and to hear, but have not. Blessed are thine eyes, for they see, and thine ears, for they hear. Yet, nevertheless, thou wilt go again to earth, and wilt forget, and restlessly long for a better state, yet shalt not find it again for long years. Ah, Philos, my son, would that thou couldst even now know. But karma pursueth thee, seeking repayment, and karma shall have its dues, and thou wilt then go free. Let us pray unto God now, for I speak no more of these things. I have spoken already. Hereafter Phyrus shall tell thee and show thee in my place. Then, in that Hesperian garden, we knelt together, and Mo Lang repeated that eloquent voice of the ages, so old, yet ever new, the prayer of our Saviour. I think tears were in our eyes when we arose. Turning, I beheld a lovely woman. Phyrus, my child, he is come. Philos, this is my daughter, of whom I told thee. It had so surprised me to hear a man who had so much of what untaught fancy calls godlike power speak of his children, that Mo Lang had said to me in comment, Philos, thinkest thou that because I have wisdom, which thou hast conceived only God to possess, that I am not human? My son, I am more wholly and truly human, because thus near unto God. But the mass of people on earth are not fully developed, even yet in the human principle. Their lives, actions, passions are centered in the 4th, or animal soul, and only the more exalted are come to the development of the human within them. When mankind shall come fully into its humanity, then earth can no more be its planet. They must come here. Bear in mind ever that all thou seest in Hesper is but human, and so thou wilt know more of what man is, how glorious a being he is. Man is only partially human, and not filled with the Father, nor come into his spirit body, and he must therefore marry and live in marriage, else the race would cease to reincarnate. Each ego must pay its debts, but many will die debtors to him. We 3, father, daughter, and myself, went into one of the wide porticos of the brown Parthenon-like mansion, and sat down, being where we could see over the profusion of flowers in the great gardens. So beautiful was the scene, both near and far, that I was content thus to remain unmoving. Here was no Devachan, no scene of effects, but an active life in a world of cause. This life differed from that upon earth in being broader, more perfect, more glorious than terran conditions can produce in the present round. Ordinary life in Hesperus is all that the highest form of life can be on earth, and thus has all the wonderful development which exists in the midst of the secret occult brotherhoods of earth. It is impossible to express adequately what perfection of physical life exists in Hesperus, but it is a perfection of the physical nature amid ideal surroundings, all of which prepare the animal man to work for the human man, and he for the spirit man, the I am or ego. Thus does the ego progress through matter. Is it not a sublime thought that reincarnation does not mean transmigration of souls? The first leads man ever up, the other, which is false, even in theory, merely a perverted notion of the first, might mean progress, but more often would mean retrogression. And in all this universe there is no retrogression. Reincarnation is but a chance to expiate the errors of life, chiefest of which is the not overcoming and containing self. Will ye not pay? Then ye are doomed. End of section 28. Recording by Todd.